IT. Okay. And so we look for great things out of them. Anyway, we're not going to take up any more time because we do have to be out of here at a certain time. And Tony has a fantastic lecture for us tonight. He is going to be speaking about the economics of culture. Really, the economics of culture. Why black history matters. Let's give Brother Tony Browder.
Can you give us 10 minutes? We'd like to switch some things around so that we can have a better environment for the presentation. So we'll take a 10-minute break, 8:30, we'll be ready to roll. To be here, to have the opportunity to just share some information with you about subject matter that's very near and dear to my heart, history, culture, and all those things that make us who we are. I was over at UAM last night giving a presentation. And I want to share some information with you. How you doing, sis? All right, I remember. You retired? You've been retired now for a couple of years. You look so much happier. Something that I'll be sharing with you all this evening is something that I shared with the audience last night. As Reverend Brown just mentioned, I just got back from Egypt last month, and we're currently working on excavation in Egypt, an excavation of 25th Dynasty tomb. And last Wednesday, the Egyptian government finally issued a press release about the findings that we made last month. And so now I'm free to talk about what we've done and to share pictures about what we've done. As a matter of fact, I started receiving a slew of phone calls and emails this morning and was informed that, I forget the sister's name who does the weekly commentary on the Tom Joyner Morning Show. She did a commentary on our discovery this morning in Tom Joyner's Morning Show. So it's about to go national, and what is about to become nationally known, I feel, is our opportunity to begin to find our proper place and to assert our proper place, not just into this society, but into the world. So everything goes in cycles, and I came in on the tail end of Reverend Oliver's talk, but what he was sharing with you all is so meaningful to me because I'll be heading to Selma next Tuesday. And this will make my third trip to Alabama since April. I was there in April to do some presentations at Selma, and while I was there, actually I was at University of Alabama in Huntsville to do a presentation, and then went down to Selma. And on my way to Selma, I stopped down at my mother's and grandparents' hometown, Vernon, Alabama, which gave me an opportunity to meet family members that I never knew I had. And the beautiful thing about going down there and meeting family, the place where my mother was born, both my maternal grandparents were born, to get to the place where the Walker family lives, and to see that I guess he's my cousin, my distant cousin, who's John Walker, and his brother lives around the corner, Ed Walker, lives on a street that is named after them. Lives on 280 acres of land that was owned by their cousin. So when you have your own, you can name things after yourself. You can retain your history and your names and your language and your culture. Those are things that are so crucially important to our ability to remember who we were and to be able to move into a future that we design because we understand who we were. So this is so critically important to our essence as a people. So I truly appreciated what Reverend Oliver had to share. And with regards to Alabama being, tourism being a major component of the economy of Alabama, I can attest to that. Specifically in Selma, where I have been spending a lot of time, there's a powerful, dynamic couple. Sister Rose Sanders and her husband, Hank Sanders. They're both attorneys, been involved in the civil rights movement from the onset. Hank Sanders is a member of the state legislature. They are a powerful couple. They own 2 museums. They sponsor the annual march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge every year. They have started a civil rights museum, which is right at the foot of the bridge. They have a slavery and Civil War museum, and they're about to start an African educational museum. So they're movers and shakers. But they don't move and they don't shake without stirring the wrath of others who want to quiet them. They have a radio station in which they play music, but also talk about our struggle for liberation. And their antenna has been bombed by the Klan on at least 3 occasions. They have a camp. They bought property where they have a camp called the 21st Century Leaders, where they bring together dozens of teenagers during the summer and take them in an environment outside of Selma, which is certifiably insane. Take them into the country where they have this wonderful facility, lodging facilities, eating facilities, and meeting facilities, where they have been organizing these events for several years. The Klan came in and vandalized that environment. Bricks have been thrown through their office window on Main Street in Selma. So they're fighting a good fight, and there are people who, if they have the opportunity, will put us back into slavery yesterday. So what my brother was saying about us beginning to understand the power of our dollars and using this currency to our benefit is the key to our liberation. And you said if we can withhold our money for a month, we would change the whole power balance, not just in Brooklyn, but all over this country. If we withheld our dollars between Black Friday and Christmas Eve, we would have the European in the palm of our hand. Because that is when they get out of the red on Black Friday. That's why they call it Black Friday. That is when they make a profit. So if we did not participate in this Christmas celebration, spending money we don't have for people that we often don't like, we would not be in debt, and folk would begin to listen to us and pay us more attention because we are using our dollars wisely. Makes common sense, but common sense is not a common commodity. So I want to talk today about the economics of culture and memory and why our history is important. History is a subject matter that is very near and dear to my heart, and I'm always pleased to have an opportunity to talk about what is on my heart. Malcolm X once said that of all of our studies, history is best qualified to reward all research. And I feel very strongly that Malcolm came to this conclusion as a result of his regular consultation with one of his advisors, Dr. John Henry Clark, who's no stranger to you all. Dr. Clark, as you know, was a professor at Hunter College. A dear friend of mine, wrote the introduction to my second book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. And one of Dr. Clark's most favorite quotes, most famous quotes, is a quote that history is a clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. That history is the compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. History tells the people who they were and where they were, who they are and where they are. But the most important role of history is to tell the people where they still must go and who they still must be. And that the relationship between a person and their history is the same as the relationship between a person, a child, and his mother. So history is something that we cannot afford to take for granted. So the life of a historian is built on a foundation of memory. And memory is nothing more than the collection of images and information that have been printed indelibly on the brain. And when properly accessed and sequenced, historical memories helps one understand what Dr. Clark meant when he said that all history is a current event. If you understand clearly what happened 5,000 years ago, 500 years ago, 5 years ago, or 5 minutes ago, that helps you understand how you got where you are today and where you will be 5 minutes from now, 5 years from now, 500 years from now, 5,000 years from now. History is cyclical, and it follows specific patterns and cycles. And once you study history and begin to discern the very subtle changes in those patterns and those cycles, then there is no mystery as to why you're in the shape that you're in. You know how you got there, and you also know what you must do to get out of that situation, because history tells you what you have done. It repeats itself. So what we have to begin to understand is that we must become serious studies of history. Unfortunately, if you talk to the average person, they won't have an interest in history because of how they have been taught to approach history. They think it's just names and dates and this and that, but history is life. History is as important to you as the air you breathe. And as someone who has spent 33 years of my life researching African and African American history and culture, I've come to see myself as less of a historian and more as a memory recovery specialist. See, over the years I've come to understand that many of our people suffer from MS, excessive historical memory loss. We don't think history is important. We think it's irrelevant. So we wind up repeating the mistakes of history over and over and over again. So my job is not to come to folk as a historian, but to come to them and help them retrieve their memory of the past, so that they can begin to understand why this stuff keeps happening to you over and over again. The role that you're playing in making the same mistakes, which draws the same energy to you again and again and again. Once you understand the dynamic and change your relationship to that dynamic, you then become the creator of your own story, which then becomes your history. That's how the process unfolds. And so, when I think about the power of historical memory, I can't think of any better example to illustrate that point than the city where I've been living for the last 39 years, Washington, D.C. Washington, D.C. is the capital of the wealthiest and most powerful nation in human history. And it did not achieve that status accidentally. So I want you to do me a favor. I want you to close your eyes for 1 minute. And I want you to access your historical memory banks. I want you to think of one singular image that best represents Washington, D.C. One singular image. Access your historical memory banks. Now I want you to bring that singular image to the forefront of your mind. Now open your eyes. How many of you all saw that image, the Washington Monument?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. You saw that image because it is ingrained in your memory banks. It's there. And your ability to access that memory then helps you begin to recall the history that is associated with it. So by virtue of the education that we all received here in this country, then what you associate with this structure is, one, its name, the Washington Monument, and then you also associate it with a man, George Washington, who is a founding father and the first president of the United States. All of you all know that. How do I know you know that? Because you all were educated by the same folk who educated me. And we were all given the same memories, which we access the same way. Throughout this country, cities and streets and universities and institutions bear the name of this founding father. They bear his name in order to ensure that his legacy will never be forgotten. That is why you name institutions and organizations. It's one example of the importance of memory and culture. The Library of Congress in Washington, D.C. is the oldest cultural institution in the city. This building contains the largest collection of knowledge in the world. It has in its collections over 25 million artifacts. It receives on average 13,000 items every single week. It is an ever-expanding collection of images, knowledge, and information. The idea of a congressional library was first suggested by James Madison in 1783. Madison, as you all know, was the father of the U.S. Constitution. Madison understood very clearly that if the United States, he understood very clearly the words of the Roman philosopher Cicero, who said that to not know what happened before one was born is to always remain a child. So, if the United States of America was to take its place among the pantheon of great nations, then she had to have access of all of the knowledge of the great nations that preceded her. So, in 1800, President John Adams signed a bill authorizing the establishment of the Library of Congress. And he purchased 740 books from booksellers in England. And in an effort to create a national identity, America's founding fathers returned to their motherland, England, to access their ancestral memory. They read books on English history in order to find their way. They also read books on ancient Rome. Why? Because England, or Great Britain, was given its foundation by Rome. Julius Caesar conquered Great Britain and named the country Britain. They studied Rome, the nation that gave birth to England. They studied books on ancient Greece, the nation that gave birth to Rome, and by extension, the United States of America. So this multicultural heritage has been artistically integrated and expressed historically in the Greco-Roman architecture that we find in Washington, D.C., and every major city throughout the United States. The architecture of all of your state buildings is Greco-Roman architecture, because these people understand the need to access these historical and cultural memories so that they can be who they were. It's a very simple process. It is a way of preserving cultural memories in stone, glass, and steel. So architecture is more than just architecture. Building is more than just a building. A building contains the soul of a people. Once you begin to understand that, you begin to see on a basic level that these are sacred institutions that affect everyone who moves through that structure, whether you understand it or not. So I want to use the Library of Congress as an example to illustrate how people preserve memory in stone, glass, and steel. So I want you to imagine that you are a scholar who is coming to the Library of Congress to conduct some research. And you're going to walk through the building in order to get to the main reading room. The Library of Congress was named in honor of the Roman goddess Minerva, goddess of wisdom, knowledge, and power. And the architects in Washington, D.C. referred to this building as Minerva's Temple of Learning. I have a book that I wrote 5 years ago called Egypt on the Potomac, A Guide to Decoding Egyptian Architecture and Symbolism in Washington, D.C. And based on my analysis of the layout, design, and development of Washington, D.C., I can prove to you beyond a shadow of a doubt that the people responsible for creating the nation's capital, the first planned capital in history, literally sought to create the essence of ancient Kemet, the Nile River Valley, in the Potomac River Valley. They were very clear about what they were doing. And so by extension, the Library of Alexandria was, during the time of the Greeks and the Romans, the greatest repository of culture and knowledge in the history of the world. The Library of Congress is, by extension today, the greatest repository of culture and knowledge in the history of the world. It is the American version of the Library of Alexandria. History is repeating itself. Why? Because folk who understand history are writing it. So, imagine you're coming into Minerva's Temple of Learning. You enter the building by coming up these stairs, and you can come in through one of three doorways. And above each of the doorway is a sculpted image that depicts three ways that knowledge is transferred intergenerationally. The first way is through the oral tradition. The second way is through the written tradition. The third way is through the printed tradition. Three ways of preserving memory, culture, and history, and passing it on to those who come behind you. As you walk inside of the vestibule of the building, you're greeted by 16 statues of Minerva, in two different forms. One statue shows you Minerva holding a globe and a scroll. It represents Minerva, goddess of knowledge and wisdom. The other statue shows you Minerva holding a torch and a sword, representing Minerva, goddess of war. And combined, they symbolize the idea that knowledge is power. And they serve to invite you into Minerva's temple of learning. Certain things are being reinforced over and over and over again. As I mentioned in last night's presentation and talking about the U.S. Customs House, these symbols are there in order to tell those with eyes to see and a mind to comprehend what is really going on. They are a way of literally encoding secrets that are hidden in plain sight. White folk don't have to hide knowledge from you. They can put it right in front of your face. But if you're too lazy to read or to study, then you'll never be able to understand what has always been right at your fingertips. So then when you continue walking into the building, you come into the Great Hall. And you walk into the Great Hall, what you find in the center of the floor is this radiating starburst, which is made out of 3 different colors of marble. And in the center of the starburst is a brass medallion in the form of a sun, and that sun is specifically serves as a compass rose. You see the 4 directions of the compass, north, south, east, and west. So it begs the question, why is there a compass in the center of the floor of the main of the Great Hall in the Library of Congress? Well, we all know that a compass gives one direction. So the idea that it's suggesting here is that this building gives direction. The question then is, to whom does the building give direction? The building gives direction to, and on the floor, there are a series of 12 circular medallions. And in each of those medallions is one of the 12 signs of the zodiac. So the building gives direction to everyone born out of the 12 signs of the zodiac. There are also a pair of sculpted images, here and here. Those sculpted images also reinforce the fact that this room gives instruction, or this building gives instruction to everyone from the 4 corners of the earth. It gives instruction to the Native American and the African. It gives instruction to the Asian and the Caucasian. It reinforces the fact that this building contains knowledge from all over the world. And those who want to know the world or master the world must come to this place to access these cultural memories. So as you continue walking into the building, you come into the main reading room, which is in the center of the building. In the main reading room, which sits under a dome in the center of the building, there's a painting in the collar of the dome. Painting was done by an artist by the name of Blatchfield. It is the most famous work of art in the Library of Congress. That painting depicts the 11 epochs or great civilizations or cultures that contributed to the development of the United States of America. This painting is the clock that Dr. Clark talked about. The clock that people use to tell their political and cultural time of day. It's the compass that people use to find themselves on the map of human geography. This is the most famous work in the Library of Congress, and that clock consists of 12 figures. First figure here represents America. The last figure here represents, the first figure here is Egypt. The last figure here is America. And the clock moves counterclockwise, moving back. Actually moving back into the future and the present. Beginning in Kemet, we have here 12 figures. Next to the figure is the name of the country that they represent, and below that name is that nation or that era's contribution to culture and civilization. So I want to run through these figures very briefly so that you can understand the significance of this painting. Egypt is the first figure. Kemet is the first figure. Egypt gave the world written records. Then comes Judea, which gave the world religion. Greece gave philosophy. Rome gave administration. Islam gave physics. The Middle Ages gave us our modern languages. Italy gave fine art. Germany gave printing. Spain gave discovery. England gave literature. France gave emancipation, and America gave the world science. And the person who represents America is the image of a young, beardless Abraham Lincoln. The reason why the artist selected Abraham Lincoln was because Abraham Lincoln was born poor. Abraham Lincoln didn't know his daddy. Abraham Lincoln was a failure in every activity that he attempted as a young man until he finally found his footing in politics and then went on to become the 16th president of the United States. Some say the greatest president of the United States. It's all relative. But the important thing is that Abraham Lincoln is depicted as an electrical engineer. America represents science. The representation of science in this instance is the literal definition of science from the Latin cere, which means to know. So America represents, America is then the beneficiary of all of the knowledge that preceded it, and it is applying this knowledge in order to move forward and create its own history. So Lincoln is an electrical engineer. He's making a dynamo, and he's stumped. He's got to a point in the construction of this object where it can't work, and he doesn't know how to move forward. He's holding a book in one hand, and he's resting his chin, his chin in his hand, and he's thinking. He is literally tapping into a stream of consciousness that goes back through the ages all the way to Kemet in order to define the answer to the problem that he's stumped with. So we see here in the greatest institution of memory in the world that they acknowledge Egypt or Kemet as the source of all knowledge. So then let us move forward to Kemet and let us look at what we know about Egypt. Reality is the same people who taught us about George Washington taught us about Egypt. And so we're faced with a dilemma where we have to begin to unlearn what we have learned, which is a process that requires deliberate and consistent effort. For example, and for those of you all who were at the lecture yesterday, you all be quiet, okay? Because you all know the answer. I just want to quiz folk in the audience tonight. What is the name of this structure here? Pyramid. Pyramid, all right? What is the name of this structure? Sphinx. Sphinx. What is the name of the country where these objects are found? Egypt. All right? By virtue of your education, you all gave me incorrect answers. Because those words, pyramid, Sphinx, and Egypt, are Greek words. Those words came into existence thousands of years after these structures were already made. So we have to be able to put history in context so that we know whose history we're talking about. And what we'll find is that in most instances, we have been written out of our own history. Our history has been interpreted by the invaders of Africa. So we see our world through their eyes. We interpret our world, our reality, through their language, which is inadequate to describe our reality. So then the process of reclaiming our reality, reclaiming our ancestral memory, requires serious effort on our part. So for example, this building is not a pyramid. The Kemetic name for this structure, Kemet is the original name for the country that the Greeks called Egypt. Kemet means the land of the black people. Not the black soil as National Geographic would have you believe, but the land of the black people. They were very clear about who they were. The structure is not a pyramid. Pyramid is a Greek word which means a little flat cake, like a pancake. That was the Greeks' way of disparaging the architectural accomplishments of the ancient Kemites. Oh, this building is nothing. This 45-story building is nothing. It's just a little pancake. The Kemetic word for this structure is mir, M-I-R. Mir means place of ascension. Mir were built over tombs. Some people were actually buried underneath the mir. Why? Because this structure served symbolically as a resurrection machine. It was a place where the souls of the departed were resurrected into the afterlife, into the beautiful West. Totally different concept from pyramid, isn't it? So if you can't understand your own terminology and the history associated with your terminology, you will walk away believing that the Egyptians were pagan, that they were evil. You won't know, you won't be able to access your historical cultural memory. This statue is not the Sphinx. Sphinx is a Greek word, a word that means to strangle or to hold. The story of the Sphinx, the name Sphinx comes from the story of King Oedipus and the Sphinx, written by Sophocles. It's a story which literally turns the Kemetic story upside down. The image of Heru, the statue is called Heru Emaket, Heru on the horizon. It is the face of Heru, the son of Asar and Aset. If you understand the Kemetic story of Asar and Aset, you realize that Asar is the personification of the person that Christians will later come to know as the Christ. His is the first story in the recorded history of humanity of a person who was resurrected from the dead. And this is his son, who was conceived by the spirit of his father after his death. The spirit of his father Asar impregnated his virgin wife Aset, and she gave birth to Heru on December the 25th, at least 3,000 years before the birth of Jesus Christ. So if you don't know your history and your story, it will be very difficult for you to begin to understand when someone has taken your story, turned it upside down, changed the names, and then present it back to you as your only way to salvation. It's important that we understand the value of restoring our cultural memory, not someone else's cultural memory. So this is a process. And so, you know, I don't want you to feel bad if you don't know this. Just understand that we have been educated by people who have a vested interest in keeping us separated from knowledge of our history and culture. So once we know that, then it's our obligation to do everything within our power to free our minds by reading as much as we can about our history that has been written by our historians and not someone else's historians. That's the only way we can move forward. So now with your minds partially restored, I want you to access your memories and let us return to the present moment. Hold on one second. And let me just ask you to identify a few things. Who is this? George Washington. What is that? Washington's monument. Who is that? Asar. That is Asar. And what is that? That is, no, it's not an obelisk. Obelisk is a Greek name. That is Asar's monument, which is known as a tekin in Kemet. That, brothers and sisters, is the oldest symbol of resurrection known to man. I told you all that Asar was the first person in recorded history who was resurrected from the dead. And that is a symbol that represents his resurrection. So you can begin to see how others have literally co-opted our history, the symbols associated with our history, and used that knowledge in order to insert them in a place in history where they don't belong, where they have never belonged. Hijacking our historical and cultural memories in order to create an inappropriate place for them in history and in the consciousnesses of people all over the world. So this is an important process, something that we can't take lightly. And so it is because of this that Dr. Carter G. Woodson established Negro History Week, and an opportunity to create a time and a space where we can become actively involved in the process of restoring our memory. And what we've come to understand in the years since that celebration was set in motion, Negro History Week evolved to become an entire month, and now it's known as Black History Month, and some refer to it as African Heritage Month. It's an opportunity where we mentally and spiritually engage in restoring our cultural memory. And what we find is that as we slowly begin to regain our memory, it changes our thoughts and our behavior. Consequently, we no longer refer to ourselves as Negroes or colored people. In the 60s, we began calling ourselves black. In the 80s, we began calling ourselves African Americans. And in the 21st century, it's time we started calling ourselves Africans, because that is who we are. And if we identify ourselves as anything less, we will be less than who we are. And so what I've come to truly understand is that if the story of African people were a book of 1,000 pages, then the story of our enslavement would begin on page 997 and would only be 2 pages long. But we have been conditioned to believe that that is when our story begins. And as a consequence, we have, as Dr. Clark has stated on numerous occasions, been written out of the respectable commentary of human history. And so I want us to think about the first 500 pages of this book of African history. They detail the birth and the development of human beings, humanity, Homo sapiens sapiens. It's a Latin word that describes man with thought and with the capacity to know that he's thinking. Thinking man. Sapien means wise. A man with wisdom and has the wisdom to know that he's wise. So the first person with the capacity for thought were us, our ancestors. They only lived in Africa. The oldest skeletal remains of Homo sapiens sapiens have only been found in Africa. It has been proven genetically that Africans have the oldest DNA of any human beings on the planet. And last year, October 9th of last year, the Washington Post was an article that talked about what is now acknowledged as the oldest skeleton of a human being that was found in Africa a decade ago, but they sat on this information for 10 years. It was the skeletal remains of a person that they have named Artie. Artie. Prior to that, the oldest skeleton was one that they named Lucy. All right? But the skeleton of Artie precedes Lucy by 1.5 million years. Geneticists have proven beyond a shadow of doubt that every human being on this planet carries within their bodies the mitochondrial DNA that links them to a group of women who are still living in Africa today. So, as John Jackson said in the Introduction to African Civilization, there's only one race, the human race, which is African. There are those who have retained their African phenotype and others who have speciated or evolved to become the other so-called races that now populate the planet. But we were the first human beings, developed the first cultures and the first civilization. I want us to think about the fact, America's first so-called black president, Bill Clinton, moved into Harlem, right? And he was the first wave of that effort to bring Europeans back to Harlem. And as you said, brother, Europeans are now the dominant population in Harlem. More white folk in Harlem today than there are black folk. They have taken over the hood. But I want you all to remember in 1998, when Clinton made one of his last trips to Africa. He landed first in Accra, Ghana. And when he stepped off the plane in Ghana, CNN showed it, but they didn't really broadcast what he said. But when he stepped off the plane in Ghana, he said to the world how proud he was to be in Africa, the birthplace of humanity. And then a week later, he was in Cape Town, South Africa, and he was interviewed by Tavis Smiley. And he shared with Tavis that just less than 4 months ago, scientists found less than 100 miles from where they were taping that interview, the oldest human footprint on the planet. They didn't talk about that, but Clinton knew where he was. And he shared with those who had ears to hear the importance of African history and culture. I've traveled to Kemet 45 times since I made my first trip with Dr. Ben in 1980. And I want to share with you what I know, not what I believe. Belief is something you accept without proof. But knowledge is what matters. And what I know beyond a shadow of a doubt, that Kemet is the oldest documented nation state on record. Kemet was responsible for creating and giving to humanity, whether she did it intentionally or not, everything that is the foundation of culture and civilization and literacy and architecture and science and philosophy. It all sprang from the minds of African men and women on the Nile Valley. I want us to understand very clearly that African civilization thrived in the Nile River Valley for 3,000 years before the first Europeans came in and got a taste of civilization. And they took that small piece back to Europe with them, and only then did Europe begin to rise as a nation. And they conspired to marshal their forces and come back into Africa and take as much as they could. And in the process of taking, they had to erase the memory of what ancient Kemet was. And that's the reason why, in that historical clock, the ceiling of the Library of Congress begins with Egypt. It begins with Kemet, because they know. So if we look at pages 850 to 996, we would read about the great civilizations in Southern Africa, and Central Africa, and West Africa. Civilizations in Zimbabwe, and Timbuktu, and Songhai, and Nigeria, and Ghana, and Mali. Great African civilizations that were literally erased with the onset of the European enslavement of African people. So on page 997 of this book of African history, we would begin to read about the European enslavement of African people, which lasted from 1444 until 1888. So within that period of time, we can say conservatively that 55 million African men, women, and children lost their lives. And that's a lowball figure. But let's just look at that figure. 55 million African men, women, and children stolen from their homelands, taken to Europe, North America, South America, and every island of the Caribbean, where they were used to build up these nations at the expense of Africa, at the expense of the African homeland. So this loss of life is almost impossible to calculate, but it is possible. And I submit to you that the loss of African life through the Ma'afa is the equivalent of the loss of life that America experienced on September 11, 2001, which is approximately 3,000 lives. It is the equivalent of September 11th happening every day for 44 years and 8 months. Can you imagine this continuous onslaught, day after day after day after day for 44 years and 8 months? That's what happened to us. That is the effort, the ongoing effort that went on to ensure that our memory was erased and that the erasure was forgotten. So that when somebody who looked like you tried to retrieve your memory, you say, nigga, you crazy. Here you come talking that black stuff again. As if there's something wrong with you identifying with your essence. So we struggle to overcome these odds. And what I want to do is to take a moment and give you a more dynamic visual representation of this comprehensive overview of history. And I want to share with you a timeline that a colleague of mine in the UK developed that really helps to explain who we were and where we were. And could I have about 5 brothers to come up here to the front of the room? I want to take this timeline and share it with the audience. I'd like for you all to hold it out. Okay, we can start here on this end. And if you all can stand behind, stand behind, close to the stage. George, move down, so move down as far as you can. Stand behind. Stand behind. Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough, brother. And Sprite, can you move down a little bit? Okay. This is a timeline that my colleague developed in the UK. He was a history teacher. And so, high school history teacher. So he found it's kind of difficult to get his students to relate to history. So he created this pictorial timeline that showed you African history and then related African history with specific individuals during specific points in time in history, and then he begins to contrast African history with other aspects of world history and culture. So then we began 5200 BCE here in Kemet, in Africa, the oldest documented civilization on earth. We have the beginnings of Medu Neter, we have the beginnings of Kemetic concept of spirituality, the beginnings of writing, the beginnings of architecture, the beginnings of philosophy, and then right here, we began to have images of personalities who are responsible for developing the nation. We have Narmer here, who unified the two lands of Kemet. We have here Ptah, who is a Neter associated with creation. We have here the pyramid builders. We have Imhotep, who's responsible for creating the step pyramid, the first man-made structure of stone. We have an image of Zoser here, so we can see the people associated with these moments in time in history. Then we have the mirror at Giza and images of Khufu, Khafra, Menkaura. So we can see the African faces of the African people who are responsible for creating their history. This is the first golden age of Kemet, when all of the pyramids were built, dynasties 3, 4, 5, and 6. We see here images of other historical African personalities, and you can see their faces. They're all African people. The Greeks haven't come into Kemet yet. The Romans have not come in yet. The Arabs have not come in yet. So by going to the historical records, we can see clearly who these people were. We don't have to make up history. Just go to the records. The records are still here. Kemet suffered a period of internal disorder, the second period of confusion, when Asiatics invaded Kemet for the first time in its history, approximately 150 years. And then we had, I forgot the second golden age, dynasties 11 through 12, when all of the great literature of Kemet was written. The spiritual texts, the great literary texts, the wisdom texts, it's all documented, it's all there. For anybody with the mind and curiosity to seek out for themselves and empower themselves. Here's a period of internal disorder and invasion of Kemet. The Europeans, or the Asiatics, only conquered the northern part of Kemet. They never went up south. They never went into Waset, the capital. They never went into Nubia. They only controlled a very small portion of the nation. And when they were driven out, they left Kemet. It was only then that they left with the God concept. They didn't have it before they were in Africa. And then we have here the third golden age, dynasties 18 and 19, when all of the grand temples were built. Temple of Luxor, Temple of Karnak, Abu Simbel. Period of great engineering and temple construction. And then we have here, again, all the personalities associated with African history and culture. And as we see on this timeline, we have a third intermediate period when civilization in Kemet fell again. And then the last great walk in the sun for African people was during the fourth golden age, when the 25th dynasty conquered Egypt and restored the land and allowed Africa to experience, allowed Kemet to experience what Dr. Clark referred to as its last great walk in the sun. And then when the 25th dynasty ended, the end of Kemet began to exist. Foreigners then occupied Kemet from that point on. First the Persians and then other Europeans. And if we look at this timeline, it is only here, around 832, that Homer, the first European to write a book, comes on the scene. Thousands of years after the great literary period in ancient Kemet. So we can contrast our story to their story and turn our world right side up. It's only here in 753 when Romulus and Remus found the city of Rome. So we can put them into their correct historical context. And then it's only here when Alexander conquers Egypt and the Egyptians begin to become white, non-African. And at the end, after the end of Black Kemet, and then there's other periods of Kemetic history. Another important point that my colleague noted in this map is that 1200 BC, according to the research of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima, 1200 BCE is when Africans from the Nile Valley began to build ships, navigate the Nile River, the Mediterranean Sea, the Atlantic Ocean, and began coming to America. So Africans traveled to the Americas between 1200 and 600 BCE. We did come before Columbus. So then, this is when Jesus was born, in the year 0. So all of this happened thousands of years before the birth of Jesus Christ. The story of Asar, Set, and Heru preceded the story of Jesus the Christ. And it's all there for us to see. It's all there for us to understand if we are courageous enough to take this leap of consciousness to free our minds. And it is a leap of consciousness. And then the important thing that I want to share with you is this period right here in blue. From here to here, 1444 to 1888. This is the period of enslavement, the European enslavement of African people. So for most of us, this is where our history begins, with the slave trade, with slavery. So if we allow others to establish this as our point of cultural memory, it means that we are missing out on all of this knowledge, all of this science, all of this philosophy, all of this data that can empower us to become the men and women that we truly are. And unfortunately, for many of our folk, we're stuck here. We're still lamenting what happened to our ancestors 200, 300, 400 years ago because we don't know that we have the capacity, we have the right to tap into all of these memories. That's your birthright. So the purpose of history is to help us restore our memory so that we know where to go in this clock of human history, where we can go to retrieve information that will help us to move forward to create a future that we design and stop living somebody else's reality, which is our nightmare. And then the other thing that the brother did was, you understand that all history is occurring event. You study history in order to understand where you've been, where you are, and where you're going to go. You apply the knowledge of the past in order to determine where not only you're going to go, but where your great-great-great-great-great-grandchildren are going to go. If you can't think and plan for 7 generations in the future, you are wasting air. If you can't begin to plan now for 150 years into the future, you're not living. You're not free. You're not doing what free men and women are supposed to do. So he extends our timeline into the future by tapping into the knowledge of our scholars, Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark and Obinga and Sister Marimba and a host of others who have given us the knowledge that will show us the way forward. This is where we are. And we have to make a conscious choice today whether or not we're going to begin to embrace the memories of the past and to begin to use that knowledge to determine where we're going in the future. Thank you. Can you roll that up for me, please, brother? So then, challenge then becomes, how willing are we to use the resources that we have at our disposal in order to ensure that our children are prepared for a future that we design? Everybody in this room pays taxes. And the lion's share of your taxes goes to support a school system that is miseducating your children and everyone else's children. And the only reason that happens is because we are either too lazy or too afraid or too disorganized to do anything about it. But Oliver here was talking about what we did back in the 50s and the 60s in order to control our destiny. We're still riding on the coattails of the decisions that they made 40 and 50 years ago. It's time for us to start making some real decisions about our future and the future of our children, because the humanity of the world depends on us beginning to, just place it right there on the table, brother, depends on us beginning to accept our rightful place as the mothers and fathers of civilization once again. So there is a direct correlation between ancestral memory, power, cultural capital, and health. If you don't know who you are, you won't be able to understand how to live for life. And you will spend your time and energy living a life in which you're already dead, you just haven't died yet. There's a brother who is becoming a good friend of mine, Brother Tom Morrell, who spoke this morning over at the Alpha Conference, authored a book called Brainwashed, challenging the myth of black inferiority. It is a book that I would highly recommend that every one of you go out, purchase, and study. It is a book not to be read, it is a book to be studied. Brainwashed by Tom Morrell. Tom Morrell was one of the first American Africans to start an advertising agency in 1971. And when he retired from his company, Burrell Communications, in 2005, it was the largest black-owned advertising agency in the world. It had annual receipts of almost $200 million a year. He was a major player in advertising. He was the person responsible for producing ads that showed us for the first time in a positive light, not just as consumers, but people who had some value and people who were worthy of some respect. And so since he's retired, he has now taken his energies to begin to look at how we have been conditioned to buy things we don't need. He talks about how we bought into this myth of black inferiority. And as a consequence, black folks spend more money on household cleaning appliances than any other people in this country. Because we believe that black is inferior, black is dirty, so we spend more money, psychologically, we spend more money buying cleaning goods, trying to clean the blackness out of our skin. You know the Tidy Bowl, this little blue gadget that you put in your toilet to make the water blue? Black folk buy 85% of that product. We have been brainwashed. We have been conditioned to believe in our own inferiority. And what he does with great intelligence and with a plethora of facts and details is shows how the media has conditioned us to work against our own best interests. And he shows in each chapter of the book the short-term and long-term effects of our ignorance. He has chapters on black-on-black relationships, why we can't stay together. He's got a chapter on why we eat ourselves to death. And being the advertising genius that he is, he comes up with these magnificent catchphrases that really allow the concepts to stick in your mind. He talks about how black folks suffer from, we're at the top of every worst disease list in the United States. We have the highest incidence of prostate cancer. Black men in the United States have the highest incidence of prostate cancer. Black men in Washington, D.C., the capital, the wealthiest, most powerful nation on earth, have the highest incidence of prostate cancer on the planet. So with all the education we got in Washington, D.C., with all the money that we got in Washington, D.C., we are dying more. Black men are dying more in greater numbers than any other black men on the planet. Black women have the highest rate of cervical and breast cancer of any females on the planet. We have the highest incidence of diabetes. We have the highest incidence of people on kidney dialysis. Why? Because of diet one. And he refers to this process of us killing ourselves through the food that we eat as chewicide. We literally eat ourselves to death. Eat ourselves to death. And you can drive through any black neighborhood in the country and you see evidence of us eating ourselves to death. All this fried food. All this pork. That's suicide. And we don't have enough historical awareness to realize that that's slave food. That's not food that we ate in Africa. That was part of our diet when we were enslaved here in America, because as Malcolm said in one of his lectures, white folk ate high on the hog. They ate the best part of the hogs. If you're going to eat hog, eat the best part of the hog. But we eat everything but the oil. We ate low on the hog, the feet, the tail, the snout. And what's lower than chitlins? We ate that stuff, but Mama cooked that with love. She infused all that funk with love and made it taste good, but we didn't realize we were eating ourselves to death. Sugar runs in the family. Diabetes runs in the family. Damn it, that's because you eating the same stuff that your mama ate, your grandmama ate. Change your diet and you change your relationship to health. It's Sesame Street simple. It's not rocket science. Change your diet, change the intake of the things that come into your body. You change the chemistry of your body. It is simple. But we've been conditioned to be a people who are moved by emotion and taste, appetites. And this is a false way of living. This is a faulty way of living. This is a disastrous way of living because, as Brother Alva says, next year we'll have a net worth of over $1 trillion. We'll have a net worth of the 7th largest nation in the United States.
In the world.
In the world, Spain. We got all this money. What do we own? What institutions do we have? So we're at a point in our lives where we can no longer afford to act like we don't know. Because folk have a plan for us. They don't need us anymore because they got Hispanics to do what we used to do. So they can escalate the process of us killing ourselves. There's a chapter in Tom Morell's book called Homicide. Why black folk kill each other. And the numbers are startling. You all see it right here in Brooklyn. Every single week you're reading stories about black folk who are killing other black folk for no reason whatsoever. There's a chapter in there about comedians, which he refers to as the new neo-coons. Why the laugh is always on us. Why we're the only people who laugh at things that are embarrassing. We're the only people who will pay money to listen to comedians curse you out. Every other word is profanity. B and H and S and all of this nonsense. And we laugh as if it's funny. So we've got to do a serious reevaluation of what it means to be the descendant of kings and queens and artisans and craft persons and nobles. And either we're going to start acting like it or we need to shut the hell up and stop pimping our ancestors. Because they don't deserve to be pimped that way. We got the best in us, and it's time for us to start acting like it. I want to share this good news with you to wind this session down, because I can talk about this stuff, forever. But I just want to encourage you all to go out and buy Brainwashed by Tom Brown. I'm not even pushing my own books. Go out and buy Brainwashed. It's a book which...
Brainwashed be first.
At my bookstore.
Brother, where's your bookstore?
It's 492 Nostrand Avenue.
And what is the name of your bookstore?
True South. True South Books.
Are you open now?
We're open now.
Brainwashed. Buy that book and study that book.
$16.
We're going to talk about, the sister's got a copy. Sister, can you bring a copy of the book up here for a second? Have a brother bring the book up here. Don't walk up here. Have a brother bring the book up here.
Can I say that he will be at Abyssinia
Oh, that's right, on Sunday.
9 a.m. and 11 a.m. Sunday?
Go see Tom Morell, all right? Go see Tom Morell, and when you see him, tell him Tony Browder sent you, all right? Tell him Tony Browder sent you. This is a magnificent book. The first 11 chapters, he talks about the problems that we're confronted with. In the last chapter, the 12th chapter, he deals with solutions to the problems. All right? So this is an unusual book in that regard. It is, I shared with Tom last week that in my humble estimation, this is the 21st century version of the miseducation of the Negro. The brainwashing of the Negro, and he gives us the blueprint for how we can begin to dry clean our minds. All right? Chapter 12 talks about using the media, the most powerful form of mass communication, mental manipulation ever devised. How we can use the media, the internet, social media networks, cell phones, web pages, YouTube, how we can use this to spread truth and light all over our communities. It's a powerful tool, and it's cheap. So we're going to give you some suggestions as to how you can become involved in this process of freeing your mind. I love the fact that he begins the book with a quote from Malcolm in the introduction. And that quote is a quote that you all have heard dozens and dozens of times. You've been misled. You've been had. You've been took. You've been brainwashed. And it's time for you to dry clean your mind. You've got to do it. White man's not going to do it for you. Your mama's not going to do it for you. Your daddy's not going to do it for you. Jesus ain't going to do it for you. You've got to do it because you have within you the power and the ability to determine your own destiny. It is your birthright. It is in your DNA. Once you understand that, then it becomes a simple thing to do. So let me share with you this news that I'm very excited about. You all are the second audience that I'm sharing this information with. In 2008, I was in Egypt working on doing some research for a new book, and a colleague of mine, an Egyptian colleague of mine, came to my apartment and said that there's a person that I should meet. And this person is a Russian Egyptologist by the name of Dr. Lena Pishtakova, who lives here in New York City, who was trained, came to the United States in 1990, got a degree from NYU in Egyptology, trained under Bernard Bothmiller, who was at that time the foremost authority on the art and the architecture of the 25th Dynasty. The 25th Dynasty is that era in Kemetic history. It is the era of the last of the four golden ages, Africa's last great walk in the sun. It is the only period in Kemetic history that European Egyptologists acknowledged was ruled by black pharaohs. We know better, but they give us the 25th dynasty. Why? Because the kings from the 25th dynasty came from Kush. Kemet was as knocked out as George Foreman was in the Rumble in the Jungle. Right? Kemet was flat on his back. And so the Kushite kings came into Kemet, drove out the Libyans, drove out the Assyrians, and restored order from the south to the north. And then they underwent a massive rebuilding project. First Pianke, then his brother Shabaka. And then their sons followed in their footsteps. They gave us an example of what black men did when they were in control of their destiny. It is a model that we can use today, that our black men throughout the United States can use today. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. The information is already here waiting for us to tap into. So Dr. Lena Pishtakova worked for the Metropolitan Museum. She was involved in excavating and conserving a number of tombs in Egypt, specifically in Luxor. In her spare time, she was looking for these tombs, these 25th Dynasty tombs that she had read about in a 19th century book written by a couple of British travelers who had seen the tomb. She also had read a book by a German architect by the name of Eigner, who had visited that tomb in the 1970s. She knew that these were important tombs, built in the early part of the 25th Dynasty. She had a general idea of where they were. So in her spare time, working for the Metropolitan Museum, she began to use her money to hire workers to dig in an area known as South Ossetia. And in 2005, she found the tombs. And so when she came to her employer and told her employer of her discovery, this 25th Dynasty tomb, the 25th Dynasty tomb is an era of, it is the era of the Rehimimisu, the repetition of the birth. It is documented as the first Renaissance in recorded history, where Africans were physically involved in reconstituting the land of their ancestors. And in these images that she found in this tomb, specifically the tomb of Karakamun, who was the first archpriest of the Temple of Karnak, in this tomb, built 2,700 years ago, she found images of this African wearing the same clothing of his ancestors who were the pyramid builders in the first golden age, who lived 2,000 years earlier. She found him sitting on the same furniture, same style of furniture as his ancestors had 2,000 years earlier. So it represented what they already knew, that the 25th dynasty was an era of retroactive remembrances. Sankofa, going back and accessing the memories of the past and bringing them into the present moment so that you can create a future for the children who are coming behind you. And it's all documented, and it's all African. So she went to her employer, the Metropolitan Museum, told them of her discovery, and they told her, leave it alone. Walk away from it. But this is history. It shows you that the black people from Kush were the same black people as the ones who built the pyramid. Those are not your people. Leave them alone. So this courageous woman quit her job. Used her own money, her 401k, to finance the excavation. And when she ran out of money, she used her daughter's college fund to pay for it. So when I met her in July of 2008, she had run out of money. And she was afraid. Maxed out her credit cards, didn't know where she was going to turn. I was introduced to her by a colleague. She was apprehensive of me at first. Who are you and what are you? And we talked a little bit, and I felt her heart, felt that she was sincere. And then she took me down into the tomb, and when I saw what was there, I knew that this is something that I needed to get involved with. And I made a commitment to her that I would get the word out. I would let folk know what you have here. That I would raise money so that we can see to it that this history is restored. So we cultivated a relationship, and in 2009, I took my first group of folk over to Egypt to participate in this process, in this excavation. We financed the excavations of 2008, 2009. We made some incredible discoveries. 2010, we financed that year's excavation. This past summer, we took a total of 13 people over to participate in the excavation. She's got students coming from all over the world to participate in this. PhD students, master's students from universities in Arizona, universities in England, white folk coming to learn about our history so that they can become the experts to tell our story. We were there for a different purpose. And we were there because we financed all of the work that was going on. And we struck pay dirt last month. So I want to share with you very briefly what we found. This project that we have, this is the image of Karakamun, the priest, the first archpriest of the Temple of Karnak. The project is called the Asa Restoration Project, named in honor of Dr. Asa G. Hilliard, who passed in Egypt August 13, 2007. He was there for the ASCAT conference when he fell ill. He was hospitalized in Cairo and passed in Cairo. So Dr. Hilliard was my colleague. Dr. Hilliard was my spiritual father, my guide, my brother. He wrote the introduction to my first book from the Browder file. And so I felt, what better way could I honor my brother than to name this project after him? I went to Atlanta, I spoke with his family, I received their blessings and their permission, so we established the Asa Restoration Project, which is a non-profit entity, which means that any contribution you made to this project can legally be written off as a tax-deductible expense. So, this is what we're doing. This is South Asasif. This is the area where the excavations are currently taking place. South Asasif is in Luxor, Egypt, on the west bank of Luxor, Egypt, right near the Valley of the Kings. For those of you who have been to Kemet, if you've gone to the Temple of Hatshepsut, you've driven right past this site. There used to be a village right here, homes. A village that was run by the Abdullah Rasul family, who was the chief of the village. The Rasuls are the greatest tomb robbers in the history of Egypt. For over 200 years, they robbed the tombs of our ancestors and sold their artifacts on the white market to tourists. Financed their lifestyle at our historical and cultural expense. And Dr. Lena found the three tombs there. The tomb of Karabashkin. Karabashkin was the mayor of Waset, Luxor, or Thebes. That was the capital of Kemet. He was appointed mayor under the rulership of Pianke. So this is the beginning of the 25th dynasty. Karakamun was the first archpriest of the Temple of Karnak, the largest temple complex ever built by human beings. He was responsible for doing the morning libations at the Chapel of Amun in the Temple of Karnak. And then there's the 26th dynasty tomb of Itiyeru. Itiyeru was a sister who was the chief attendant to the divine consort of the wife of Amun. Important tombs. So as a result of her discoveries, last year the Egyptian government came in and removed all of the homes so that we would have free access to this site to do our excavation work. So this is what we're doing. This is an image from last year. This is a photograph of the same area from this year, last month, actually July. And so what we see here is the open courtyard, the first open pillared hall of this tomb. I want you all to see this tomb of Karakamun in your mind. This tomb is 40 feet underground, literally carved out of limestone. So this tomb is not architecture, it's sculpture. So you had in the first pillared hall 8 pillars that were 4-sided pillars that have on 3 of the 4 sides 3 of the hours of the day. So 4 pillars on one side were the 12 hours a day, 4 pillars on the other side were the 12 hours of night. So the idea was that the spirit of Karakamun moved through this first pillared hall on his way to the second pillared hall where his burial chamber was. And as he walked along this corridor, he was surrounded by the words that his soul must say as his heart is about to be weighed on the scale of my eye. This is a way of ensuring that this brother will be Ma'at Keru, true of voice. All of this was destroyed by the Greeks, by the Romans, by the Arabs. The ceiling of this tomb collapsed in the 1990s. And that collapse probably saved this tomb from further destruction. So all of this was covered with sand. It all had to be removed. So you got to pay for the workers, got to pay for the supplies. Here is the pillars in the first pillared hall. This is the excavation that we did last year. This year, we are focusing our energies on the second pillared hall, which was right through this entranceway here. So we covered 7 of the pillars with mud bricks in order to protect them as the workers are moving back and forth so that they aren't damaged. They're all covered with metal netting. They were originally about 10 feet high. They're now stumps maybe about 3.5, 4 feet high because they've all been destroyed. When the ceiling collapsed, they fell. So we're going through all of this debris to find the fragments so that we can reconstruct this tomb. And here is one pillar here that we're literally in the process of reconstructing right now. That was one of the goals for this year. So here's a detailed shot of that first pillar. We have a group of conservators who are consolidating the stone so that we can have new limestone placed on top of the missing pieces so that we can reconstruct this pillar and then insert the pieces of metal netting that we found within the debris so that ultimately we can reconstruct the entire tomb and open it to the public. So here's a shot that was taken in early July. We hired a stone cutter to cut the blocks of limestone to specific dimensions so that they could be inserted onto this pillar. The workers are drilling holes into the stone, inserting steel rods, cementing these pieces together so that it will be consolidated and be able to ultimately hold a ceiling so that we can recreate this entire environment. And then here's the last shot that was taken in August just before we shut down at the end of the season. So this column now is about 10 feet high. We have to do the same thing to the 8 to the 7 additional columns in that first courtyard. It costs approximately $10,000 just to reconstruct this one column. So this is an endeavor that is going to require funds, consistent funds. It's going to take anywhere from about 7 years, 5 to 7 years to complete this work. And Europeans have already said they're not paying for it because they don't want this story to be public. So we have an opportunity right now to spend our dollars to help tell our story. So here's another shot of the first pillared hall. This is the area where we concentrated our efforts. And so we're now working in the area of the second pillared hall. This is the view that shows you the first pillared hall, and this is the area where we concentrated all of our excavations this season. And so I'm over there in July, getting the lay of the land, getting the feel of the tomb. Over there with Egyptologists, over there with students who've gotten their PhDs in Egyptology and their masters in Egyptology. And I don't have a degree in Egyptology. No, I just have an interest in the information. But I'm here with an agenda. I'm here with money, bringing money to the table to make all of this possible. And I have a vested interest in seeing that the story of Karakamoon is told, seeing that his spirit is finally honored after being desecrated for over 2,000 years. And so as I'm moving through this environment, I'm literally tapping into the consciousness of Karakamoon, tapping into the people who built this sacred space, asking them for permission to be there doing this work, asking them to help me understand where it is we should concentrate our energies, because we don't have a lot of money. We can't afford to be just digging anywhere. Tell me where we should dig. Tell me where we can maximize our efforts. And so, I don't know if it was Karakamoon or who said, Browder, tell them to dig right in this area. So I tell Dr. Lena, why don't you have the workers here concentrate right at this spot right here. This is where you're going to find the stairs. 2 days later, Dr. Lena, Tony, we found it. We found the stairs. So by mid-July, we found the first stairs that led down to the burial chamber. By August, they had opened up the entrance to the burial chamber. This is my daughter, Atlantis, right? And so we went inside of this chamber. Let me just give you a brief overview of what we saw, what we found. And this is what made news last week. As a matter of fact, today they announced it on the Town Journal Morning Show. Right? So it's going national now. Right? So hopefully our folk will begin to respond. We'll get money, we'll get materials, we'll get more people involved in the process so that we can be guaranteed of completing the work. This is my daughter crawling through the rubble, coming inside of this burial chamber. And no, we were not afraid, right? Because we're doing good work. Because we are protected by our ancestors. We're not here as tomb robbers, we're here as tomb restorers. Right? Big difference, big difference. Here's Dr. Lena coming in behind Atlantis. And then you come into the main area of the burial chamber, which is some 10 feet below the ground of the floor of the tomb. Now the tomb is 40 feet below ground level. This initial chamber is 10 feet below that, 50 feet below ground level. And then we find this shaft, which extends down 30 feet into the stone. So we're now 80 feet below the surface. We didn't have a 30-foot long ladder. We had a couple of 15-foot ladders. So what the workers did was tied 2 ladders together. And we climbed down this ladder into the burial chamber. And again, no, we were not afraid because we were doing our ancestors' work. Right? We were protected by them. So here, Atlantis is climbing down the ladder. And then this is what we found inside the burial chamber. This is inside of the burial chamber, inside of the tomb of Karakamoon.
Hey,
Right.
hey.
So now, this is what Zahir Was and the Supreme Council of Antiquities released the press release on last week, announcing to the world this discovery. So it's important for us to understand that American Africans, us, financed this. We made it possible. And so, as my daughter and I had reached the bottom of the ladder and about to go into the burial chamber, I said, baby, I want you to go in first. Because I want you to be the first American African to go inside of this tomb. Right? So here we are. The tomb, the burial chamber, is about 12 feet wide, 18 feet long. Height from floor to ceiling is approximately 7 feet. But the Rasuls beat us there. They had already robbed the tomb. They had already desecrated this sacred space. And not only did they steal the artifacts, but in their effort to cover their tracks, they filled the room with debris. So we're sitting on a pile of rubble that's approximately 4 feet high. So we only have about 3 feet clearance between the rubble and the ceiling in this small environment. So I want to show you some highlights of this space, right? On the ceiling is an image of Newt, the Netcher, who represents the sky, who swallows the sun when it sets in the west and gives birth to it in the east as Kepri. So this ceiling is covered with celestial and astronomical scenes to guide the soul of Karaka Moon as he makes his journey to the beautiful west. Right? So here is a more detailed image. Look at that African face. Look at that Nubian face. Huh? So when you're in charge of telling your story, you can depict your images of your ancestors, of your Netru, in your image, because that's what free people do. As Dr. Ben said a long time ago, man was not made in the image of God. God was made in the image of man. Because man created the concepts of God in order to allow his mind to move forward into a world that the Netru created. So we create images of the Netru that look like us because we're exercising our prerogative. Why? Because we are the Netru's chosen people. Because we chose the Netru. Right? That's how it works.
Can you repeat that, my brother? God is not made of what?
Well, the idea, the concept is free people choose their relationship with the Creator, choose their relationship with God. And free people create God, or the Netru, in their own image. So we made the choice to choose our relationship with God. We were the first chosen people known to man. So when you know that, it changes your whole attitude. It changes your consciousness. It changes your relationship with this force, this power that we call God. Because it exists within you. It is in every cell in your body. And when you know that, it creates a relationship that allows you to do anything. And that's why we did and how we did what we did when we were in Kemet. No people on the planet have done what we've done. That demonstrates our relationship with the Netru, our relationship with God. No people on the planet have ever had that quality of a relationship with deity as we have. So we need to stop looking to other people's concept of God and return home. Be true to ourselves, be true to what? Our God, be true to our native land. So then, here is an image of celestial figures, constellations in the heavens. This is how we go home. These were the first people to give humanity a concept of heaven, a concept of the salvation of the soul, a concept of judgment, a concept of resurrection. These were all concepts that sprang from the minds of African men and women in the Nile Valley when we knew who we were and demonstrated that knowledge every day of our lives. Stars in the heavens. 5-pointed stars which represent your body. Head, 2 arms, 2 legs. That's why all stars that we see on the flags of all countries have 5 points on them. That's a Kemetic invention. That's a Kushite invention. And what we know through the real study of history, what we know when we study Chancellor Williams, author of Destruction of Black Civilization, Kemet is Ethiopia's oldest daughter. So the culture really begins further south and further east. And it's all connected. It's all interrelated. I had some wonderful conversations with some Egyptologists from all over the world who are not held in check by some of the racist views in America. And they were telling me things about the relationship between the Kemites and the modern-day Sudanese and the modern-day Ethiopians, that they're all part of the same culture. They have the same oral traditions. We don't get that information here. No. But folk know that. So it's time for us to begin to do the research, do the primary research, and share that knowledge with the rest of our brothers and sisters. So here's Aladdis again, here's Dr. Lena, here's Hassan. Hassan is the person that introduced me to Dr. Lena 3 years ago. Okay, part of our family, part of our extended family. And then here's Atlantis. Atlantis and I spent a week in this burial chamber, excavating, recording, and photographing the objects that we found. I want you all to take note of what she's holding in her hand. She is holding the mummified hand of a child. So what we found in this burial chamber were the remains of 2 adults and a child. So it is our belief that this was the burial chamber for Karakamoon, his wife, and their child. We found in this tomb 2 skulls. Told you these were all mummified remains that the Rasul family violated in the worst way imaginable. Tore apart these bodies, tore apart the caskets to get to the gold, to get to the jewelry, to get to the papyrus scrolls that were buried within their body, that were wrapped within the bandages, so that they could sell this to finance their lifestyle. That proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that these are not their ancestors.
No.
They wouldn't do that to their Arab ancestors.
No.
And if they were truly Egyptians, they wouldn't do it to their Egyptian ancestors. They are invaders, and they prove that point over and over and over again. So it is our responsibility as the wealthiest African people on the planet, as the best educated African people on the planet, it is our responsibility to save the motherland.
That's right.
And to tell our story to the world.
Speak on it, brother.
Right? So that's what we're doing. We found a jawbone. So we're finding body parts.
This is simple.
We're doing what Aset did when she went searching for the missing parts of Asar's body. We are literally remembering our history and our culture. It was a special time down there. When we were down there in this tomb 7 hours a day, a week. Felt his spirit. Felt the spirit of his family. We're there doing their work. Found a mummified arm. You can still see the wrappings, the linen wrapping in his arm. The bone, his arm is still inside. These people have no respect.
No.
None whatsoever. Yes, sir.
Brother Browder, those colors on the wall, those are the original colors. Is that right?
Those are the original colors of the tomb that was created 2,700 years ago. 2,700 years ago. A lot of it has been destroyed. You can see the ceiling is flaked. And we found hundreds and hundreds of fragments of the ceiling. So part of our job over the course of the next 2-3 years is to try to assemble as many of those fragments back to the ceiling as we can to reconstruct this ceiling. Restore this sacred space. So, here's a shot of the staircase after we cleaned the entire area. So this is what it looked like. Stairs leading down to the burial chamber. There are 15 stairs leading down to the burial chamber. Here's a shot from inside of the burial chamber looking out. 15 stairs leading down. There's a vestibule here, and then there's another ramped staircase with 7 stairs which lead you into the actual burial chamber itself. We paid to have all of this excavated. That happened on our dime. That happened because of us. And I'm proud of what we did. I want the world to know what we did. So here's a photograph of our team. This was the August team that was there. Brothers and sisters who paid their way to come to Kemet to work for 2 weeks on this site. Right? And as I'm moving around, folks say, you know, Tony, you look a lot like Karakamoon, you know? So maybe his spirit is working through me to make all of this happen. I can accept that. I like to think that. But this quote here is a quote that I paraphrase a quote from King Kashta, who was the father of Pianke and Shabaka. And this quote, he was the king of Kush, and he initiated the first effort to restore the land of his ancestors. He died before they marched into Kemet. So his son, Pianke, continued his father's work. And when Pianke died, his brother Shabaka continued his father's work. And then when they died, their sons continued their efforts because they knew where they were going. They knew what they had to do. Right? And so conscious statement says that there is no past, present, or future, for they all exist simultaneously. So there's this thing, this eternal now, which we are involved in. So we can be as free as we want to be, but we have to want to be free. We have to know that we deserve to be free and know that there is something to protect and to pass on to those who come behind us. We've got the tools at our disposal right now to liberate ourselves. So we don't have to reinvent the wheel. We don't have to invent history or culture. We don't have to make nothing up. We have all the evidence right now. All we need to do is to have the desire to spread the word to as many people as possible. So this is what we're doing with the Asa Restoration Project. We are working to do three primary things. The Asa Restoration Project is dedicated to the restoration of the Kushite presence in Kemet and the preservation of the legacy of Dr. Asa G. Hilliard III. And anybody who doesn't know that Dr. Hilliard's life isn't worth preserving doesn't know Jack. He was a man who gave his life to African people. Right? One of our most brilliant scholars. So, three-pronged project. One, we are looking for 400 people to make a tax-deductible pledge of $10 a month for 1 year. That will give us the $40,000 a year that we need to work on these tombs, to do the excavation, the conservation, and the restoration. Right? 400 people, that ain't a lot of people. So if you stop spending your money in these other shops here in Brooklyn and Chicago and DC and elsewhere, you'll have more than enough money to finance our future. And that's what we're talking about doing. What we also want to do, we like to be able to take at least 40 people back to Kemet next year for the excavation season so that you can be involved, physically involved in the process, for those who want to go. And I'm telling you right now, we only want people who are willing to work. We work 6 days a week, from 6 o'clock in the morning to 1 o'clock in the afternoon in 115, 120 degree temperature. So if you're not willing to work, we don't need you there. We don't need folk complaining. We don't need folk crying. We don't need, stay here, send your money instead. We need workers. Workers. And the third component, which is also important, for those who can't go, for whatever reason, what we want to establish are cultural circles. Cultural circles are action-oriented study groups that we're going to establish. These cultural circles we have named in honor of Dr. Ivan Van Sertima. The whole purpose of the cultural circle is to put together a curriculum where we're focusing solely on 3 texts. These are action-oriented study groups. Black folk have been talking forever. It's time for us to act. So these are action-oriented study groups. What we're doing is coming together to study 3 texts. The first text is Dr. Hilliard's book, Savor, The Reawakening of the African Mind. The second text is my book, Nile Valley Contributions to Civilization. The third text is Dr. Hilliard's DVD, Master Keys. So that will be our curriculum for understanding the 4 golden ages of Kemet, to be able to put that knowledge into historical context. And then once you have mastered that information, we then want to train people to be able to go out into communities and to teach this information. Take it to schools and churches and organizations and meetings so that we can begin to tell our story. Right? We want to be able to provide you with the information. We want to be able to provide you with the slides so that you can tell the story. You ain't got to make nothing up. You don't have to argue with white folk. You just tell the truth. And the truth will free our minds and our behinds. And so then, the whole essence of this project, we're future-oriented. We're action-oriented. You all know this man, right? Will Smith. Will Smith is the man in Hollywood right now. Time magazine referred to Will Smith as the $2 billion man. Everything he touches turns to gold. Will Smith.
What did he get back?
Brother, Will Smith, his wife, and Jay-Z produced Fela. All right? A serious piece. If you ain't seen Fela, brother, you slacking. Go see Fela. It's a powerful story. They're using their money and doing what they can. They're giving back in many different ways. They can't do it overtly because they'll lose their job. All right? They're using their money just like many actors and actresses, entertainers during the civil rights era. They couldn't come out publicly and denote and donate money to the movement. But they did that thing so they can keep their job, keep their profile, make some money, and they financed a lot of the work. So we got to be clear about who's doing what, and we need to kind of temper our critiques and criticism of folk until we check them out thoroughly. We got to stop gossiping and stop tearing each other down, because that's all part of the brainwashing. Right? We're standing on the threshold of a new point in time in history. We ain't got time to be fighting each other. Right? It's time to do the work and work with people who have demonstrated that they are worth working with. Right? So Will Smith currently has in production a film in which he's going to play this man. The film is called The Last Pharaoh. He's going to play Taharka. Taharka was the last major king of the 25th dynasty. So what we are proactively preparing ourselves to do is to train hundreds of people who have an understanding of ancient Kemet and the 25th dynasty. We're going to arm them with the information that we are currently uncovering right now, so that when that movie comes out, we can have thousands of people go to the theater the first weekend and support that film so that it could be #1 in the box office. If black folk, in our foolishness, could make Medea Goes to Jail the #1 movie in America, then we deserve to make The Last Pharaoh the #1 movie for at least 2 weeks running. I'm tired of seeing Medea goes to jail, Medea gets hemorrhoids, Medea acts a fool. That is foolishness. We are paying for foolishness. We're paying to put ourselves back into mental incarceration. So we should be willing to stand up now and pay for our liberation. This is an opportunity, brother, for us to stand up for our own liberation. We got to be forward thinking, all right? So then part of our goal is to begin to initiate that process and to get folk ready for when this thing comes down the pipe. So then, let me just end on this note so we can take a few questions and we can wind down and get out of here so we don't violate our relationship with the folk who operate this space. We got to be respectful of every place we go, all right? Every place we go. Everything we need to do, anything we want to do is already inside of us. Stop looking outside yourself.
Yes.
You are carrying within you the DNA of all of your ancestors. The greatest men and women who ever walked this planet live in you right now. So it's time to tap into those cultural memories, those ancestral memories. Stop complaining. Stop talking about the white man. Stop talking about the white man, because every time you talk about him, you give him power. As the brother was saying, stop spending your money with folk who don't respect you. Stop thinking and talking about people who don't respect you. Talk about yourself. Give yourself that respect. Give yourself that power. And you'll find that just by changing your thought pattern, changing your conversation, you change the power dynamic. And that's what time it is. We are standing on the threshold of a new era of humanity. And we cannot afford to miss the boat this time, brothers and sisters, because if we do, I don't know if our ancestors are going to give us another chance. All right? So take down the web address. You can go to the website. You can right now make a tax-deductible contribution to the Nation Restoration Project. I'm calling our folk out. If Dr. Lena Piszczykova can spend her life savings trying to tell your story, y'all can at least afford to spend $10 a month to show your gratitude and become engaged in the process. So there's no excuse, none whatsoever. So I'll shut up now and take some questions. Yes, sir, brother in the back.
We don't have time. We really don't have time for the questions. And I tell you,
Sure, do your thing, brother, do your thing.
we want to give thanks to Reverend Dillon and the members of this church for allowing us this space. But they're very precise on time. And we were supposed to be out of here really at 9:30. Okay. Now, I'm asking you, don't leave, because we also have to pay. I mean, you know, nothing is really free. We have to pay our speaker. We have to raise an honorarium. And you cannot pay for what you have received this evening. Let's give Brother Browder a hand. The sacrifice, the work, the commitment, the dedication, you can't buy that. This is love. But what we can do is give him a token of our appreciation and our love. So don't want to take up a lot of time doing this, but if there's anybody here who can donate tonight, 50 bucks, would you please raise your hand? Brother Oba and Sister Yah are co-producers of this event. You know, I've been up here talking all evening and they quiet, but we work like that together. We trust each other, we know each other, so one hand washes the other. So Brother Oba here has a basket in which we want to put something in. So if we can get just 2 people to donate $50 to help us with tonight's expenses, it'll go a long ways. Can we get 2 people with $50? Just 2 people. Open your heart. Any hands? Okay. All right. Let's do $20. How many people we can get that? Okay, thank you, Brother Munderson. $20 for Brother Munderson. Anybody else? Sister who went to Egypt with Brother Browder. I know you enjoyed that trip. Thank you, sister. Thank you, brother. Brother Shabazz. Thank you, Brother Shabazz. What's your name, sister, out of the door there? Sister Grader? I hope we're going to see you next week. Yeah, because thank you so much. We'll be having these lecture series every week. They're very serious. Next week we will be dealing with banning the N-word, how the word nigger promotes enslavement and inferiority, and why that word must be banned from our usage. Okay. Anybody else with $20? Okay. Okay, in the back, that sister in the back got $20. Didn't you raise your hand, sister? Oh, brother Tyrone. Thank you, Brother Tyrone. Let's move down to $10. Let's try to do this real quick. I think probably everybody got $10. Thank you. Thank you, Brother Moses. Thank you. Thank you, sister, so much.
Don't everybody leave.
And don't forget to stop by South Books. True South. Why is it True South?
We are oriented to the South. That's where our people come from. That's where our culture comes from. That's where our values come from. And if we adhere to those cultures and those values, we are True South.
Go by True South. True South. Nostrand Avenue. What's the address? Nostrand? 492 Nostrand Avenue. All right, everybody, you got $10? Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Let's get all these $10 right quick. We're getting close. We're getting close. We don't want to hold you. We're getting close. Brother Tony has books. He has tapes over here. You want to come? You want to announce this? Everybody with $5, please. Let's get your hands. Can we get these $5 in this basket right quick?
We don't want to take the food home with us, so come over and donate what you can.
Greetings. Brothers and sisters,
Bring the mic down to you.
brothers and sisters, coming up November the 12th and the 13th, Reverend Dillon, who's the pastor, the angel of this house, he will be having an empowerment conference. And if anyone wants to talk about economics, Reverend Dillon is the one to talk to, because he has written extensive information on how we spend our dollars and where we spend our monies. So at the table as you go out, there's flyers. We'd like for you to take one. We'd also like for you to come out and support this event. This event, again, is on November the 12th and the 13th. And please, for information, the phone number is on the flyer. You can get further information. Thank you.
And spread the word, because we're going to be here every Thursday. The door is open at 6 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly. Thank you. Thank you very much for your warm welcome. It's great to be back here with you again this evening. It's been a while, and I always appreciate coming and being with you. And of course, appreciate your support. And I know each time I've been here, I've promised you about our next publication, but it's definitely on the way.
All right.
We are definitely now expecting to be out in November. And of course, each time I talk with you, the book gets larger. At last count, Brother Sababu, my co-partner there, told me we were around about 800 pages. So we're going to try to split it up for you, maybe 4 and 4. Give you some good wintertime reading. But then in a way, it's when we recognize that we are as complicated as any other people. And one of the things sometimes we underestimate the degree to which we must address ourselves as a people. And too often we have people who think that our issues and the things that we have to deal with can be described in 25 words or less. And so there are people who think that we are small people and small-minded people, so they don't have to write sometimes some sizable material. If other nations and other people require libraries to deal with their issues, so do we. And the interesting thing about the upcoming book is that with that 800 pages, it's basically a survey looking at various areas of life. If you recall, we titled it Blueprint for Black Power. And we are essentially then trying to lay out a blueprint, a prescriptive book. Now we are coming into more and more into prescriptive type of writing, laying out very practical kinds of steps and very practical methods for achieving what it is we must achieve as African people. This means we have to cover a lot of territory. We are covering psychology, we are covering, of course, history, sociology, a great deal of political science, a great deal of economics, and related fields, anthropology and so forth, because all of these have to be combined in the process of nation building. And this is what we really have to be about, is the process of building a nation as a people. If you're not thinking in terms of nationhood, then I must say, frankly, you're not thinking seriously of being liberated.
All right. All right.
Trying to integrate and merge with our enemies is not going to solve our problem.
All right.
And it's not going to happen, as a matter of fact. It is a fantasy that has kept us from taking care of business for far too long. The idea that we are going to one day be one with these people. That we're going to merge into invisibility with these white folk. And even if that were possible, we should question our motives for wanting to do so. You know, why would you want to merge with the world's greatest criminals and thieves? With the people who have the worst values the world has ever known. It amazes me sometimes how we can hear some of our parents telling our children we want to be just like them. Yeah, it's a joke. It's an insult to hear Dan Quayle or to hear President Clinton come and lecture black folk on values.
All right. All right. All
To
right.
how dare we let these people into our churches to try to lecture us on values? Mm-hmm. It's an amazing situation to try to talk to us about values, to try to talk to us about population control. Another joke. Yeah. The first thing we think about when people talk about population control is the overproduction of African people. You know, so-called third world people. As I said, we can solve the overpopulation problem quickly if we could reduce the European population drastically. Mm-hmm. Yes, and people, of course, as I tell you, this world has to always be backwards, you see. The ones who need to be reduced most drastically have the world thinking the other way around. Because a good deal of the problem sometimes is not the number of people in the world, but the number of greedy people in the world. Where you have a so-called minority of people who consume the vast majority of the world's resources. This large population that they talk about could eat better if these people weren't eating everything up. And so, to a good extent, sometimes, to have more for everybody to eat, you have to get rid of the greedy ones. The ones who are over-consuming, who are taking the food out of other people's mouths. You see? But here you have the people who rob you and take everything you got and then say, you don't have enough to support yourself. You know? And this is the kind of joke that we got going at here. And we're going to come back to this issue of values. But we're going to talk a little bit about African-centered consciousness, personality, and culture as instruments of power. Because ultimately, this is what this whole struggle is about. Power. Not loving one another and all those things we hear. Power. And to a great extent, the problems that we are confronted with today as African people and African people in America flows from our powerlessness or our inappropriate use of power. We've been made to even talk about it. We've been made to think that power is sinful and that to pursue it is a sinful pursuit. And that it's wrong. But you cannot exist without power. Without power, there is no life. A battery without power is dead. You need power to act, to behave in the world, to deal with the world. And consequently, then, we must interpret what we are about in terms of power. And we have the power, ladies and gentlemen. We have the possibilities. We just need to reorganize ourselves, reorganize our consciousness and our personality and our culture, and see them as instruments of power, and use them as instruments of power to transform our situation. So we should not look at consciousness as some abstraction. As I often tell people, the most practical thing you can have is a good theory, is a good concept to guide your behavior, to be used as an instrument to measure reality, as an instrument to test reality. A good theory then organizes the world and organizes one's approach to the world. It permits one to be able to evaluate the world in terms of where one wants to go and in terms of what one wants to do. To be without theory then is to approach the world on an ad hoc basis, you know, just to meet it here and there, and to not approach it in a systematic form. To live reactionarily, always reacting to what other people are doing, always being overwhelmed by events and overwhelmed by the future, instead of creating events and creating the future and making the future.
All right.
See, when one has then a good theory and a good concept, one is able to do that. Consciousness, without human consciousness, there is no world. It is the presence of human consciousness that brings meaning into the world.
All right.
Without human beings in this world, conscious human beings in this world, in effect, there would not be a world. We bring the world into being through our consciousness. And through our consciousness, we create the world we live in. Out of the totality of reality, our consciousness cuts out a world that befits itself. In other words, the kind of world you exist in reflects the kind of consciousness that you have. And notice, if you change your consciousness or change your values and orientation, you enter into a different world. You interact with different people. People often that you didn't even know existed in the world. Social situations that you might not have even recognized until you entered into a new level of consciousness. You see people, say, for instance, who become addicted, say, to crack or something, and now enter into a whole world and enter into a whole social system that before they became addicted, they hardly noticed. They didn't know what it was all about. And they picked up new friends and new relations, whole new ways of acting, whole new purposes in life. They lost old friends, broke with old families, and all kinds of things. In other words, the consciousness, that addictive consciousness, brought into the world a new foreground and put other things into the background. Therefore, man's consciousness is a creative act. And the kind of consciousness you have will determine the kind of world you create.
All right.
And consequently, when you look at the world that we live in, African people, we must recognize to a great extent it is a world of our own creation.
All right.
It is a world that has been generated by the type of consciousness we've been permitted to be instilled in us as a people.
All right.
As I told you earlier today on the radio, we talk about the white man as having power. And I want you to recognize that power ultimately has to do with a relationship between people. And that the white man's so-called power is to a great extent based upon the nature of the relationship he has with the black man. We empower him by the nature of our own behavior and attitudes as a people. He cannot be, as I said earlier, what he is unless we are what we are.
All right.
I'm telling you. To a good extent, the European is our creation.
All right.
Yes. Mm-hmm. If we look at our behavior, we will see that to a good extent it is our behavior, our values, our consciousness, the kind of personalities we've established in ourselves, our tastes, our desires and needs that maintains the European in this position.
All right.
We talk about the civil rights movement and the apartheid system of the South. When blacks decided just to get out of the buses and walk, the system changed.
All right.
Yeah. When they just stopped sitting behind the white driver, just changing that relationship,
All right.
changed the nature of power in that system. When they decided then to walk side by side, when they decided to walk abreast and line themselves up, because they had not walked that way before, for the ends before, the relationship changed. When they kept their monies in their pockets,
All right.
when they sat on those stools and blocked the other people from them, and changed the nature of the interactions between themselves and Europeans, the nature of the system changed. So therefore, we have tremendous power. It depends upon how we align ourselves as a people and how we decide to relate to other people in the world, because they cannot have what they have unless we are who we are. And that is why we don't have to spend a great deal of time always appealing to them and analyzing them, because we can better appeal to our own sense of self and our own consciousness. And we waste a lot of time trying to transform them, when through transforming ourselves, they will be transformed automatically. The power is in our hands. We are not destined to be the servants of white folk. That is not the destiny of black folk. No way. And we have to change this idea, because many of us are still operating on that concept. As I said this morning, many of us go to these schools to become what? Qualified. To work for whom? For them. Why do we assume that they're going to have the jobs for us? Yes. These people are having difficulty making jobs for themselves. The greatest problems that the Europeans are facing today, and the European economies are facing today, is that they are not generating enough jobs for their own people. And even though America is bragging about the millions of jobs it's creating, those jobs are part-time jobs. The bulk of them are part-time jobs, low-wage jobs, and jobs that have little or no future. So when people talk about creating jobs, you got to ask what kind of jobs are being created. That is why, of course, this system is not investing in black education. It no longer needs black people to maintain its employment structure. You see it bringing in people from outside of the nation to be employed. You see it even is hiring in the world itself, in other nations and other places. Already, it has reached the point where its need for black males is pretty much saturated. And it literally then is warehousing us in the jails and prisons and provoking us to kill each other and to destroy each other out here in these streets. And yet we are still organizing the education of our children as if the white man still has jobs waiting for them in multitudes. How different our education would be if we sent our children to school to create jobs for themselves. To create their own economic and political systems, to see themselves as the major sources of their employment. As I remarked earlier today while we were in the radio station, I heard something about some people out here protesting for jobs and pushing these other people for jobs. And I asked the question, do we know how many jobs we really create for other people?
All right.
We are a job creating people.
All right.
We don't realize it because we don't think in terms of nation. You see, if we saw ourselves as a nation, we could see that we create jobs like any other nation.
All right.
I mentioned that today. How many jobs are created by black music?
All right.
Yeah, look at the whole structure of the music industry. From promoters to manufacturers of the records and the tapes and what have you, to the whole entertainment field, to the sellers of music in the stores, you know what we say, the Tower Records and the other great sellers of records and music and so forth, advertising that uses our music and all these things. How many thousands of jobs are we creating as people? We're creating them, but they have them. You see? We sing the music, they sell it. We sing the music, they market it. We sing the music, they promote it, you see. We sing the music, they produce great conglomerates like Sony, CBS Music, creating all kinds of jobs. We're creating tremendous jobs for a lot of people. How many jobs do we create just buying from Koreans? Buying from other ethnic groups out here? How many people are we creating employment for in terms of our spending habits as a people and our consumption habits as a people? How many jobs are we creating going to jail? We're creating all kinds of jobs and wealth. And we must come to understand this. We are creating these jobs, and yet we are begging for jobs. This means then somewhere our consciousness has been impaired. We're begging for what we are making already. And we cannot use our own creations as a source of our own wealth. I told you earlier today that the Creator could not have intended for us as African people to be a poor people if the Creator implanted in our soils all the wealth that was planted there. We talk about the minerals and the oil and the gold and the this and the that that's implanted in African soil. So it seems as if the Creator blessed us from the very beginning with wealth and possibility. Therefore, for us to be going hungry over this wealth and to be starving in the midst of it and to be perceived as a dependent, indebted people while our wealth is being shipped out to other people, we're actually selling a lot of it for pennies and nickels and dimes and less, means that there is something wrong with our consciousness. Because ultimately, ladies and gentlemen, we've said what? That the wealth of a people is ultimately not in their land. But where is it? It's in the mind. The wealth of man is in his mind, in his consciousness. You got to look at it. And we mentioned the example of Japan. No mineral wealth to speak of whatsoever. Nothing at all. A nation, by the way, which is totally dependent. Of course, we get things backwards, don't we? We see ourselves as depending on Europeans when the reality is the other way around. When they depend on us and our soils and our people, we have to be backwards in order for this situation to be the way it is. Our reality has to be turned backwards, and we have to live in an almost permanent state of deception in order to be used the way we are used. The Japanese must depend on others for their vital resources, their oil, their timber, all of these things that they use to create their technology and so forth is taken from the soils of other people and then sold back to them. And yet they are seen as rich and powerful. And the peoples whose wealth they take or buy are seen as poor and poverty-stricken. Ultimately, then, you cannot rob or take from wealth from a what? Poor people. You cannot get wealth from a poverty-stricken people who have nothing you can get nothing from. So if you're getting all your diamonds and your gold and your magnesium and all this other stuff, then from African people, then African people must be what? Wealthy and rich. And therefore, if African people are poverty-stricken with this material wealth, then it must be because our consciousness as a people is impoverished. And we are suffering then an impoverishment of our mentality. As we said before, if you have a good mind, you can con another joker out of his land. You can con him out of his diamonds and his gold And this is what the other people have done. They have used their mind and their cleverness and taken from us what they did not have originally. And therefore, consciousness is not an abstract concept. It is not a theoretical concept. It is a concept that is directly related to the reality one lives in and to the reality that one experiences. It is directly related to the type of life that one will live and does live. So I'm going to look at this for a minute, particularly the consciousness of Africans in America. I'm often somewhat amused and taken aback by the number of people in this society who claim that slavery occurred somewhere back there. And you got some so-called black conservatives who claim that slavery no longer influences the nature of African people. I wonder what those people have to conserve in the first place. Are they conserving power? They're conserving wealth? What does a black conservative conserve? You know, you have to conserve something. And since they have very little, if anything, they must only be conserving the system that has created their poverty to begin with. And you see them ultimately justifying the poverty of African people and justifying the political and social and economic subordination of African people in the name of some kind of higher principles. So slavery is not supposed, the experience of slavery is not supposed to be operating in the mentality of black folk. And you hear a lot of our youngsters will say that as well. How do you talk about slavery? That was back there. Or you know, whites talk about it. Well, you know, that was back there. We don't have anything to do with that anymore. You see. And it's an amazing situation because you have to remind them that you're still living off the interests of the wealth that your forefathers earned from slavery. You're still enjoying the accumulated wealth that began with the enslavement of our people. And if you're going to enjoy the wealth that was generated by evil, then you must take the curse that comes along with it. And therefore, even though you personally had nothing to do with it, but because you have received stolen goods, you must pay the price as well. And because you fight and struggle to protect those stolen goods, and you defend them, and you organize your society and your relationship to my people to maintain them and to continue to enhance them, then you must pay the price.
All right.
That's why you live in terror.
All right.
That's why you're stabbed in these streets. That's why you're going to suffer, no matter how good you are. No matter how liberal you are. Ladies and gentlemen, when we behave as adults, we must recognize that our behavior will be visited upon our children. And that our children pay for our misbehavior. As we say, an act does not end at the point of its occurrence. It continues to reverberate into the future and down across the generations. And that's why when you behave in a particular way, you have to think in terms of 7 generations from your behavior as to how what you're going to do is going to affect those generations later on. And even though those children may appear to be so-called innocent, they will still pay the price of your own misbehavior. This country whose parents and whose adults have misspent its treasure and And while they have enjoyed that treasure, ultimately their children will have to pay the taxes or will have to pay the price. So we have a bunch of people out here who think they can rape and rob the world and think that they could have enslaved the world and think then that they are going to sleep well at night. It doesn't work that way. So we have some of our people here who think then that slavery was back then and had nothing to do, and had nothing to do with them. Ladies and gentlemen, we've never escaped slavery. We still share the slave consciousness of our great-great-grandparents. We are of the same mind to a great extent that they were. We have not advanced beyond these people. How can I say that? I generally ask a series of questions. You say that slavery has nothing to do with you and slavery was back there. And I ask you the question then, what language do you speak? Mm-hmm. When did you learn that language? Was that the language African people were speaking when we were taken into slavery in America? In other words, the language we speak at this moment is what? A slave language. The language that our slave ancestors were forced to learn. And we still speak it, and you can still hear the pidgin, the Creole, and the other kinds of stuff in our language right at this moment that they had to go through. That language, with its words defined by history and by an experience, is the language we use today to guide our behavior. It's the language we use today to talk to ourselves. It's the language we use today to learn about ourselves and to learn about the world. It's the language today we use to try to understand ourselves. Is there no wonder then that we are still confused? So we have not escaped slavery because we are still using a slave language and we speak the language of slaves. What kind of food do you eat? You say soul food? Was that the food of African people? Slave food. The food that we find most satisfying, the food that we find that sticks to our ribs, the food that we call down home, a food that we learn to eat in the quarters. And yet we dare say that we have escaped slavery, that we have nothing to do with those people back there, that was back there. When our whole very social life and social relationships, our very definition of ourselves as a people, our very attempt to commune with ourselves is mediated by the food of slaves. Understand what I'm trying to get at? And how can you say that you exist in a different consciousness from another people? What kind of uniforms are we wearing? Huh? What kind of clothes are we wearing? Were these the clothes of African people? Huh? This is what we got to look at. Yes. What is this to say then that we've escaped slavery? What kind of names do we respond to? Yes. Yes. Tamikas and all these other things we got going out here. What kind of names do we identify with? Why is it that African names sound strange to us now as a people, and yet we dare say that we have a different consciousness from our great slave grandparents? How can we say that? We are still of the same consciousness, and we are still in the same position because we are still servants of the white man. And our reason for being in America is to serve white folk and to generate wealth for them. And there has been no change at all in terms of our relationship to these people. The values that we pursue are slave values and the values of servants. The social relations that we create and interact with were built and developed during the periods of slavery. We have not escaped it at all. But it is time for us to change the slave consciousness, this consciousness of servitude that is still too much with us today. And ultimately, we ask the question that's closest to home for a lot of people. When we claim that we've escaped slavery, and the slavery was something back there which has nothing to do with us today. And then I ask you the question, what kind of God do you worship? What's the name of it?
All right.
Who taught you to praise him?
All right.
Was this the God you were praying to before you were brought to these shores?
All right.
Was this the religion you had before you were brought to these shores? Can you name one African God?
All right.
How can you then, who define yourself,
All right.
the very essence of yourself and the very essence of your soul, and organize the very nature of your life here on earth, based on a God handed to us by our slave masters, claim that you have no slave consciousness and are not related to slavery?
All right.
In other words, then, ladies and gentlemen, we are not Africans.
All right.
We are possessed by spirits and demons. We have let another people's spirit take possession of our bodies and take possession of our minds. When we speak, it is not with our African voice. It is with the voice of that demonic presence that uses our lips to speak its own language. Yes. Yes, and we have to recognize this. We are possessed.
All right.
And if we are to transform ourselves and to transform that the nature of our relationship with those who are our masters, we must engage in an exorcism and clear the devils out of our minds. And at this time, then, it'll pay you to read a little bit about demonic possession. And we have to be demonically possessed. Because if we talk about black-on-black violence, self-defeating behavior, self-destructive behavior, then we could not be possessed by a beautiful and wonderful God. We must be possessed by a demon. It's interesting to look at the literature on possession. We have a couple of types of possession. One is called a somnambulistic possession. Somnambulistic. Soma, in this instance, having to do with sleep. You hear it in the word sominex. Ambulistic, to move around. Ambulatory, right? So we're talking about people who are what? Sleepwalking. They're not awake, but they're walking around. The body is moving, and it is walking in an organized fashion and walking systematically, but the person is still asleep. And in somnambulistic possession, then, the individual's original self has been repressed and displaced, and the spirit, and he identifies with the spirit that possesses him. And his I and the spirit's I are one and the same. We have a lot of that here today. Where the spirit that has been implanted in us, we have taken to be us, and we've identified with it. That is why in defending ourselves, we end up defending the people who rule over us. In defending our ego, we end up maintaining the social structure that has destroyed our ego to begin with. And you see it in our youngsters, who will fight and kill in the name of respect, and fight because their egotistic orientation has been insulted. And therefore, in defending their ego, they do not kill the people who destroyed their ego. They kill each other and maintain the ones who destroyed them in the first place in power. And that's why the subtitle of my book, Black on Black Violence, was Black Self-Annihilation in Service of White Domination. We are killing each other in order to maintain this system. We have let ourselves become possessed by a spirit such that when we become aggressive, we aggress against the self instead of those who are the source of our aggressive orientation. We talk a lot as a people about self-hatred. Self-hatred is a personality configuration. It is a form of personality organization. It is an orientation toward the world and toward oneself. Self-hatred, then, is the white man's greatest protection against being destroyed by the black man. To a good extent, self-hatred is the white man's defense mechanism, is the white man's form of self-defense. How can we say that? To a great extent, one function of the personality is to direct energy, to direct aggression, to channel aggression and energy and wishes and impulses in particular directions, to organize feelings, to organize energy, to achieve certain ends. Those things that we hate, often then when we are angry or hostile, we aggress against them, don't we? We attack them often. We destroy them. Then we have a problem, don't we? If we attack the things we hate, if we attack the things toward which we hold hostility, when we are overly frustrated and when we are angry, then what happens if that thing we hate is ourselves? It means then, ladies and gentlemen, that when we become frustrated and angered as a people, when we are overwrought by feelings of hostility, and our self-hating personality seeks to channel that hostility and channel that aggression, it's going to channel the aggression right back on to the self, because that's the thing we hate most. So consequently, black anger then becomes a conduit for black self-destruction, for black self-defeat. The object of our hostile, aggressive feelings becomes ourselves. And you can see then how the white man is protected by that personality structure, right? While he stokes our anger, while he stokes our hostility, while he stokes our frustration, and while we get mad and we want to strike out, when we decide to strike out and aggress, we strike out and aggress against the self. And by doing so, he is left untouched and unscathed. And therefore, our self-hatred becomes his principal means of defending himself and of maintaining himself. One of the things that frightened him most about the Ferguson case was that Ferguson's self-hatred mechanism broke down. Unlike many deaf, dumb, and blind Negroes, he knew who his enemies were. And so when he got angry and hostile, instead of going out to drink himself to death, instead of going out to smoke crack and destroy himself, instead of going out to killing someone who looked like himself, instead of going out to commit suicide and put himself in a place to be destroyed by somebody else, he went directly to the source of his frustration. And this is what frightened those people. They were wondering how many more are there like that, and are they increasing? Yes. So you can see why the seed of self-hatred is planted in the minds of the black man. We spend a lot of time about what it does to us, but we got to look at it because I've told you before, every maladaptive characteristic in the black psyche is there for white folk. And it's not purely there because they hate you, or they misunderstand you, or they don't know who you were, what you're. It has nothing to do with all of that. I tell people when you analyze the so-called aberrations in the black personality, you must always ask the question, what are their social functions and roles? Who benefits from this aberration in the black man's mind? What are the social and political and economic benefits, and for whom? Who gains from this particular orientation in our minds? And then you begin to see why it's there and what its function is. And so every complaint we have about ourselves has a political, economic, and social intent beneficial to white folk and detrimental to ourselves. And that means then, somewhere along the way, we became possessed by these orientations, and they were implanted in our personalities. We have come to identify with them as our natural selves, as our natural orientations. We have assumed that they represent who we are. And we have now then found many ingenious ways to defend the demons that possess us. And ultimately then, those demons destroy us and have us destroy others like ourselves. There's another form of possession we call lucid possession. In this sense, the person at least has a sense of self, and they have the sense that there's another spirit in them. And they struggle with that spirit, sometimes losing the battle every now and then. They become obsessed with their struggle with the spirit, and in a sense then are disenabled by that struggle. So some of us are in that state. We're not quite satisfied with the identity we have. We know somehow that there's a deeper African self in us. We're also aware that there's a Eurocentrically implanted demon in us, and we wrestle with it daily. There's another type of possession we talk about here, and that's spontaneous, what has sort of occurred spontaneously against our will. This is in contrast to one we talk about as artificial, one deliberately created. What do we mean by that? When we go into a particular social setting, such as a church or such as a rock concert or the like, and we go through a set of rituals and behavior, we go there and go through these behaviors and rituals and songs and dance as a mean of deliberately being possessed by what? The Spirit. And having our bodies taken over and being possessed, and then we say, we feel what? The Spirit. We feel the Spirit living within us. And so consequently, much of our life is about provoking, through artificial means, spirits which take over us and assume control of our behavior. Latent possession means when we are possessed and we don't even know that we are possessed. And I think that defines a lot of us. We're not even aware, and those are the hardest ones to break through because they don't sense any kind of split within the personality. They and their possessing spirit are one and the same. And when you try to exorcise their possessive spirit, they feel as if you are attacking them personally. And in defending their person, they defend the spirit that possesses them. Let's be a little more concrete, and I want to just give you an example of what I mean by this. You know, and in the literature, we talk about these spirits as what we call the incubi and the succubi. The spirit that lies in the body or lies on the body, the incubus, and the one that lies under the spirit, the succubus. When we talk about this spirit, though, that possesses us, when we talk about this spirit that the European implanted in us in terms of the language, in terms of the food, in terms of the religion, in terms of the values, in terms of the social relations, in terms of the name, we are talking about a spirit that's just not a spookish entity in ourselves. It actually incarnates in us. What do we talk when we talk about incarnate? We are dealing with the Latin root carnes, which has to do with what? Meat, flesh. In other words, the spirit comes to dwell in our very flesh and comes to sculpt our very bodies. And therefore, the spirit is a physical thing as much as it is a psychological thing. The bodies that we have tonight, ladies and gentlemen, are bodies that have been created by the European experience and are not our natural bodies as African people. Just as the surface of our bodies reflect the influence of another people, the very internal nature and the physiology of our bodies reflect those people as well. That's why when you get rid of them, you're going to have a healing experience. And your whole body will change. I've read some of this before, but let me read it again, I think, in this context. This is most dramatic, and the things I'm talking about are most dramatic when we study the so-called multiple personality. And let me read you a description here that was printed in the Times. And those who might be familiar with it, indulge me here, because I think it points out to something. It begins, when Timmy drinks orange juice, he has no problem. But Timmy's just one of close to a dozen personalities who alternate control over a patient with multiple personality disorder. And if those other personalities drink orange juice, the result is a case of hives. What are we saying here? We got one body, but depending on what consciousness possesses that body will react to the drinking of orange juice with or without hides. It will break out in blisters. So if it drinks orange juice when one of the other personalities is possessing it, welts and hides will break out right there. If Timmy comes back, if the new consciousness comes back and takes over that body, the hides will disappear almost on the moment. In other words, then, there's a different body for a different consciousness. It goes on to say then that medical disorders are found to differ from one sub-personality to another. In other words, even though these so-called personalities possess the same so-called body, each personality has a different order of illnesses associated with it. Each personality is vulnerable to a particular type of ailment, one way or the other. So what are we talking about? We are saying that each consciousness, which is represented by each personality, creates its own body, creates its own physiology, and thereby creates its own vulnerability to various ailments and so forth. You see, you get people in medical school who try to teach you that disease only occurs as a result of some kind of viral syndrome or some kind of entry into the body of some bacteria or other thing, and certainly that is a part of it, and certainly there's reality there. But the body must interact with the viruses and must interact with the disease entity. And this is what we talk about when we talk about the immune system, that health is not necessarily the absence of the disease, but the capacity of the body to resist the disease, to stand up against the disease. And so consequently then, when these bodies are taken over by different personalities, these personalities apparently change the nature of the immune system of those bodies, making them vulnerable to diseases when one personality is present and not so when another is present. Which means, ladies and gentlemen, then, that the nature of the consciousness which possesses us as persons will to a degree determine the illnesses to which we are vulnerable as a person and as people. And a lot of the illnesses, physical and other diseases that we suffer then, are mediated by the nature of the consciousness that we've permitted to possess us as a people. So to a great extent, the defeat of disease, the maintaining of health, must not only be pursued in terms of discovering new drugs and these kinds of things, but must involve self-discovery and self-knowledge. It goes on to state that in people with multiple personalities, there is a strong psychological separation between each sub-personality. Each will have his own name and age. Does that strike the bell? What did we say earlier? To what names do we respond? Are they the same names to which we responded prior to slavery? So in other words, as we got the new slave personality, we got what? New names. Yes, yes, yes. And we were changed. To a good extent, our names were given us to designate our new consciousness and our new situation. Each will have his own name and age, and often some specific memories and abilities. In other words, each personality has its own history, has its own biography, has its own memory. And you look at Negroes when they have a certain consciousness and look at the history they remember. Look at the things that they keep in their memories and look at the histories they study and identify with. Look at them fight African history.
All right.
Yes. Look at them want to identify with the history of Europeans. Look at them wanting to define themselves in terms of that history. And look at them having memories only for that history. Look at those Africans who are still under the possessive influence of the European implanted spirit and know that they have little or no knowledge of African history, and therefore little or no knowledge of their own history as a person and an individual. So there's a consistency between the consciousness and the history that a person has and the memory that an individual has. They frequently, for example, personalities differ in handwriting, artistic talent, or even in knowledge of foreign languages. Speak a different language depending on the personality that's in there. Multiple personalities typically develop in people who were severely and repeatedly abused as children, apparently as a means to protect themselves against the pain of abuse. Does that strike another note in you? Often only one or two of the subpersonalities will be conscious of the abuse, while the others would have no memory or experience of the pain. To a great extent, the personality of the African American today has been shaped by our desires to escape the memory of the slave experience, to deny its existence. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to come in terms with it. We don't want to re-experience it psychologically. We don't want to know about it. And therefore, our lives becomes defined by eternal escape and avoidance of reality and of history and of a knowledge of who we are and how we came to be who and what we are. And consequently, we cannot act upon the reality of our history, and we guide our behavior and define ourselves in terms of a fantasy as history and a misinterpretation of reality. This is what it is. Yes. How did we get this religion we talked about earlier? I talked about Star Trek, and we talk about the time warp that Star Trek depicts quite frequently, of how people move from one state of consciousness and one world and are suddenly flipped into a new world. They go through a warp, and suddenly, all of a sudden, everything that they used to use to guide themselves no longer counts. The language that they used to speak can no longer be understood in the new world. The values that they used to guide their behavior are no longer workable. In fact, it gets them into trouble. The gods, the culture, the nature of the social relations, and all of the things that they used prior to meeting the warp no longer suffice. Now they must learn new values and new behaviors and new orientations in order to adapt themselves to the new universe that they live in. We are in that kind of position today. Think about the African in the world the African lived in prior to being brought across the oceans. Think about the gods we praised. Think about the organization of our society. Think about the languages that we spoke, the food that we ate, the dress that we wore, the music, the song, the dance, and all of those things that defined us as African people. And think how horrendous it must have been for us to be thrown into this world where there was a whole new language, a whole new social hierarchy, a whole new set of authorities, people pushing you around who you don't understand, people who are putting strange tools in your hands, people who are trying to get you to relate to them and to relate to each other in a very different kind of way from what you're used to relating to. Think about the stress and the confusion, and think about the abuse. Think about the horror of that situation our parents and great-grandparents were put in. And there was somebody that said then, if you pray to this God, if you talk this way, if you dress this way, if you relate this way, you'll get a greater sense of security. Your anxiety will be reduced. You will feel good, and you'll be able to withstand the pain of your existence. And the God then that I'm going to hand you is one that I have created for you. And a theology that comes with it is one that I have created so that you will continue to serve me as you continue to serve it. And we come to believe in the veracity of that God and that religion. Why? Because we feel so secure when we follow it. And we feel so relieved when we follow it. And yet we wonder why, despite all of our prayers, despite all of our devotion, we still suffer the way we do. I often ask the question, why is it that the people who prayed the most have the most of their children in the jails of America today? Who shout and kick over the benches and so forth, are filling up the prisons and have the children killing each other and addicted out here in these streets. There must be a problem here, ladies and gentlemen. We must reorient ourselves to our religion. We must reorient ourselves to our gods, because apparently we don't have the appropriate orientation. Because as that book you read says, you can tell a tree by what? The fruit it bears. And therefore, if it bears bitter fruit, or if it bears no fruit at all, the God you worship says it is but fit to be hewn down and thrown into the flame and consumed. Read your own Bible. It gives you a very practical measure as to whether the religion you're pursuing is an appropriate one. And that measure says, look at the fruit that it bears. And if then the kind of religion and the God you're pursuing ends up having your sons in the jails of America and ends up maintaining African people in slavery and servitude in their own lands and everywhere, then something is wrong in terms of how we relate to that religion and that God, because the outcome is wrong and the outcome is destructive. And it's because we don't want to confront the abuse that we went through and deal with. You see, when you go through that time warp, the only way you can ultimately come to understand the new world is to understand what happened when you went through that warp. That transformed what? The personality. That made the personality what it was. And I find that interesting when further over, when I read here of what happens when the personality moves from one personality to another, when the body is possessed by one personality and that personality is displaced and another one comes in. It says, during the switch, there is typically a period of seconds or even minutes when heart rate, breath rate, and other physiological markers show a disorganization that is followed by a new pattern typical of the personality that is emerging. In other words, then, we go through a period of disorganization and stress, and then the personality is reorganized to fit into the new circumstances. We can't continue to pursue this, but it's interesting to look at the changes in blood pressure that each personality brings about, the other kinds of changes, physical changes that are representative of the personality. So what are we saying here then? That each personality has its own name, its own history, its own memory, biography, way of speaking, language, way of thinking, way of perceiving itself, its own vulnerabilities. Each personality generates its own life space and generates its own types of social relations. Each personality has its own tastes and appetites and its own morality. So to a great extent then, if we look at the problems and issues that confront us today as African people and see those issues in terms of the consciousness, we would recognize that we must rid ourselves of the consciousness that has been implanted in us by our European masters. One other thing I want to bring about in this situation, we notice that if you engage people in behavior therapy and you scan their brains and look at how their brains metabolize energy, there's a relationship between the areas of the brain that are rapidly using energy and the type of mental activity a person is undergoing and the type of physical behavioral activity the person is undergoing. Each personality, each type of orientation has a blueprint in the brain in terms of the various areas of the brain that are functionally relating one to the other. And it's interesting to note, for instance, that we look at something called the obsessive compulsive personality, the person who cannot stop repeating a particular behavior, no matter how irrational it may be, the person who must wash their hands every 30 minutes, even if they are not dirty, but who are compelled to the point that they wash their hands to the point of rawness because they cannot stop, is this kind of person. The person who is absorbed by a particular type of image, by particular kinds of thought or orientation that they cannot get out of their minds. This is what we were talking about. We were talking about the obsessive compulsive personality, a rigid, repetitive personality. We note then, if you scan the brains of these personalities, that certain areas in their brain are intensely active. For instance, we talk about their frontal lobes, the so-called orbital lobe of the brain, the orbital cortex of the brain, the part of the cortex that is above the eyes, the part of the cortex that concerns itself with intentionality and purpose and direction and motivation, and the connection of that cortex to the lower brain, to the what we call the caudate nucleus, that part of the lower brain that deals with repetitive behavior, that deals with monitoring, that deals with modulating behavior, that deals with, in its connection with the hypothalamus and with the thalamus, with senses, with the distribution of the senses, and with organizing the senses. When we look then at the compulsive personality, we notice that these areas are intensely active, and active in a way that they maintain the symptoms of that personality. It has been shown then that when these people take a drug such as Prozac, the intensity of and they respond to them in a way that their symptoms are relieved, the intensity of the interaction between these three brain areas is decreased or delinked. It has also been noted then that you can put these same types of people through behavior therapy. That is, by changing the nature of the social relationship between the therapist and the patient, changing the nature of the rewards and punishments that the patient undergoes in an effort to change the patient's behavior, by changing the way the patient thinks about what is in their mind, thinks about the problems that they're in. And when you can successfully then reduce the symptoms of the compulsive disorder through this social conditioning, we note too the same kinds of physiological brain changes that occurs with the intake of the drug occurs with the intake of social training. Now, what are we saying then? Yes, that too, but what we're saying ultimately then is that the nature of the consciousness and the nature of the experience of the individual physically transforms the brain and physically transforms the way the brain operates. And therefore, when we talk about consciousness, we're talking about something that is real. We're talking about something that transforms both the psyche and the body. One of the things that you note when the individual is possessed, that the facial muscles change and that the body itself changes in a way that it literally incarnates and represents the nature of the spirit that is possessing the individual. So to a good extent, if you're in certain religions, you can tell what particular spirit is possessing the person by the very nature of the behavior that the individual is exhibiting and the very shape of their very physiological body and their face. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, once we get the spirits of these demons that the Europeans have implanted in our bodies, our faces and our bodies themselves will be transformed. To a great extent then, a lot of the way we look and a lot of the way we have organized ourselves physically is a result of the type of consciousness that we have. To a great extent, and I will begin to wrap it up here, to a great extent, the kind of consciousness that inhabits us reflects the kind of culture that we live in, the nature of the culture that we are a part of. Recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that culture cannot exist outside of our minds and of our bodies. Culture does not exist out there. History does not exist out there. History and culture can only exist in the minds and bodies of people. If there were no people in the world, there would be no history in the world, no culture in the world. Culture does not stand outside and direct us. It is where? Inside of us, and it directs us from the inside. Culture is instilled in our bodies and in our minds. And we have to keep that in mind, because sometimes we tend to see it as something separate from ourselves. Culture indwells in us, and it inhabits our bodies. Our history dwells in us, and it inhabits our bodies. We reflect our history, and we reproduce our history when that history becomes a part of us and is one with us. We tend to see culture in terms of music, in terms of the kind of dance we have, in terms of the songs we sing. And that is a part of culture. But ultimately, culture is deeper than that. Culture is a way of thinking. Ultimately, culture is a conspiracy. That is, it is a means by which a group of people organize the way they think, organize the way they believe, organize the way they see the world, so as to create a consciousness by which they can cooperate in achieving certain ends, so that they can mutually aid each other and gain ends that they cannot gain as separate individuals. So culture is an instrument of power. The individual through culture extends his power, and the culture extends the power of the group. When we talk about music and song and dance, what we are talking about here then is how culture ultimately comes to be implanted in our bodies. You see, we tend to look at song and dance and music as entertainment. And this is our serious mistake. We have a lot of our youth out there looking at music as mere entertainment. When we say that we are being enculturated, it means that a spirit is being implanted in us by the culture. It means our group is instilling in our bodies and in our minds a possessing spirit such that when our culture calls our name, we respond to it. When our culture is in need of defense and support, we then defend it and support it because we are at one with it. In other words, why does the black man respond to the white man? Why does the black man serve the white man? Why does everything the black man do benefit the white man? Why does the black man say freedom is doing what I want to do? And why is it that everything he wants to do enriches the European? Why is it that our youth say that they are being free and that they're doing what they want to do and they're expressing themselves, and it involves buying a $100 pair of sneakers from white folk? Yes. Yes. All of this kind of stuff. Why? Because the spirit that is implanted in the human mind and in the human psyche is there to only respond to its creator and to its master. And therefore, when you let another people generate a spirit in you, when you let another people generate certain values in you, when you let another people generate a certain look, generate a certain reality for you, when you let another people let you see yourself in a particular sort of way and see your own people in a particular sort of way, they have implanted a spirit, and that spirit has been created by them, and that spirit only responds to them. And it only responds to them in terms of furthering their interests and working against the interests of the body it possesses. And this is why there's that self-destructive spirit in us. Because the demon that possesses a body is not there for that body. It is there for the creator that placed it there. And if necessary to obey its creator, it destroys that body. It will destroy the body it inhabits. The taste that that spirit has will be taste that can only be satisfied by buying from its master creator. The values that that spirit wishes to satisfy and realize can only be realized by going through the aegis of the master that created it. That is why every value and every taste and every desire and every need that provokes us, every one of these things that we seek to desire, ends up having us going through white folk. And that's why we think we need them. And every time we satisfy them, they in some way benefit in our seeking satisfaction. Because the demon that we call ourselves is answering to the call of its master. So a culture creates its own possessing spirits and enculturates and inculcates those spirits into the bodies of its members, so that those members, in defending their own egos, in defending their own interests, in defending what they perceive as their own needs, in satisfying their own taste, in satisfying their own values, satisfy the needs of the culture, enrich the culture, empower the culture, defend the culture, advance the interests of the culture. And how then does the culture implant its spirit into its members? It does it in a very strong and primordial way. It uses vehicles. And one of the major vehicles that's used is music, rhythm, song, dance. A culture involves people moving what? Together, in tandem, in rhythm. It involves them having the same temporal sense, the same kind of time clock, so that they can move in synchrony, one with the other. And music is about synchrony. Poetry is about synchrony. Song is about synchrony. Music is about symbols. And you see, ultimately, it is through symbols that you evoke behavior from people. So when a culture creates symbols, those symbols are designed to evoke particular types of reactions and feelings and moods in its members. And a culture establishes the potency of those symbols through ritual, through song, and through dance. And one of the best ways then to inculcate cultural values A cultural spirit is through entertainment. Is while the members are being entertained, while they are feeling good, the song is carrying the cultural values into the mind and into the body. The lyrics that represent the cultural interest, the lyrics that represent cultural values are being carried on the vehicle of the music, carried through the vehicle of the poetry. The togetherness, the cooperativeness, the mutual movement together and the synchrony of the culture is being entrained through the music and through the rhythm of the dance. Therefore, you see, when you let another over your music, when you let another people take over your dance and attach their content to it, they will use your own music and your own dance and your own rap lyrics and your own poetry and your own cultural symbols to carry their message into your body and into your mind, such that you can only respond then to their beck and call and to their wishes. And you see then, yes, you see then that they get you to buy those sneakers and they get you to buy all of those things by what? Associating them with your what? Your music, with your cultural symbols, you see, with your poetry, with your rhythms. And so they attach their content to our rhythm, their content to our song. Yes. But in a way, they take our own instruments and turn them against the self. Notice how quickly, when one of our youngsters was rhyming, "Kill the police," that kind of content was washed right out immediately. Yes. But what washout occurs when they sing about shooting each other with their Glocks and the other things? When their contents of self-destructiveness ride on the rhythm of their song and of their dance. And when the symbols are loaded then with self-destructive elements and content. So what are we saying here then? That enculturation is the process of building in responsivity and ultimately responsibility, the ability to respond to a particular call. And we then have appropriately enculturated ourselves when we can respond to our own culture and to our own values and to our own needs. One other thing here then, as we rapidly bring these things to a close, we have to look at personality in this light as well. We think our personality is ours. You must recognize, ladies and gentlemen, that the human being is a social animal. We exist in society. We exist in groups. We are born dependent, not independent. We have long periods of dependency. And it is the social relationship between ourselves and our mothers and ourselves and our group that protects us during our long periods of dependency. And in a sense, we never quite get over our dependency and need for one another. And so consequently, we are social animals, and we must then respond to social situations. Our personalities, because they may be our personality, does not mean that they are not inculcated with a social spirit, and they're not designed for a social end. In other words, the individual exists for the social unit, not for himself. We see individuality as something that is just for ourselves. Why are we individuals? We're individuals to a great extent because when our culture and our group confronts problems, we want to maximize the possibility that we will solve those problems by the fact that different individuals look at those problems in different ways, and they can contribute their particular perspective to the group, and those perspectives can be used as a means for solving the problem for the group. So even individuals are there to strengthen the group. You see, if all the people in the society thought just alike and saw the world just alike, they thought no differently one from the other, the society would be soon defeated because it would be uncreative. It would not be innovative. It would not be able to change its perspective of a problem in a way so that it can solve it. So what does it do then? It creates individuals. It's like the reasons why we have genetic variations. We say no matter how intense a plague may be in a nation or a people, there are always one or two people left standing. Because in some way or another, their genetic structure has permitted them to withstand the plague. And as long as we got a few of those survivors left, and as long as they can reproduce, the race continues and goes on. But if the race had all exactly the same genetic structure, then a plague would wipe out the total race and the species would cease to exist. And the same thing then operates in terms of differences in personalities. We differ in personality ultimately because these differences contribute to the survival of the species. And therefore our differences are here to maintain the whole. So the main problem of a society is to maintain enough cohesion so people can act together and behave together and act in synchrony one with the other and cooperate with each other, but not be too overly organized so that they cannot bring their own creative perspectives to problems and issues. You see, and this becomes the problem of society. So there must always be that tension between being in the society and obeying its rules, but being a little bit off so that we can say, hey, maybe if you look at it this way, we can work it out and we can deal with it this way. So the personality itself must carry the element of society within itself. But the thing we must note, that personality, consciousness, and culture are cultural creations. And the type of culture that people exhibit and the type of consciousness we exhibit and the type of personality we exhibit reflects the type of history and experience we've undergone as people. When you let another people then be the determiner of your history and experience, they then become the determiners of your consciousness, of your personality, and of your culture. Ultimately, we must recognize that we use consciousness to deal with the world. Culture is an adaptative tool. It's an instrument by which we deal with reality, by which we adapt to reality, and by which we adapt reality to ourselves. The kind of consciousness we have will determine how we deal with reality. Consciousness then will, in the fact that it determines how we are going to deal with reality, how we change reality, then is a power. Because ultimately, power is about enabling something to take place. The ability to do something, the ability to change something, the ability to adapt, the ability to defend oneself, the ability to change oneself in order to solve a problem. This is what culture is about. Culture is not static. Culture is not stuck in one place. Culture itself must reconstruct itself if the system in which it exists is reconstructed and rearranged. That is why some of us get in trouble, because we want to find an African culture stuck somewhere back in the 13th century and want to apply it to ourselves at this point in a different context. African culture is not a culture stuck in place and time. African culture is constantly changing and evolving because the context in which African people live changes and evolves. What makes it African culture is that it operates in the interest of African people. It is designed to advance African people. And therefore, the consciousness must be measured in terms of the degree to which it maintains our survival and advances our interests and puts us at the center of our concerns and at the center of our purposes. When then we talk about black culture, make sure we're not talking about a reactionary culture, a culture that has been generated by our reaction to our abuse by white folk and to our control and domination of white folk. Because it's a good part of what we call black culture that we need to exorcise from our psyches so that we can evolve a culture and an African-centered culture to advance our interests as a people. Another very important aspect then of consciousness is what we call values. Those things that we prefer, those things that we see as right, those things that we think we should need, those things, the pursuit of which determines our behavior, organizes our minds. Values are what I call the directional factors of consciousness. What are we talking about here? When you value something, and that value is implanted in your brain, the brain calls forth all of its resources, all of the contents that it has, the knowledge it has available to it, the behavioral skills it has available to it, the cognitive skills, the thinking skills and things like that that it has available to it, and organizes those things and relates those things one to each other in such a way that the value can be achieved. When we then think about something that we value and we want to realize something that we value, we consciously or unconsciously assess our minds and say, do I have the relevant knowledge? Do I have the relevant skills? Do I have the relevant thinking and cognitive skills so that we can organize these knowledge and skills in a way that we can achieve those values? If we believe we have those skills, if we believe we have the content, if we appropriately organize those contents through thought, then we pursue those values. And chances are we may realize those values. If though we have those values and we assess ourselves, we recognize that we don't have the appropriate skills, we don't have the appropriate knowledge and content, we don't have the appropriate thought styles and so forth, we then say, well, maybe we should develop the requisite skills. Maybe we should learn the requisite knowledge. Maybe we should develop the means of thinking. And once we do this, we will then organize them in a way to achieve our values. Once we then have values and are guided by values, and those values guide those skills and contents and so forth, we are empowered to realize those values. And therefore, values are a type of power. Where am I going with this? I'm going with this to say this. If values are a type of power, if values are the things that guide our behavior, if culture is a type of power, and consciousness is a type of power, and personality is a type of power, if we let another people determine the nature of our consciousness, our personality, and our values, they then gain power over us. If consciousness, culture, personality, and values are instruments of power, they then use our consciousness, our values, our culture as their instruments of power. How does this work out in reality? They take our cultural products, our music, our song, and use them as their instruments of power. Yes, and benefit from them. So then, what is an African-centered consciousness? An African-centered consciousness is one that is based on African-centered content, based on African-centered knowledge, based on African-centered values, based on an African-centered consciousness. To the degree that our consciousness is based on African-centered values and so forth, we are empowered as African people. To the degree those values and consciousness are determined by other people, we become their instruments of power, and they use us against ourselves. So consequently, if we are to be empowered, and if our power is to work in our interests, then our consciousness must be an African consciousness. Our values must be African values. Our personality must be an African-based personality. If not, we may suffer first ethnocide and then genocide. What are we saying? It means that our culture will not be functional in a way that it protects our interests. We must then, as a people, develop a new African consciousness, an African-centered consciousness, and that means we must develop it based on an African history, African culture, and African values. Most of all, we must develop an African sense of nationhood.
All right.
To a great extent, many of the problems we suffer today is a result of the fact that we do not see ourselves as a nation. And yet, we complain about how we are segregated from everybody else. We complain about how we are not a part of the mainstream, how we are not a part of the economy, how we are shut out from the government and the political process. If we are not a part of these things, and yet these things are what defines a nation, then we are not a part of the American nation. That nation is a white nation. We are then, in effect, a de facto nation, but we are afraid to recognize it. If we looked at ourselves as a nation, we'd see many of the reasons why we are where we are as a people. Why? Because if we looked at ourselves as a nation, we would see why we have the problems we have. Why do we have some of the problems we have? For the same reason other African nations have the problems they have. Why? Because we permit our resources, human resources and material resources, to be used by another people. We export them. We, like any other African nation, are an indebted nation. We are over-indebted. When we talk about the African nation suffering from being overburdened by debt, we don't recognize we're talking about ourselves. When I ask here tonight, how many of us owes another black institution, another black person major debt, we would get very few hands. But if I ask how many of us in this audience tonight owed a white person, a white institution, a non-African institution, great debts, we probably all had to raise our hands. If you recognize that then, and you add this up in terms of a nation, not just yourself as an individual, but if you look at all of us as individuals and in terms of a nation, you will recognize then that as a nation, we owe an enormous debt to other people. And one of the reasons why then we are poverty-stricken is not because we don't have money, it's because all of our money is being used to service the debt that other nations own, that the white nation in America owns. And because we spend so much time paying our installment plans and paying our money out to these other nations of people, we cannot save our monies, we cannot accumulate our money and create wealth so that we can employ ourselves as a people, so that we can support our families as a people, so that we cannot build the schools we need to build to educate our children the way we need to educate them as a people. And consequently, we have the similar problems that all African nations have almost, where they cannot build highways or build schools or build hospitals or build institutions, communication systems and other systems, because all of the wealth that they are generating is being exported out to European nations and other nations to whom they owe debt. But you can only see this when you look at yourself as a nation. And when you look at yourself as a nation, then you can see that you can change this problem by changing the debt relationship you have to other people. I was looking at an issue here the other day when we were talking about looking at African nations, and we talk about the African nations as monocultures, meaning that they often exist by shipping out one or two major products, cocoa or cocoa beans or oil or gold or something like that, and they ship these products out into what we call a buyer's market. That is, the people they sell these products to set the prices that they're going to pay for these products. So that many of these nations now are being paid less for their products than they were paid 30 years ago. And yet the nations that buy their products and lower the prices on their products are selling them back those products in processed form and selling them back their own products that have been manufactured here for higher and higher prices. And then we wonder why Africa is in debt and why Africa is impoverished. But that is the result of the fact that they are caught up in an impoverishing mechanism. But we need not talk about the continental African because we are in the same situation here today. The African American nation is a monoculture. What is the commodity that we sell? Labor. We're not selling much manufacturing. We're not selling much other products. The major commodity that we have to sell was the commodity that we were bought over here for in the first place. And what was that? Labor. And now we are selling our labor in a buyer's market, meaning that the people who buy our labor are buying it at the prices they set. And they keep devaluing the price that they're willing to pay for our labor. On top of devaluing the price, they're no longer even demanding the labor. So after a while, we won't be able to sell our labor at any price. And we will then be totally deprived as a people. And therefore, we are caught in a similar position. And just as there's social disorganization in our African nations, there's social disorganization in the American nation. You cannot have your wealth flowing out of your nation. You cannot enrich other people at the expense of yourself and not have social disorganization. And that means then, if we look at ourselves as a nation, the African American nation must do what all African nations must do. We must capture our own internal resources. We must gain control of our own internal markets. We must trade within ourselves as a people and a group and generate wealth within our own nation as a means of counterbalancing our dependence upon Europeans and upon the white nation itself. But in order to do this, we must have a nation consciousness. We must now organize and relate to ourselves as a nation of people. When we look at our relationship, we say to the Koreans as a nation, we see the same relationship that Japan has to America as a nation. You notice that they are bargaining right now, negotiating, right? Japan is building up its resources. It is blocking out U.S. industry from its nation, yet it is entering into the American markets and selling there and taking out the wealth of the American markets. If we look at our relationship to Koreans, to Dominicans, to other groups, we'll see the same relationship where those groups can enter into the African American nation, set up shop, ship out its wealth day by day and night by night, and yet the African American entrepreneurial nation is not permitted to set up shop in their midst, is not permitted to carry wealth from their nations. And they then grow fat on the surplus that they gain from the African American nation. This means then that if we think of ourselves as a nation, we must protect our internal markets from the intrusion of outsiders. We must not permit them entry into our nation. As I look and I see down the 125th streets, yes, and look at our people locked outside there in the outside, and some people claim that they are protesting this kind of thing. I agree with our vendors there that if black men and black women cannot make a living on that street, then no other people should be permitted to make a living on that street. We are not obligated in any kind of way to feed the children of other people before we feed our own. But it's only if you think in terms of nationhood that you can resolve this kind of problem. We have tremendous possibilities as a black nation that we don't know where. You can see these white boys over there pursuing China, don't you? Right? They're over to China, knocking over each other to get to it. What is the China market worth to the European? You know what the China market is worth to the European? $500 billion at this point. Do you know what the black market is worth to the European here in America? $400 billion. Our market is worth as much as the Chinese market, the Mexican market, which they've drawn up to bring in NAFTA. It is worth as much, and is worth more than the market of Canada. You know? We are not able to place conditions on their entry into our markets by saying, if you enter here, you are going to pay taxes. If you enter here, you're going to leave something here. If you enter here, you're going to leave money in the institutions. You're going to contribute to our schools. You're going to contribute to our recreational centers. You're going to contribute to the employment of our people and to the stability of our families. If you cannot contribute to these things, if you cannot create jobs, if you cannot contribute to the education of our people, then we cannot permit you to operate within our borders. This is the way a nation runs. You don't let another people walk in and have their way and walk out and leave you impoverished as a people in the name of a free market. There's no such thing as a free market. Yeah. That's white folks' propaganda. Free and open market. No free market. They force people into that market. Castro was not free to say, I don't want to be a part of it. When he said, I don't want to be a part of it, they did what? Embargoed him and locked him out. The Japanese, in the early part of the century, said, we don't want to be a part of your market. What did the United States do? Sent Admiral Perry in there and blasted those markets open. What free markets do you have there? There are no such things as free markets. And when you learn that, you're gonna be the better for it. And we got the markets, but we are not taking advantage of them. We've gotten ourselves in a situation where we are locked out of other people's markets and we permit them into our own, such that we are locked out of our own market. And then we wonder why we suffer the way we do. It is not because we are poor. If we were that poor and impoverished, then why do those people come to us to earn their living and their wealth? It means then we must be a wealthy people. I was looking over here at a recent report. You see, we have as a people everything that it needs to make a nation. We have telephones, fax machines, computers, highways, bridges, riverways, waterways, trucks, everything that many nations in the world, in fact, the vast majority of nations in the world, wish that they had available to them what the African American nation has available to it. They wish they had the highways. They wish they had the trucks. They wish they had the trains. They wish they had the ships. They wish they had the computers, the telephones, and all of those kinds of things that you can just pick up and dial right away, and they don't have to be routed through France or somewhere else. The lights don't go off at 2 o'clock every day or just flip on and off. You got it all here. Then why then are we not better off than we are? Because it is not enough. As I told you earlier, it is not enough to have gold in your soil, or oil in your soil, or diamonds in your soil. You must have a consciousness. It is only with an appropriate consciousness that these things can be transformed and converted into what? Wealth and power, and can be used for the advancement of a people and the survival of a people. The same is true here then. You cannot just have telephones and faxes and this and that and not just have money in your pocket. That's not enough. You must have a consciousness that transforms those phones and transforms those faxes into a communications network that unites a people across regions and places and cities and becomes a basis for a system of distribution, a basis for uniting and creating a market from which one earns wealth to feed one's family and to stabilize one's social situation. But you can have all of these things, but if you don't have a sense of nation, if you don't have a group consciousness, if you do not identify yourself as a nation, then these are but so many instruments and becomes, as a matter of fact, the means by which we destroy ourselves. We're looking at the black buying power in America here, 1990 to 95. We got a report here called the Georgia Business and Economic Conditions, published here by the Selleck Center at the University of Georgia, titled Black Buying Power by Place of Residence, 1990 to 95. The second of a two-part analysis of buying power in specific markets. What are we talking about here? Is this published for us? No. What it's published for is for white folk. And it's telling them how much money black folk got. And it's telling them that the money black folk got is the difference between their success and their failure. It reads in part here, Georgia's African-American population thus controls approximately 16 cents of each dollar in spending power. That is about $1 in 6 is spent by black consumers. How aware are we of the kind of power we have as African people? Clearly, they are a substantial economic force throughout the state.
All right.
But without a national consciousness, you don't recognize that. But they recognize it. They go on to say, for many of Georgia's businesses, the ability to capture black spending can make the difference between success and failure. They're putting it right in your face. If black spending power, if black spending can make the difference between the success and failure of Georgia businesses, and we're talking about what? White folks' businesses, that means black folk got what? Power. Because power is about what? The ability to succeed or to bring about what? Failure. And when somebody else's success or failure depends on your own behavior, then you have what? Power. New York State, the largest black market in the world, the largest black market in the world and the largest black market in this country. How much money are we worth? We are not able to place conditions on their entry into our markets by saying, if you enter here, you are going to pay taxes. If you enter here, you're going to leave something here. If you enter here, you're going to leave money in the institutions. You're going to contribute to our schools. You're going to contribute to our recreational centers. You're going to contribute to the employment of our people and to the stability of our families. If you cannot contribute to these things, if you cannot create jobs, if you cannot contribute to the education of our people, then we cannot permit you to operate within our borders. This is the way a nation runs. You don't let another people walk in and have their way and walk out and leave you impoverished as a people in the name of a free market. There's no such thing as a free market. Yeah, that's white folks' propaganda. free and open market. No free market. They forced people into that market. Castro was not free to say, I don't want to be a part of it. When he said, I don't want to be a part of it, they did what? Embargoed him and locked him out. The Japanese in the early part of the century said, we don't want to be a part of your market. What did the United States do? Sent Admiral Perry in there and blasted those markets open. What free markets do you have there? There are no such things as free markets. And when you learn that, you're going to be the better for it. And we got the markets, but we are not taking advantage of them. We've gotten ourselves in a situation where we are locked out of other people's markets and we permit them into our own, such that we are locked out of our own market. And then we wonder why we suffer the way we do. It is not because we are poor. If we were that poor and impoverished, then why did those people come to us to earn their living and their wealth? It means then we must be a wealthy people. I was looking over here at a recent report. You see, we have as a people everything that it needs to make a nation. We have telephones, fax machines, computers, highways, bridges, riverways, waterways, trucks, everything that many nations in the world, in fact, the vast majority of nations in the world, wish that they had available to them what the African American nation has available to it. They wish they had the highways. They wish they had the trucks. They wish they had the trains. They wish they had the ships. They wish they had the computers, the telephones, and all of those kinds of things that you can just pick up and dial right away, and they don't have to be routed through France or somewhere else. The lights don't go off at 2 o'clock every day or just flip on and off. You got it all here. Then why then are we not better off than we are? Because it is not enough. As I told you earlier, it is not enough to have gold in your soil, or oil in your soil, or diamonds in your soil. You must have a consciousness. It is only with an appropriate consciousness that these things can be transformed and converted into what? Wealth and power, and can be used for the advancement of a people and the survival of a people. The same is true here then. You cannot just have telephones and faxes and this and that, and not just have money in your pocket. That's not enough. You must have a consciousness that transforms those phones and transforms those faxes into a communications network that unites a people across regions and places and cities and becomes a basis for a system of distribution, a basis for uniting and creating a market from which one earns wealth to feed one's family and to stabilize one's social situation. But you can have all of these things, but if you don't have a sense of nation, if you don't have a group consciousness, if you do not identify yourself as a nation, then these are but so many instruments and becomes, as a matter of fact, the means by which we destroy ourselves. We're looking at the black buying power in America here, 1990 to 95. We got a report here called the Georgia Business and Economic Conditions, published here by the Selleck Center at the University of Georgia, titled Black Buying Power by Place of Residence, 1990 to 95. The second of a two-part analysis of buying power in specific markets. What are we talking about here? Is this published for us? No. What it's published for is for white folk. And it's telling them how much money black folk got. And it's telling them that the money black folk got is the difference between their success and their failure. It reads in part here, Georgia's African-American population thus controls approximately 16 cents of each dollar in spending power. That is about $1 in 6 is spent by black consumers. How aware are we of the kind of power we have as African people? Clearly, they are a substantial economic force throughout the state. But without a national consciousness, you don't recognize that. But they recognize it. They go on to say, for many of Georgia's businesses, the ability to capture black spending can make the difference between success and failure. They're putting it right in your face. If black spending power, if black spending can make the difference between the success and failure of Georgia businesses, and we're talking about what? White folks' businesses, that means black folk got what? Power. Because power is about what? The ability to succeed or to bring about what? Failure. And when somebody else's success or failure depends on your own behavior, then you have what? Power. New York State, the largest black market in the world, the largest black market in the world and the largest black market in this country. How much money are we worth in New York State, black people? You know how much money we are worth? $61 billion. That is a lot of money. This represents well over 10% of the buying power in New York State alone. I'm speaking of the area, the New York, Connecticut, tri-state area. And what does that mean? Now, but don't look at that absolute figure. Look at what would happen if we reinvested that $60 billion. If we put that $60 billion in black businesses, in black trade, if we invested that $60 billion in gaining equity in the major American corporations, if we use that $60 billion to gain equity in African countries. You know, I was just reading a piece this week about the fact that black investment bankers, a couple of black investment bankers, are selling as much as $100 million of bonds for the African Development Bank. Yes, another black investment banker is selling something like $500 million of securities for African businesses and infrastructural development. What does that mean, African people? That means that if we were knowledgeable of corporate finance, if we were knowledgeable of investment vehicles, we could literally finance the development of Africa. And by buying securities in the African Development Bank, by buying bonds, by buying other investment instruments in African corporations, even if they're owned by white folk, because once we buy the shares, we become the owners. In other words, then, by using black wealth, we can become the vehicle for financing African growth and development. And by using our own wealth and financing our own businesses, developing our own economic system, we would multiply our wealth, and we would not only be then worth $400 billion, we'd be worth $800 billion or more, and we would go stronger. And the stronger we grow, the more others would depend upon how we spend in order to survive, and to that degree, we will gain power over them. If tomorrow we decided as African people to build co-op supermarkets across this country, and we can do it, so that we can sell our people grocery and food at below wholesale prices. If we decided, using our church organizations as a means for sponsoring these co-op food markets across the country, so that we can open them literally simultaneously, and centered then the buying power for all of those co-op centers in a way that then we would have billions of dollars to spend with the suppliers of food. We could then manipulate those producers in terms of the buying power that we have. We can begin then to place our people on their boards. We can begin then to have real and substantial power in America. We have it in our hands, but you got to think of it as nation. It becomes interesting, by the way, if you study this particular breakdown of black spending in Georgia, and I wish we would get these breakdowns across the country. You see, when you become a state and a nation, you develop statistics. You see, and that's where statistics come from. It is the means by which a state and a nation gathers information about itself so that it can use that information to reorganize itself and to set itself up in ways to advance its interests. So once you become a nation, you become sensitive to the fact that you need a lot of information so that you can use this information. Now, when I read about the percentage of black buying power in Georgia by counties, something becomes very surprising. You note, for instance, that black buying power is as high as 25 and 26% in many of these counties. For instance, in Liberty County, Georgia, black buying power there is 22% of the total buying power. In Meriwether, 25%. Peach County, 25%. And you can just go on and on. In some of these counties, black buying power is as much as 45%, 35%. In other words, the black consumer has these counties by the balls. And they are able, if that buying power was to be coordinated and used, to have real impact and to transform the power relations of those societies and of those counties. They would be able, if they are buying half or 25% or 30% of what is being bought in those counties, to establish their own businesses and enterprises there. And they would be able to defend those businesses, enterprises, through the use of the boycott weapon. So what are we saying here then this evening, ladies and gentlemen? That African power is based on an African consciousness, based on an African-centered culture, based on an African-centered personality. And the degree to which our personalities and our culture are based on African values, based on African interests, based on African goals. To that degree, we empower ourselves as Africans, and to that degree, we escape the power of others over us. Thank you very much for your kindness.
Could not look out the same window the whites looked out. And lastly, you could not had no law in some states, you could not play games with white folks. But anyhow, that was called a slave code, which says very specifically how black folk were to behave in society and how white folks were to behave. And everybody was expected to honor it. And if a white person violated it, they were just as much a risk as a black person. They called him nowadays a nigger lover. He was one out of town too. If he was in a school, they called him teaching a black child. It would cost him $100 fine and 39 lashes to teach him, get caught trying to teach a black person to read because you're trying to make him equal. So that's how those laws came into effect. Now, I skipped this earlier. This is just showing you the difference between colonial slavery, which is modern slavery, and white slavery. You notice in here, churches, everybody felt some responsibility to everybody who had been a slave except black folks. Nobody held any responsibility. We were treated totally different. So if anybody ever talks about, well, there are other people who were enslaved and they made it. The slavery was totally different from blacks than any other kind of slavery that ever been on the history of this earth. Also important for you to know is that was why in the book I talk about why certain people were treated differently between blacks and whites. For instance, reason for indentured whites. Those whites went into slavery because they were constituting available slave food, but blacks because whites perceived themselves as being masters. For instance, American Indians, they were not white, but they were considered heathens, but the colonists respected them. See, there's a whole bunch of things, and I go through all those things in the book, and I'm going to waste your time to show you that anybody who was enslaved was totally different from blacks. They did not give you the same considerations. Now, also, just very quickly, I don't want to waste too much time on all this with you, is that if anybody ever asked you, all around the world, it was totally different. In global racial ordering, they set up an ordering system when they started the slavery process in the West and around the world. Like, for instance, Asia, they had a system over there before the 80s. What they did there, because they're hiring that schedule, Remember this, that the scale was this. The order went white, yellow, brown, and black. And everything that goes down, the value becomes less as you go down. And so the techniques they used were different. So up here, when you went into Asia, for instance, to enslave those people, you had large, complex civilization of yellow-skinned people. So the colonial powers that simply imposed a numerical small superstructure over them, which means they sent a few whites there to dominate, just a few whites to be their overseers. Now look at North America, for instance, and see that, before I get there, they were allowed, they kept letting the people keep their power. They exploited the people and the land. They allowed Asian culture, their language, and their family structure to remain intact. Now to get down to North America, they were brown-skinned people. The colonial power confiscated their land. They killed and forced the natives into less desirable land that they called reservations. They allowed the colonial powers to exploit the land, pass the ownership of wealth to their heirs. Native American culture and heritage remained intact and were enshrined into the United States coinage. See, they respected the Indians, so on our coins, we put the Indians' heads on the coins. In our museums, we put pictures and paintings of them. As a matter of fact, the first emblem for the United States was an Indian. Before we had understand, it was an Indian. White folk bragged about going around learning the English, learning how to speak with the Indians, learning their language. But when you got to black folk, nothing was left intact. When you found blacks, for instance, they colonized them, they imposed total control over them and colonized them. They exploited their land, their people, and their resources for centuries. And they executed mass displacement of the people by shipping them around the world into slavery. They took their wealth from them, and also they destroyed their families, they destroyed their culture, and destroyed their history. And they didn't identify with anything. So what I'm saying, so even though people say, well, they invaded China, they invaded this, they did not do it the same way. The further you go down the line, and skin color, the more severe everything has been, and depressing and exploiting. Now you find, now who was doing all this, all exploiting? These are the countries that were involved in the exploitation of black folks, the major slave traders. It was England, France, Dutch, Spain, Portuguese, and the Arab nations. And I want to call something to your attention here. The harshest people in exploiting black folk and enslaving black folk were the English. And now watch this skin color. Watch how the color gradations go down. Watch these gradations. Now, English, where it was white at the top, they were the hardest against black folk. France, again, white, they were the second hardest. Dutch, again, white, they were the third hardest. Spain, the color begins to get a little darker. They were not as bad, they were swart color. Portugal, again, not as bad, swart color. Arabs, again, were the milder in treating, in how they treated blacks. But they were the darker. So even though the Arabs were enslaving blacks, they were much easier on blacks than all the others in the treatment. But over here, it reversed itself. In terms of who was in slavery the longest, those who were the hardest was in it for the shortest period of time. And it goes down again. Whites were in it shorter than anyone that are darker. The Arabs, who were so mild against black folk, have been in it the longest. They've been in it now for 1,300 years and still doing it. So all that I thought you might be interested in knowing who's doing the slavery, who's getting it, and how it's being controlled based on skin color. And yes. Yes, yes. And all this information I'm trying to give you all just background information so we can get into real media discussion in a few minutes.
Okay.
Ask me anything you want. And this is just based on research I'm trying to give you my understanding of how the game is being played. So the slaves, now in 1705, slave codes went into existence across the country, which told white folk, white ministers, white institutions, white governments how they were to act with black folk, and told black folk how they would act. In 1710, something here happened that's very unique for you. You have to remember this. In 1710, people said, look, we got so many blacks coming into the country, and we set up a system on controlling them, but how do we control them internally? So in 1710, the state of Virginia passed something that's very important. They enacted what they call meritorious manumission. Meritorious manumission went into effect in 1710. And what it says is this, that any black person who invents something that a white person can use to make money off of, any black person who saves a white man's life, or any black person who saves a white man's property, or any black man who informs on any kind of thing that can be a potential threat to white people, can receive his freedom, can receive public recognition, and money. Okay? So that started in that was called meritorious manumission. That went into effect. Now what I did then, that's called official crabbing. That system has never been applied based on my understanding of human behavior and anthropology against any people except black folk, where you officially reward somebody for doing it in their own people. You know what I'm telling you now? That started. So now I went and tracked down 150 possible insurrections of slaves, slave revolts, and a black person squealed in every one of them. Whether I don't care if it was Nat Turner or all of them, a black person squealed. As a matter of fact, in Harper's Ferry, the night John Brown came in town to free the slaves, there was a black guy sitting on the porch at the hotel. His name was, I'll give you his name, you don't know, his name was Haywood Shepherd. He saw John Brown and his group coming in, and spotted him, and ran out the street to try to get his manumission. And they shot him dead in the streets. Was he going to alert the whites that John Brown and his group was there, and that shot did still alert the town. And that's how John Brown got captured in that firehouse, and he had a bunch of blacks with him, they all got killed and hanged, okay? And because they caught him by just killing Haywood Shepherd, they erected a monument to Haywood Shepherd in Harper's Ferry. It's still there. If you ever go down to Harper's Ferry, and I'm gonna tell y'all where to find it, because whites have got slick now, they get it. If you go down to Harper's Ferry, you find an old hotel, and the town is a monument now. It's right beside the house. They got a big brown box over it. And pull that box back and take a picture of it. And look and read the inscription on it. And it says, "This is the kind of nigga we like." And they talk about it. The name is Haywood Shepherd, and that he gave his life for the cause. So take a picture of it, and you can move the box, but I guarantee that is the only monument to a Sambo in this country. The only monument. So if you ever get a chance to get a picture of it, and I don't know how much longer it'll be that if they find out I'm telling you all, they might even destroy it. So, but go down there. So take a picture of that, okay? But that became the official system in this country, and it's still operative today. And I can take you right now to Washington D.C. You still see people doing it. They may be sitting on the Supreme Court. They might be on television. Okay? But they're still being rewarded, recognized, and getting compensation at the expense of their own people. Okay? And that's why later on we start talking about the difference between a Sambo and Uncle Tom. I explain all this to you. And I just thought, and on this chart, I just thought to give you some indications of all some of them that were exposed. The blacks started voting in New York, they were exposed. The slaves voted in Maryland, they were exposed. And I tracked more than 150 of them. And everyone, not one single one, got away without being exposed. And some black got free, got a recognition, through meritorious manumission, okay? But let me get to this point. Right around this point, something else began to happen too. Around 1750, black population in this country hit about 34% national. It was very important. The population went to 34%. And that began to scare whites in this country. And so the whites in this country started sending messages. First of all, they organized, called themselves the Continental Congress. You read about this in the history book, they don't tell why. They began to send letters back to England and said, look, stop sending the slaves over. We're scared to death. We got 34% now as black all over the country. And in the South, they were up to 55, 65%. And whites are scared to death. And England said, no, we got a good thing going. Because they had a franchising system. You know what's system about franchising with McDonald's, Burger King? England started the franchising system. So I told you about the factories and capitalism. Now franchising also came out of slavery. And what England was doing, England was saying, if you go over to the United States, I'll give you free land. And just like Burger King and McDonald's send you the straws and napkins and the containers, they said, we'll give you the land, we'll send you the slaves, we'll send you the protection, we'll send you the seeds, and everything you produce, you send it back to us, we'll process it and send it back to you. So the franchise, that's where the franchising system came from, just like capitalism and everything else, shipping blacks. So now, if England's franchising some of the blacks into the United States, the whites got scared. They said, want to get out of this. Not only we want to get out of too many blacks, but we want to get out of the franchising system. We don't want you to keep taking our products and we have to buy them back from you. We had these blacks pick all this cotton and send it to you, and in England, you make it into cloth, and we buy the cloth back. See what I'm saying? And so that's what's created what we call the Revolutionary War. But they don't tell you that's what created the Revolutionary War. Those are the factors. They wanted to get out of having all the products that black folk were picking going to England, and they have to buy it back from them. What blacks were picking, all the indigo, rice, sugar, rum, cotton, tobacco, everything. As a matter of fact, at that point in time, blacks were producing almost 100% of all the sugar on earth, almost 100% of all the cotton. Because up to this point in time, people were all wearing wool. There was no such thing as cotton cloth, fabrics, and textiles. And then so blacks were shipping off so much stuff into England that England was getting so fat and sassy that it created what we call an industrial revolution in England. You read about the industrial revolution in England, they don't ever tell you that what created the industrial revolution in England that they take credit for was black products being sent to them. And they were manufacturing and processing and selling it back to this country at an add-on price and add-on value. So that created, so they were scared to death of all those blacks in this country. So as soon as the Revolutionary War was over, the first act of the United States Congress was to do what? Pass a law that says what? No more Negroes come to this country unless you are a slave. So the first act of Congress in 1790, after the Revolutionary War, it was put a ceiling on black folk. They said this is a white country, no more unless you come in as a slave. And furthermore, that they wanted to end slavery, period. But the rich plantation owners say, well, look, I've invested a lot of money into these blacks. I got to get my money out of it. So the United States Congress says, well, then let's close out slavery in 25 years. So by the year 1808, let's everybody kill off international slave trade. And that's why that's kill off international slave trade. So in 1790, they passed the first immigration law, says it's a white country, zero quota on blacks. That's why you can't get Haitians in. We'll get to that. Okay? So they put a zero quota on black folk. Then they also passed the second act, which says we also, every 10 years, we want a census taken. So we know how many blacks are in the country. We know whether you're trying to trick us or raise over that number. Okay? So now by 1800, let's create another thing now. Up to this point in time, most of the slaves coming to the United States were 68 to 70% were black men. Very important for all my sisters when we get into this feminism. I tell you, it was primarily black men. So the people that were carrying the burden of slavery was not black women, contrary to what I'm fighting my sisters on TV about this all the time. It was not black women. White people in this country did not need black women. They didn't need you. Now some of them say, well, they needed us to go to bed with. No, they didn't need you. They had all the white women they needed to go to bed with. But they wanted with the biggest, burliest, blackest man they could get, so they worked to death before he was 40 years old. Because there was no retirement plan for him, no Social Security. They just wanted him dead. They did not want him to go into old age. The worst thing that happened to a white man was having an old black man. They didn't need you. Now listen to what I'm saying. They didn't need you. They wanted you dead by a certain age. And they carried this whole term saying, well, instead of a black, that's why they got this thing about a lazy slave. It's this nigga not working hard enough and dying fast enough for me. Now see, but there's never, and common sense was said, what's the incentive for having a hard-working slave? And I was on a television show, not really television, radio show with Tom Sullivan that grew up in Michigan. He was screaming about, black slaves were lazy. He was supposed to be lazy. But the conservatives saying, well, blacks didn't do that much, they were lazy. And they also going around saying now, well, blacks have learned poor work habits. And the reason we're not successful in this country now in business is because we developed poor working habits in slavery. We learned how to lean on the shelf. We needed to fight illnesses, pretend we were sick. Now, that's what some of the black conservatives are saying around the country to tell you. They're saying that's why you all in your troubles, because you're lazy and don't have a good work habit. And I always say to them on TV, why would my people want to be good, hard-working slaves? I mean, they might not be the smartest people in the world, but they ain't dumb. I mean, let's give black folk credit for having some sense, you know? You got laws that are not going to educate you, but at least pretend we got some sense, you know? And I congratulate those black slaves. They should have pretended they were sick. But anyhow, our black conservatives try to criticize them, but anyhow, Now, about this point, that's when northern segregation began anyway. There were a few blacks that were not enslaved at that point in time for various reasons. So some of those blacks tried to get real slick at this point. So some of them jumped up and said, well, you know, we had some black conservatives in those days too. You know, all those I told you they got free from meritorious manumission. Now, remember what I told you? Now, they were free. They said, well, I've been meritorious manumitted now. So first, I'm going to get me some slaves too. So they jumped up and tried to get slaves. We had about that time about 400 different blacks going around. We got the meritorious manumitted, passing some slaves. And so all of a sudden, white folks said, hold on, you can't do that. So, and they said, what do you mean we can't do that? He said, no. See, because if you do that, you violate that public policy where you're supposed to be subordinate. See, you cannot own slaves when you're a slave. Because then you come up, you now equate yourself to me. And I as the master. That's right. So those blacks, so Delaware passed, I might not have it on there, but Delaware passed the first law saying no black person can own a slave. Because see, if you own a slave, you've elevated yourself in status. Remember I told you about the public policy in 1638, saying a black must always be supported. So a few blacks, those meritorious, manumitted black folk tried to get slick and get them some slaves. But it didn't work, and they shot that down real fast. See, I gotta go a little fast because I can't lose you all. I'm gonna get through all this stuff. Now to get out, keep our people in line, they set up a system. They said, now we got all these blacks, but you know, to get the maximum use out of it, we get them in the training period. So they set up a system called seasoning black folk. So they sent black folk out of Africa. They didn't just send you right into the United States into a slave field. What they did, they sent you into the islands, the Caribbean, for 6 months to be seasoned. That means to be whipped and taught, to be broken like a wild horse. Now you bring a wild horse, you're going to break it in, train it. You go buy a dog, you got a period, you got somebody to break it, learn how to go to the bathroom and take them outside. So most of the blacks had to go into the Caribbean to be seasoned. And now let me tell you that typically, just for your monetary interest, when blacks were being brought to those factories on the West Coast, whites were paying on the average of about $25 to $35 a head for any black that was being sold out of Africa. But they set up a system called compounded interest that you also find in business. So what they wanted a 15% return on their money. So when they got in this country, they would typically sell those blacks for about $400 to $450 a piece. Okay? So I want to give you some facts, you know what kind of money they're making off of it. Now, when they got into those islands, they had a process like this to teach them how to break it like a wild horse. And these are the things they wanted for them. First of all, I want this black to be taught discipline, okay? And so what they would do is subject you to endless, hard, tedious, dirty work. They want you to be inferior to whites. So they set the system about never seeing any black with power in an authoritative position. Nobody could do that. And if somebody came around to try it, if you did this, another white person would shoot you as a white person because that threatened his system. See, if he has 200 slaves somewhere by himself, and he saw you with your slave being in charge, he thought that his slaves would get arrogant and up. And they could not. Thank you. No role models. You can have the role models. And so they set the system of never seeing a black with any power and anything that tends to suggest to another black person that he can be something special or be other than what they want you to be. So then they taught you to know your place. That was the whole thing about the color line, and Jim Crow followed that. To be backward and childlike, they planned you into ignorance and humiliation. They always humiliated you. They told that you were childlike. That's why they always called you boy. They would give you a title, all this kind of stuff. I'm not going to bless your intelligence with all this, but they set up a religious system called the seasoning process. Yes, sir.
Wasn't that where they do that in Haiti, putting down the Haiti and the West Indies?
Yes, right.
Down in Haiti.
Right.
And they went to Haiti, and as you grew, they stayed in Haiti.
Right. That's what happened. They would take you down in the islands and they would treat you and season you and break you in. So when you come in this country, then they would sell you on the market as being a treated and seasoned black. And they would put out a little advertisement about what all you could do. You know, if you could speak the language, if you know left and right, you know a few words, then you sold it ahead for all the higher value. Yes, sir.
How successful would you say that system really was in terms of percentages, 50% of the slaves, 20% of the slaves? Because you had all these rebellions, and it's obvious today that it's not totally effective.
No, it was. There were some blacks who did just didn't go for the okie doke. Some of them still trying to get out of it. But one of the things I should tell you that, contrary to what you're being taught, just in about the Underground Railroad, going north, blacks going north, going to Canada, a lot of that's BS too. Black folk weren't that dumb. Because see, blacks in the South, most of them found it easy to go down to Florida, go to Spanish territory by walking 50 miles across the road. I keep running about my friends with stories. See, they keep running the game. I went up to them, I said, why don't y'all put BS in my folk? That every black one get on the Underground Railroad heading north. They that's BS. What? Black folks again weren't educated, they weren't dumb. You see? Most of them say, I can leave and go in Alabama, go right into Florida. Florida's a Spanish territory. I can go right across and nobody come out of the country. Why would I walk 1,000 miles to get to Canada and not walk across the road to be in Florida? But everybody go look at the Black History course, you got the Underground Railroad heading north. I said, black folk are so crazy, you see? I was one of those smart ones. But the reason that's important, I'm reminded that not because I came from Florida, but because I want you to understand how we got into Seminole Wars and how Florida came in as a territory. Contrary to what people, they never put in the history book, you can talk about the Seminole Wars, the Great Seminole Wars. The Seminole Wars came because black slaves were running off to Florida, and they were intermingling with the Indians and been placed in prominent positions. And that whites couldn't stand it. And then when those slaves back, and the worst thing, again, as the good Reverend said, you were creating role models for slaves by letting those blacks run off into Florida and be role models for Indians. They were interpreters, they were scouts, they were chiefs. And that was what triggered the 3 Seminole Wars in this country. As a matter of fact, that's how Jacksonville came into existence. They kept sending Stonewall Jackson to bring those slaves back. He went down to Jacksonville and burned up the fort and killed about 200 women and children in Jacksonville. And they named Jacksonville after him. We had Fort Negro down in the Chattahoochee River. He also destroyed a fort there, shot one ball into a fort, killed a whole bunch of women and kids because the men would always leave. But we had some very prominent blacks involved in Florida. One of the biggest ones I told you about was John Bois. I mentioned somebody. John Bois was one of the baddest blacks that lived in this country. Forget about Martin Luther King, forget about Malcolm X, forget about Du Bois. The baddest black that lived in this country was a black man named John Bois. He was from Florida. He kicked this country's posterity for 50 years. And they never caught him. Never caught him and never killed him. And he was a chief and he led the black, he was one of the scouts that led him. You heard about the Trail of Tears where they marched all the Indians out of Florida out to Cherokee territory. They tell you that was led by a black man named John Bois. He took his people and they carried a bunch with him. He was the chief, second person to Osceola. Osceola was the Seminole Indian chief. And they imprisoned Osceola because he was trying to get his wife back. His wife was married to a black woman named Morning Dew. Morning Dew was a black woman, that was his wife. They kidnapped her, and he went in, and then what triggered the 3rd Seminole War, he went to get her back. And under a flag of truce, they caught him and stuck him in a prison called in Fort Sumter, South Carolina, and stuck him in a damp cold cell. He finally died of pneumonia and an exposure. And with him, he had about 30 or 40 blacks with him at that time. And they also killed him. So he never got Morning Dew back. That left John Bois and another black man named Wildcat, an Indian named Wildcat. They went all over the West, fighting and killing the whites. And finally went to Mexico a couple times and came back out. They finally killed Wildcat out in Texas. They never caught John Bois. The last time they heard him, he rolled off in the South and never saw him again. That was the baddest black that ever lived in this country. As the only black that ever took this country on, fist to fist, toe to toe without the rhetoric, this fault. They never got it. Okay? So there are evidence of black folks that did what they're supposed to do and got away with it. And you talk about all the other black heroes, I don't call them heroes, because all of them didn't make it. They're dead. This one, they never caught it and never beat it. Okay? So, but anyhow, that triggered the Seminole War, and because of the Seminole Wars, that's how we got Florida. Because we ran Spain out and took it over. But Florida came into the Union because the Indians and blacks kept getting together in that state and they were trying to get the slaves back. But let me mention one point about the Indians, because there's another myth floating around about Indians were worse treated than blacks. Don't believe it. BS again. The worst people that have been treated, I told you that global distribution scale, based on skin color, black folks. See, Indians are brown in you. They're over blacks. Blacks are the worst treated. I.e., as an example, Indians, I found that the biggest killers of black slaves were Indians. Because they knew very quickly, the Indians weren't dumb either, that the only unarmed people in the United States were who? Black folks. I would look at a 20-year period, and just gauge what whites were doing versus Indians. Indians were the biggest slaughters of black folks. What they would do, the whites would put blacks out in the field, work the field all during the day. Every time an Indian attack came, guess who was exposed? They had blacks with burglar alarms. Let me give you some little piece of information about Indians so you don't buy the garbage most. You don't, I leave you all there, I don't you believe in it, the BS anymore. Also, Indians were the primary hunters of black folk. Every time they caught a black runaway slave, they picked up $20 for it. Track him down and bring him back to his master. $20 a head. Also, I want you to know that out of the 6 so-called civilized Indian tribes in the United States, all of them were slaveholders. Every one of them were held slaves, sold slaves, and captured slaves. All were slaveholders. And even more important, last I want you to know, that all 6 civilized tribes fought on the side of the South to maintain slavery. Now you remember all that, okay? So you start thinking about, well, poets, no, poets. Indians had more advantage than you did. And in addition to that, they were treated better. Where on one hand, Indians, every Indian in the United States was treated as a non-citizen, just like a black non-citizen. Both were non-citizens. But as non-citizens, Indians got land. They could hold land or they were given reservations. Okay? 2, Indians could get free medical care. 3, Indians got free seeds and tools. 4, Indians got free schooling. Not only did Indians get free schooling, Indians were required to go to school by law. On the other hand, with black folk, it was against the law for you to be caught getting an education. It was against the law for you to own land. It was against the law for you to have a weapon. It was against the law for you to protect yourself. This is what I'm telling you now. And also, those Indians, again, were brought into the system. And they were brought into the system for a very specific reason. Because they did not want the Indians to identify with black folk. This thing. Which you're going to find the same thing is going on today. This group will all lumped together to make sure whites are never in the minority. Because back in the past Revolutionary War, they passed a public policy that says, in a democracy, the majority wins and the minority loses. Remember that. The majority wins and the minority loses. So the whites say, if we ever dare come into a minority status, we're going to immediately incorporate some of these people going down the sheet to make sure we never get in the minority. Okay? As we start talking about here. Now get over here, for instance. I started talking about populations. Whites always manipulate the populations to make sure they're always the majority, so they're always the winner. They always make sure that you're always the loser by being the minority. And later I'm going to tell you, never let anybody call you a minority. Because you are the only planned permanent minority in this country. That makes you the only planned permanent loser. You can never win the way it's structured. Unless you get into a majority status someplace. And later on we start talking about some of these things in relation today, you always struggle to get into the majority. And when you get into the majority, always say, I am the majority and I'm now the winner. And that's why we can't win in Detroit, Michigan, St. Louis, Newark, Washington, D.C., where blacks make up a major population. Because they don't understand this. And they got you locked in. You don't know how to play the game. I'm going to Detroit, Michigan. They got an 84% black population, a black mayor, a black city council. I said, what are you doing for black folk? Help them start a business and get money. He said, well, we got an office of minority business. I said, how in the world can you have an office of minority business and the city's 84% black? And I go downstairs and find out that in the contracts and services and goods, that whites are getting 96%. Same thing in Washington, D.C., and every other black city. because you got locked into the mindset of being a minority. You're so enamored with being a minority that you believe that even when you become a majority, you cannot shift gears and say, I'm not a majority. And I go all over this country and I can even find a black person that would even stand up and say, I represent black people. I don't represent minorities, I represent black people. I go to the United States Congress, black Congress, we're friends now, a lot of us belong down Institute now. I said, why don't you just stand up for black people? They said, well, you know, we can't do it. We got to have support of women and Asian and Hispanic. Now, I'm telling you, the only one I found, the most vigorous one I found to support black people was Alcee Hastings. He said, put me on your board. He said, I don't give a shit. I go to the NAACP. We got 3 organizations in the United States that's going to be looking out for black folk. I go look at their mandate and they say, well, we got to look out for minorities and women and abused children, wives. I said, wait a minute, hold it. So, make a bottom line, we don't have to about it for black folk. The worst thing is that even I find minorities say, yeah, we're going to look out for black folk, doctor. We totally agree with you. And I said, fine. We're going to look out for black folk with a subgroup. I said, what subgroup? We're going to look out for black women. Or we're going to look out for black children. I said, wait a minute. Why don't you just simply look out for black folk? Because they're scared to say, I'm just going to look out for black folks. And they said, well, we're going to look. So right now, the whole movement in this country now is to be concerned about black children. And I told them to me, I'm against it. I'm not interested in black children. Like, you know why? I'm interested in black adults. If I say the adults, let them say their own children. That's right. You know what I'm saying? And every time I go someplace, they go, well, we got to set these programs to save the children. No, don't save the children, save the parents. Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Isn't there a law that says black men are supposed to be kept in a certain realm?
Yes, but see, because it's built into your structure. It's built into your structure that they won't come out and tell you necessarily explicitly, but the entire issue of racism is male, is territorial items between males. That's what you fight for. Every male wants to be able to practice territorial items, meaning protect his own turf, protect his own cave, protect his own lair, like an animal. The white male here, okay, they got a ranking order. See, whites love ranking orders. We're going to talk a lot about that if I get enough time to want to do it. They love ranking orders. White female was based on the pedestal. That's what's called Southern culture, Southern chivalry. That's why you always hear the Klan, all the white organizations, protect white womanhood. That's why between the years of 1882 and 1892, they lynched 2,800 black men. And all of them had something to do with being in a white woman's presence, coming to the door when a white man was home, not taking off your hat, blinking, looking at her, staring, shaking hands with her, touching her, being too close to her. So that's because she's in a protected category. She is like precious china. She's to be protected at all costs. If you're going to read in your white racist article, this is what they're after. Protect the white woman. Now, the white man put himself on the level where he is equal to any woman because he wanted direct, immediate access to her. I don't care if it's an Indian woman or a black woman. He wants to be able to go to bed with her and do anything he wants to do. So he wants her, but he wants a white woman up above him, placed and protected. And below him is the black male. He wants the black male kept below him under all circumstances. Okay? And because he wants you kept beneath him, that's how a lot of these myths were created. See, he figured out, he wants these two people as far apart as possible. Nicole and OJ. Which were far apart as possible. He wants as far apart. This is what the fight's over. Keep these two as far apart as possible. Now, and after he went through this, that's why he always puts out all these myths about the black man. About the black man being oversexed. Black man is an animal. Black man is this. Black man is larger than sexual organs. He puts this out to try to scare the white female and keep her away from this guy. Yeah. why so what he's done now, he created so much of a myth, he created an attraction. And so consequently, and to make sure that these two didn't get together, so not only would he lynch this guy to keep him in the hole, but he also castrated him. Because he did not want him to get here, so anything he had, he just cut it off. Because he didn't want to cut this, see, that's what he did the center for, to cut that off. Now that's what the whole thing, the court situation, OJ, he cut those off, those two individuals. But even more than that, whenever he does get here, if this guy ever does get to her, then that's why they always go around saying the black man has a long penis. That's what it's all about. Yes, sir.
You were talking a few minutes ago, and you distinctly said that there are people, blacks in particular, who say, well, I'm for black women.
Right.
I'm for black children. It seems that there is just an impediment about being able to say, I'm for black men.
That's right. That's why you won't find one or two organizations in the country. I'm for black men. Like I said, the best they'll do is say, I'm for black men in a mentor program for black youth. Black youth. They'll do that. They'll do it, they'll qualify. And that's the only one you're going to find. You might find a black organization that says, let's create a black organization for men to take care of the black youth. That's all. But you got to put that qualifier on the end that is for save the children. See what I'm saying? They're a mentor program for black youth. If I go into the school system, let's take Detroit, Michigan, for instance. They'll have a black program that deals with black men, but it's to be a mentor program for whom? For the children. Because see, children don't offend anybody. Women don't offend anybody. But see, you black men, you all are offensive. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am, sir. No, right. But see, because you're not a threat. And so you're going to hear black people run around and say, well, you know, we got a double problem being a woman and black. Yes. Black women are higher on this level than the black man. As I said, that's why the burden of slavery is carried by the black man. And plus that, keep in mind that the difference between trying to mix the sex issue with racism is like trying to mix apples and oranges. It's like trying to mix a headache with cancer. It might be a headache being a woman, but it's cancer being black in this country. Because you see, women are essential for the promulgation of society. You must always have women for society to continue to exist. You don't need black people and black men. You don't need them. The white male can fertilize her. You are the expendable ingredient. Listen to what I'm telling y'all now. So if they get rid of, and they know that if you get rid of the black man, the black woman and the black child is vulnerable. You are exposed, and you can't do anything about it because you don't have a black man to protect you. And that's why we get a little further along. You find that when we get up to 1800s, that your situation is identical where it was in 1830. I'm going to show you that in 1830, you had the same number of black men in prison. In this country right now, jump ahead to tell you. Right now in America, between the ages of 20 years of age and 25 years of age, meaning 35 years of age. In this age range, approximately 39% of all the black men in the United States are either in prison, on parole, or on probation. 39%. Now, you only got that only leaves you about 6% left. Now, and I'm going to tell you what that other 6% in a second. Okay? 39% of all all black men are either in prison, parole, or probation. Now, let's see what happens to the rest of it. Let's take unemployment. I'm way away from my history, but I'm jumping ahead on some other stuff now. So if you all stay with me, I might have to go back to the history. It always relates. But if you take unemployment, contrary to what they tell you, the unemployment situation in the United States right now is 34% for blacks. 34%. What you keep reading in the paper, that 5.5%, that's for white people. And it's also only for people who are still looking for jobs. Black folk are what we call a hidden index. They don't look for the jobs anymore, they've given up, or they have so many disabilities, whether it's drugs, alcohol, other illnesses, they're not even in the market anymore. The black unemployment across America is 34%. And in your city, and Baltimore and Detroit, you listen to what I'm telling you now, Detroit unemployment is. How many might we tell you? What do y'all think your real unemployment is in this city? Come let me guess. See how many might know. Huh? You're close. There's 43% for blacks. That means almost half your population is not even working now. And for black youth in the United States, you worried about crime. It is 57% for black youth. That's why they stand on the street corner. That's why you have to high crime. And later on, I'm going to show you why all these figures came out like that in a few minutes, but I've jumped across history, yes. National for black youth, 57%. And I shouldn't take all this, I'll give you stuff out of context. It might not make sense to you a little later, so maybe I shouldn't jump around like that. So let me go back to history a few minutes. All this tied, all this become very clear to you. Yes?
On that level, where you have a white man,
Puerto Ricans? You said Puerto Ricans? Yeah. Puerto Ricans, like most people, most immigrants come to this country, one of the first things they learn is that if they possibly can, do not identify as black folk. Now, if they have no choice, they're stuck. But one of the first things they learn, and the last thing they forget, is stay away from black folk. Because they understand in this country that you got a ranking order that will come up pretty soon on the street. Okay? Now, there's some who come into the country that are obviously black and they can't run and duck and hide, so they're stuck with you. Because Puerto Rican is a mixed country. Okay? But anybody that comes to this country that's got any sense, they're trying to identify us. They're trying to go up. So this is where all the power and wealth is. So they're trying to go up. And this is what lends a lie to one of your all's best heroes in this country, Jesse Jackson. He keeps talking about the Rainbow Coalition. Now, anybody's right mind, even if you didn't know anything else, you're not colorblind, go outside and say, where the hell is the black and rainbow? There ain't no black and rainbow.
Watch out.
Yes, sir.
Also, they also mark on your passport, B.W.
Oh, yes.
Black or white.
All right, see, well, we're going to get to that. See, as these groups begin to shift, these changes are going to occur. I'm going to show you how they do that. See, they're shucking and jiving again to keep these orders. And see, what the bottom line is that it is we against all the others. And that's the issue. And show you how you commit suicide, the whole minority stuff in a few minutes. But that's the issue. If they get a chance, they're going to go up. And worse than that, just pretend that they were black people too. You came in this country, you got a ranking order of preference. A ranking order of preference. Why would you want to identify with somebody down beneath you? I mean, you got to be a fool to want to identify down. That's like walking down the street backwards, looking at the wrong way. They say, no, if the power and wealth and resources are here, why do I want to identify with black folks? What's the incentive? What's the incentive for identifying with black folks? What are you going to get? What are you going to get to identify with black folks? Why would an Asian in Washington want to identify as I'm going to hang out with black folks? Why? When you are the rabbit and all the hound dogs looking for you. That's no incentive unless you're crazy. So the issue is, basically, you better start looking out for yourself. Nobody else cares about it. There's no incentive in this country to be identified with, association with black folk. Now, Jesse can keep telling you all that. But what I'm telling you all that is a figment, about 98% a figment of Jesse's imagination. When I ran campaigns around the country, came into Atlanta City with this Rainbow Coalition, I looked at the rainbow, I saw about 99% black and even one white when they paid me and offered free lunch to come on with them. If I were white, what's the incentive of white? You might have some white people that don't know any better walk around. But other than that, there's no incentive. But back to my point, you all laugh, man, I'm serious. I'm serious. But so what they did here back in the population though, whites have a rule. And I gotta jump here on you again. Okay. Built into the immigration law, I told you, they said a zero quota. Now, remember, a zero, that's a zero quota. That's ideally what they want. They want zero. But what I found from research is that they have an acceptability quota. See, you hear whites talk they're against quotas. They have built a quota into everything dealing with black folk. They don't want you to know about it. So even if you think about it, you dial close to test this too loud. See, when you hear white folks, I'm against quotas, that's what they prefer. See, they don't want you to know about it. Our mother used to say, they want somebody to see your left hand wave your right. So they always say, well, I'm against quotas. But what they got built into the process, including integration, is a quota. They will tolerate somewhere between 5 and 8% of blacks in anything. That's it. And we call that a tipping point. It's called a tipping point. White folk will accept 5 to 8% of blacks in anything before they get upset. Anytime you go over 8%, they start taking action against you. They're going to take action against you between 8 to 15%. Between 18 to 15%, you expect all hell to break loose. Remember, when it gets over 8 to 15, and don't ask me how they know. I wish when I talk to God, when I'm asking, how do they figure that out? Somehow they know. They get a damn money every time. I'm sorry, what's that?
They're statisticians.
Yeah, and somehow they know. So if you go in and move into their neighborhoods, in a house, in their communities, somehow the minute your percentage in any given area, a block or neighborhood goes over 8%, they know it and signs for houses for sale. If you put that many of your kids in their school, it goes over it. They start pulling their kids out of school. If you started going around their store, their business too often, they take that business and move it out of the neighborhood, or move it across town, or move it to another state. You see a whole factory jump and move. In Detroit, Michigan, like the Ruiz plant. As soon as they went over to the Ruiz plant, when blacks moved into the union, UAW is the biggest union in the United States. The Ruiz plant's automobile factory. When blacks moved into Detroit in the 50s and 60s, up moving those plants, they closed out all those plants and built 26 new plants in the suburbs. And then when the blacks started getting into suburb plants, they shot those plants to St. Louis, Washington, scattered all over the country. And now the blacks begin to get into it, they're going to feed them out of the country in the national agreement. And that was due to two things. The scattering potential of blacks getting in numbers, because blacks are taking over the unions. Blacks are almost the backbone of the union. And they're going to not let you take over those unions and come in those factories and start dictating terms to them. So they were scattering. And remember I told you in Africa, when they scattered blacks called dysphoria, or they also did the same thing what I call integration. The same thing, they scatter blacks anytime they get in a number. Because anytime you scatter somebody, you weaken their numbers in their cloud. That means if you scatter them thinking-wise, you scatter them physically. Now, between 8 and 15%, they're going to take action against you. By then, they're going to conclude, because I told you back in 1750, when blacks got to 34%, they want that number down. They pushed that number from 34% all the way back down to 8%. They pushed it down by sending those immigration laws saying blacks will not come into this country. And they forced your population down. They went out and started encouraging other whites and other groups coming to the country to get those numbers down. They pushed the numbers down by the early 1900s, they had it down to 8%. And now we've grown back up in the country, and currently we're 12.3% of the population. We've gone past that point. You're right in the center of this thing. You're right in the center of it. And being right in the center, whites are coming after you. You see, you're going over the mark again. You're going over the mark, and they're coming after you. That's where you are now, according to your 1990 census. Now, ironically, not only monitoring you, that's the population of blacks in America, but the population of Africans in the world population is exactly 12.3%. And that's why the poor Africans are in trouble. That's why you got problems in Somalia, Ethiopia. Because you have crossed the tolerance point for what they will accept. You go start checking, it's like the numbers stay right on the money, won't change. I'll go back and deal with these numbers over here. Over here and going back and looking. These populations went up along these lines. See, they went up and showed you. Went up to 14, 19, 17, 50, 33% of this different range. You got up in here, and all of a sudden they started forcing it down. They forced it all the way down and went all the way down until it gets down to 8%. Now, they use various kind of techniques to do this. I just Korean some of them. By Virginia limits increase in blacks. Virginia puts 5% duty on imports of slaves. They did all kind of techniques. That's why you can't get Haitians into the country. I keep trying to explain how people say, why don't you understand what they're doing to you? They say, well, we need to invade Haiti and make Haiti stay. No, invade Haiti. They're trying to keep you out of this country because they don't want you changing the numerical numbers. You're at 12.5%. If you bring in more Haitians, you're going to 15. That's a violation of the 10th commandment. And I got some of the dumbest blacks that I know as friends and colleagues in politics talk about, we got to go back and invade Haiti so we can keep them, kick so and so out. That's not the issue. None of that stuff is the issue. The issue is courtesy. They don't want you to cross those figures. This is culture. That's why I can't not people figure that out. And that's what hurts me. And no blacks making the issue. If you heard any blacks protesting, and what they've done, they got you locked in as a planned minority, and when Katie forgot, don't you understand what they're doing to you? Saying you'll never win because we're not going to get your people coming in. Yeah, all the time, every time you had problems it's not even after the Iraq war, they brought in over 200,000 Iraqi soldiers that we just finished fighting. 200,000. That is more blacks than brought in this country in 27 years under the new present immigration quota. Now, immigration quotas now as of 1966 is 1/2 of 1%. 1/2 of 1%. Last year, I think we brought in something like about 12,000 blacks. And now you're going to see Russians coming into the country. You're going to see Germans coming into the country when the walls went down. Asian, Vietnamese. Anytime a country gets in trouble, we run out and bring the people in. Cubans come in anytime they want them. They're not going to let you all in because you're not making an issue of the problem. And again, I say, is that my people don't understand, but it is too late to go out and fight? Yes. Yes, I'm sure you're right. There is some of that. You're right. Somehow we do have blacks in this country who think that, well, he's from another island, so therefore he's not aligned with me. See, whites don't think that. Remember I told you back about in the 1400s, I told you about the Mamadous. Remember that? One of the first thing they learned, I told you they built a broad sense of community based on skin color. Do any of you remember that? Whites learned early that I don't care what your individual problem is, what your religious differences are, what your nationality might be. Drop it all as soon as something comes up and go for skin color. I can have two white countries fighting each other right now. If they see another black country, they quit fighting and jump you. I don't care what white person comes in here from any country, whether he's Irish or Italian, he'll get together and participate in the lynch mob. I don't care what religion he belongs to. Protestant or Baptist or Methodist, they get together and go lynching. Because they understand the important thing, which is skin color. Yes, sir.
Dr. Anderson, how much of the seed relates with regards to issues of immigration, foreign policy, is tied
done, the seasoning process is now structural. It's now built into the system. And what white folks have done is I told you about, remember the slave codes I talked about in 1705? Those slave codes commissioned every institution, every organization, every religion to make sure that which was abnormal became the norm. Exactly. That's what conservatism means right now. They're saying, in other words, when you hear whites talk about, I can explain to you a little bit later on, okay, because I'm going to get to that point. So can you wait for me? Okay. I call it the tipping point. What whites call it racial balance. In their mind, a lot of white, little black is racial balance. That's racial balance. You start talking about busing and mixing. They call it racial balance, meaning we must stay in the dominance. We don't understand that. We think it means equal.
Integration to us, we're integration. To them, it's been absorbed.
That's right. And that's why when I left Bermuda, they even got the blacks down there integrated. Blacks down there was 68% of the population, and they were integrated with whites. So hold on a second, how do you integrate a basketball into a golf ball? And they said, well, Dr. House, nobody ever came in and told us that. So we thought we should integrate it. And now they have nothing. They have nothing. They just trying to integrate. They try to squeeze a basketball into a golf ball, so we're going to integrate too. I said, no, hold on, just stop. Just stop.
Now, I think we started before you all.
Okay. Yes, I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to get to... Now, so on here, this is the thing that they worked out. They have all kinds of little techniques. They passed all kinds of laws. I just try to give you a variety of them to try to keep you in a permanent minority status. That's why the term is so prevalent today. They passed all kinds of anti-slavery laws, anything to keep down the population. They even passed laws to make sure that they had meritorious manumission laws. They passed some of those too. Maybe I didn't put that on here. But they also passed laws to stop white folks from releasing blacks too. Because they also never wanted more than about 4% of blacks being free in the country. That's why at the time of the Civil War, 4% of blacks were free. The other 96% were still enslaved. Because they could not afford to have that many free blacks running around. The thing that was most fearful of whites was to have uncontrolled large numbers of black folk. Because they were not being monitored and controlled. So, yes, sir.
Because this is part of everything, and you said some stuff that's just reason I think we decided. You keep saying blacks, white, blacks, white. I think I hear it. I just want to be clear. You're talking about male.
Right, that's right. See, the male is the lowest of the low. That's what I try to do this little thing. Yeah. See, whenever I talk about groups, you are the lowest of the low. Okay? And in group structures, our race is the lowest of the low.
So there is a sense in which, with all of this scheme and denial, the black woman ain't on his mind.
No, not threat. No threat. No threat. Absolutely no threat. She could threaten if she had a 44 in her hand. There's no threat. Black women do not intimidate white males. Never have. As a matter of fact, there was a custom in the South that by the time a white male got to be 14, he had a bar mitzvah, he should come to bed with a black woman and have a black mistress. Never been a problem to them. But black women, some of my friends, they asked me to be a spokesperson in Seattle, Washington, in about 3 months at the Black National Caucus for Women. I keep telling the same issue. The issue is not you, it's the black man they're after. That's the guy they're after, and they want to hurt. Because he has a potential threat. But a lot of my sisters, see, they get this sisterhood stuff, they try to push their own wagon at the expense of their own people. And what I'm saying to them is that the issues are totally different. They're totally different. Let me take about 2 seconds to get back to my chart. But let me say, the difference is, black people, I told you in that public policy, black folk were defined historically to be producers of labor for wealth and comfort of white folk. Never forget that. You came here to produce, to be a labor force for the personal comfort and wealth building of white folk, primarily black men. produce labor. So black men were to be producers of wealth and comfort for the white labor. But again, I told you in 1638, the law says, but black folks should never enjoy the fruits of white society. So you could never enjoy anything. So you were excluded from enjoying. It is just the opposite. You hear white women, any woman raise an issue about that, it's just the opposite. Their problems are just the opposite. That's why I say you can't mix apples and oranges. The problem with women was that they were denied the opportunity to be producers. See, in other words, women were told to stay home, walk around, look good, keep the house. You didn't have to work. Women were denied the opportunity to produce, just the opposite of what black men were doing. They were denied the opportunity to produce, but they had the option to always enjoy the fruits of anybody's labor. That's what I'm telling you. Women could enjoy the fruits of anybody's labor. They could live and look good. If he's a millionaire, he has to get a liquor work the rest of his life. Whatever a man brought, whatever color the man was, the woman had access to enjoy whatever he enjoyed. She put her feet on the same table, slept in the same house, slept in the same bed, went to the same church. Whether she worked or not. But a black person, a black man was just the opposite. I don't care what he did. He would be worked to death, but he was never going to be permitted to enjoy anything. So you ought to remember that. When you hear people talking about sex issues and race, so what the white man's done now is put her issues over yours. Make sure that your conditions never change. Yes, sir.
Isn't it true that they had the black male and then the black man?
I'm sorry?
When they had the black male, they used to say, first you're a male, then you're a black man. Anybody that thought and began to think was considered a black man. In other words, if you did think he was a black male.
Yeah, well, when you get it, Francis Wilson can get into a lot of that for you in some of the more physical, sociological behavior patterns of black people in white society. But that's what they were after. So they kept in this pattern rev to make sure that black men were just producers, be a labor force, but he could never enjoy anything. That's why the South enlisted and castrated all those black men. So you ain't gonna enjoy the white woman, you ain't gonna enjoy anything. You're gonna live in poor housing, you're gonna be excluded, you're gonna be in prison. And in Bermuda, 96% of the prisoners are due to black men. In the United States, period, 96% of all blacks in prison are black men. Not women, black men. So black men are denied, they must be producers, never enjoyers of comfort. Women were to be enjoyers of comfort, but they don't necessarily have to produce.
What are some of them? You mentioned sexism as the issue being put on the list.
Okay.
But what are some of the other, I guess, real devious ways that the racist works to separate, to use the black woman against the black man?
Okay. Good question, Greg. Sharp this morning. This interests you. I should ask you, this is a big interest, isn't it?
And the primary reason is I'm the pastor of a church that historically has been black women. And in my move to bring in black men, the problems that I encounter,
Okay. What they did was that the white man then made the black woman more acceptable, more palatable. So in this process, in this process, he made, by setting this kind of stair-stepping, he made the black woman more acceptable. So the first thing he did on the plantation was he would say, well, the white woman, the white master is in charge. The white man is the highest. The white man is the highest on the ladder. Next now would be the white mistress, the white woman. Now, in her absence, guess what they put in? Black woman. See, a black woman, a strong black woman, was put in as the third most powerful person on the plantation, Rev. to answer your question historically. She became the third most powerful person in the whole culture. Not the black man. She ran the house. She ran the plantation. She kept everything organized. She managed the house. When the white masters and the white visitors out of the house, she ran it. Also, she was over everything in the fields too. She was over everything around that house, outside, the gardening, the animals, everything. She was the top person. Thirdly, in the fields, white and black women were put in as what we call slave drivers. Sometimes you might call them straw bosses. She was the person who set the tempo on how fast the men were to work. That's what I'm telling you. The black woman set the tempo. Just like today, the black woman would set the tempo in the home for how fast that black man is going to work and how long he's going to work. Thirdly, that was a mean thing. Women be looking for him. Thirdly, black women were put into some of the softer, more plush jobs. If there are plush jobs on this plantation, she got it. Like, for instance, she was put in charge of being like we call trash gangs. A trash gang meant she went around with children. See, she was responsible for the children. And she took those children, went in the field, and picked up all the grass, the hold up, the bushes, and throw them in the back of the truck. Just picked up around in the fields where the black man was working. But all the dirty, hard, laborious work, where black men were losing their legs and arms every day with machines and tools and doing stuff. And when you're picking that cotton, you had to pick 200 to 300 pounds of cotton a day, sticking your hand into those bowls, where split their hands wide open, because hard like razors. They had to pick with such rapidity and not hit those razor blades. You must do that all the days of your life. A man's hands are all cut up, just bleeding, blow up, swollen, scarred, tissue. That was the black man. And thirdly, or fourthly, the black woman could always be a personal comfort to the white man as a mistress. Because when the white woman all of a sudden decided she didn't want more children, or the white man didn't want to abuse her body, he went out and got him a black mistress to have children. And so she was protected. And when she got those black children, that black woman got increased status because that black man was a little more kinder to his own children and to that mistress. But the black man was not interested in going out and doing anything with that black man in the field. Am I giving you a feel for that? So they have a very special ranking in jobs, responsibilities, and comfort and everything else in the race of the whites and the black man. And later on, when sharecropping started, the black folk picked that up. And they said, now I'm going to do the same thing the white master's done. So they began, the white, free black, the emancipated blacks, they then started allowing their wives to start imitating white women. They set up a little culture where they go around and try to dress like it. And whites started criticizing them, saying, going around trying to pretend you're white. So white women then had a chance to start holding little tea clubs. And also, the white men in the family made a decision that if someone had to be educated, it would be the girls that were brought to school. But the black boys had to stay and work the fields. Okay? So then you got an educational level, a class level developed, where the girls could always go up and get an education and learn how to do certain things. They go off to what we call prepping school, learn how to be a mistress, how to be a lady. Nobody set up a school. Right. You go out and tell a black man how to be something, be a black man. See, nobody had an interest in teaching him how to be a black man, but those families taught those white particular girls off special schools, prepping schools, to learn how to be a lady. Am I answering the question? See, and all that is still flowed up to the day. And to this day, I doubt if most black young men, anybody is caring about teaching them how to be a man. And so that system has flowed all the way down. Yes, sir, I'm going to run so I get through. I got tons of stuff for you. But you talk about when you get the other kind of problem now, about what's happened to a lot of black boys, black men today, is that the black man is trying to exercise only power. He has no, in other words, he's been reduced down to a level where he has no personal value. You stripped him of his hopes and his values, so now he feels that anything you own also has no value. He's without hope. And that's why right now they take your life and anybody else's life. Doesn't care about it anymore. You got another kind of problem we can talk about a little later on. You cannot strip people of their dignity and their pride. You cannot strip them. See, they're not foolish. You strip the black kids of everything they got. And I told you a few minutes ago, 7% black unemployment rate. You cannot tell him that he has to go out and get a job earning minimum wage, for instance, and he can't even survive off that. That's $2,000 below the poverty level. He worked full time at that job. That's a lot. That's another kind of problem. We'll talk about all that, okay? But you got other problems feeding in now. We go a little fast. I just put in again about how blacks are exposed to show you every situation a black person squealed. Louisiana Territory came in for the same reason. We acquired everything west of the Mississippi, not because white folks have done something fantastic. That land was bought for $5 million from France. The reason it was bought for $5 million was because Toussaint Overture, a black man in Haiti, beat the devil out of France, destroyed their army, and France had planned on developing that part of the country themselves. France had planned on building a whole nation on the other side of the Mississippi River. But they couldn't build it because a black man's little ragtag army down in Haiti beat the devil out of it. And so then they said, well, we just sell the land in the United States for $5 million. That's how the Louisiana Territory came into existence. But you won't find it in the history books. That's why it came in. The price of slaves, again, after slave trade again, and the price of slaves started going up. So what they started doing in this country, they started breeding their own. So they started bringing in more black women at this point. Black women started coming into the country in mass at this point. And all kind of new businesses started developing around the country called region. And so along the eastern, in states like Virginia, North Carolina, those old colony states, where we used to raise tobacco, they quit raising tobacco and started raising slaves because they could make more money off of them than they could. Raise tobacco. So the price of slaves now started going straight up. Denmark recently again, he tried to pull a revolt, blacks squeal on him, some black guy in towards some ammunition again. Congress enacted the selling of land in the Northwest. They started selling land again, passed laws, blacks could not own any land. Again, exploitation of black art form again, about 1830s. In certain parts of the country like Louisiana, Memphis, stuff like that, blacks began to develop their own little culture at this point in time, particularly in music. And there's one black guy, I can't remember his name right now, it's a white guy. He saw a black kid dancing on the street. They started imitating blacks at this point. Also at this point, very important for you in religious context, this was about the time that they began to let blacks, as the speaker last night said, let blacks have their own religious ceremonies. Up this time, they were watching monitoring blacks. I told you earlier, they always said this monitoring system, like the census, know what blacks are doing. In the 1830s, the first time they started telling blacks, now have your own religious ceremonies on Sunday, blah, blah, blah. Up to that time, you had to have a white person present. And when they told them again at this point, between 1830s and 1840s, that if you hold those sermons, that the minister got a responsibility. You got a responsibility to teach you, first of all, that the Bible talks about the master, it talks about the white master, not anybody in heaven. Secondly, that you were to accept your present conditions on earth, be satisfied with it. And thirdly, that the minister had an obligation to teach you pie in the sky. That you're going to get yours in the year after, okay? Yeah, we had the images in. And see, because the religions also had, as I said to you earlier, back in the slave codes of 1705, the churches had an obligation to teach your inferiority and your subordination. So anything that was elevated had to contain the whites having it. And up to this point in time, also keep in mind that they were preaching religious inferiority, where that reason that you were enslaved, the church was saying was because you were inferior by God, by God's divine decree. Later on, it's going to change to biological. When we get into the late 1800s, it's going to switch from religious justification, it's going to go to biological justification. That's why the social Darwinism started coming out. Saying the black man is an inferior product in a line of human biology. But up to this point, religion had an obligation to teach the black man was inferior because Ham knows in the Bible and stuff. And going back earlier, I told you that when they rewrote the King James Version, they tried to write that into the Bible in 1617. And I told you the blacks came into the country in 1719. The King James authorized slavery of blacks. Remember that? At that point in time in the Bible, they started at that point saying, let's use that as a justification. That's why you get the King James Version of the Bible. They try to justify it out of the Bible. He's the one that authorized it. He's also the one that authorized the slavery in 1617. Right, 2 years before black people came into the country. Congress passed, again, said again that whites can own land. Just talking about whites own land. Then the gold rush started in 1849. Again, before that started, though, about 1846 to 47 in here, they started to fight for the annexation of Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, and California that came into the United States, again, over slavery. The Alamo was over slavery. Because see, what had happened is 20,000 whites had gone into Texas and was trying to raise cotton in Texas, and they wanted to take slaves with them. And they brought in a whole bunch of slaves. In Mexico at that time owned that land, says, Mexico passed a law saying, none of our land can you own slaves. And the United States whites said, no, we're going to raise cotton in Texas, we're bringing our slaves on your land. And so they got in a fight, and you see it on television, John went on, and don't take what they were fighting over, was whites were trying to use that land to bring slaves and to raise cotton. And so again, Texas, Arizona, and California came into existence because they fight over black folk. And the word at that time was called, we need more land to get more land, to get more niggas. That was the word at that time for slavery. And when the gold rush started, after they won that little war right quick, gold rush was very good. Within 2 years, gold was discovered in California. Everybody rushed out to the gold rush, except 2 people who didn't find gold in California. That was blacks and Indians. Asians came into the country at that point, trying from China and Japan came in, tried to get into the gold rush. Mexicans came in, joined the gold rush. The only two people that could not look for gold were blacks and Indians. That was very important to remember that. So blacks have created by now 3 gold rushes in the country. Blacks have created a gold rush with tobacco, which most of the countries around the world made all kind of money, got wealthy off. Blacks created a second gold rush, which is also in cotton, which is called white gold. And then you also blacks created the real gold rush, which is called yellow gold, which is in California. And the first gold rush, I forgot, was called black gold. And that was when they owned the bodies. That was the first original gold rush for whites, which was black gold, because blacks lose so much money. So they had about 3 or 4 major gold rushes in the country, and each time black folk were excluded to participate in, because that's why we don't have money and wealth is going strictly to whites at that point in time. Also, by now, in the United States, you know what happened. Land mass, as I indicated to you, in the United States was 2 billion acres of land when the whites came into this country. Indians were running and roaming around 2 billion. You had about 2 billion Indians covering all this land. This land was redistributed to whites. This is how the land was redistributed, just for your information in case you're interested. And again, but keep in mind though, that the land had no value unless it had a slave on it at that point in time. According to President Jackson, a black man brought 75% of the value to the land as a slave. They had no value. So contrary to what white people tell you about they made that one off the land, they didn't. It made it off of blacks. The primary producers of wealth for black people, period. And because land otherwise, nothing could be used to grow on. Here's the land. So right now they gave away most of the land by public domain, disposed in various ways. That's 1 billion acres of land right here. That's over 140 billion acres of land given away in this section. That went to public use. That's what whites picked up. They picked it up in various ways. They got it through Homesteading Act. Whites got it in grants to railroads. Some of the biggest land in this country went to railroads. Veterans got a big part of it. But again, as I said in the book, black folk could not get the land. Even though the law says that any veteran of a war can get free land, they denied it to black folk. Blacks did not get land. All the land claims, and in other words, all the land except a little bit went to states, but blacks did not own land because it conveyed status. Because the law said anybody who owns land can vote. And so they said if they deny you ownership of land, then they won't have a problem about you trying to vote. Just for your information, the prices of land and slavery, because I told you land had no value, the two stayed coincided, just like that. Wall Street operated off of 2 things, land ownership primarily and also black slaves. When one went up, the other one went up. They stayed parallel. And cotton also stayed pretty closely related to it. As you want to see, the value of slaves kept going up and up and up. And by 1860, they began to peak out about $1,600 per slave. And so as cotton went up, they always stayed pretty close in the lines. As one went up, the other. That's how Wall Street was operating off of. Anybody had a lot of land, they produced cotton and wealth. So by 1860, right here, by 1860, most of the wealth in the country now was concentrated in the South. And that's what triggered your second war, the Civil War, fighting over the bag where all the wealth was. Typically in the South, anybody had $100,000 in net worth, over 65% of them were in the South. The difference between a northern farmer and a white southern farmer was that the white farmer in the north, the white farmer in the south, the same material, the white farmer in the south had 91 times more wealth. If he had 100 slaves, it was 400 times more wealth in the south. A typical white person then had a walking express card, a Visa card, he had one slave. He never had to work a day in his life. It was humanly impossible for a white person to come to the United States and not get wealthy. Now remember this, very important point. Any white immigrants coming to the United States under this structure did not stay poor. It's impossible. Unless you're an extremely extra dumb white person. You could not stay poor. They gave you free land and free labor. With free land and free labor, you had to make money, unless you were extra dumb or lazy. And that's why by 1860, they had invested somewhere around $8 billion just in owning black slaves. Those black slaves then, when Lincoln, they asked Lincoln in 1860 to free slaves, Lincoln said, yes, I will. They would pay us for it. And Lincoln sent a bill request over to Congress to give reparations to white folk, to pay them for those slaves. And they looked and said, how much would it run? They figured out $8 billion. They said, we don't even have that kind of money in the United States. They said, right now, if we threw in all the businesses in the United States and government budget all together, it won't come to a fraction of $8 billion. That's what started triggering your war. That's one of the biggest triggers of the war was that the United States government did not have that kind of money to pay the white slave masters back their money in the South. The second thing was that we had all these immigrants pouring into the country now, white immigrants coming from these different countries, and they could not earn a living because you can't get anything cheaper than free. They couldn't get jobs. See what I'm saying? So they poured into the north. They couldn't compete with slave labor. And so what they said we're going to do then, we're fighting the war to raise the wage scale up from no wage to low wage. That's why blacks went from no wage to low wage and sharecropping. And that gave room then for the immigrants to come into this country and to get in over blacks, like I told you over here. These people had to get into the country. They came into the country to fit it in under this. Whites, yellow, and browns were coming into the country. And you had to be able to pay them a wage in the north. And the north wanted to take over, had all the industries were in the north. The south was just raising the products. The north replaced England and building the factories, textile factories, shoe factories. As a matter of fact, they had a built-in industry. Any white person wanted to make money, he could open up a shoe factory. They had a built-in market. They had 5 million black slaves sell sandals and brogans to every year. They sold special cloth like what's called nigger cloth, the rubber cloth, the kind of cloth they would typically throw away. They made clothing for black folks, slaves. So any white person going into those industries, all in shipping industries, insurance industries, were all designed to make wealth for white folks off of black folks as slaves. And so these people came into the country to make money. they had to free some of that up, create a room so they can make an income because you can't work as a kid, you can't work cheaper than the black. Now also at this one time, England tried to enter the Civil War. I'm going to tell you that too. England did try to send money over on the side of the South to keep from breaking slavery. So England and the Indians would join with the South to maintain slavery because they had control of the products. But the North wanted to get free because the North wanted to transplant all that wealth up to the North, point one. 2, they want to be able to bring in more immigrants, be able to pay them a salary. And 3, they want to take the folks off the South and try to redevelop the West. Okay? And that's what created the Civil War. After the Civil War, let me run a little fast. I don't want to lose you, I got to get through this. Okay. After the Civil War, let's see. I talked about this already, about John Brown, Radar, Harvest Ferry, heard about that time. Also about this time, a book called Uncle Tom's Cabin was written. And they were trying to show you how blacks are being treated in the country. And in that book,
I done got you this morning.
after that book was written, whites flipped it around the other way. Uncle Tom was not a bad character in that story. Uncle Tom was a very strong black man, a very religious black man that stood up against white master Simon Legree and said, some things I would not do even if I'm a slave. I would not commit meritorious manumission. That's what I'm telling you. I would not squeal along people tell you where the slaves are hiding. Point two, I would not beat my fellow slaves, make them work in the class to produce money for you. And three, I would not give you all the extra honors that you wanted as a slave master. So what Simon Legree did, he had his meritorious manumitted slave drillers, slave drivers, to beat him on a regular basis. He appointed two blacks to do it. One was called Sambo and Kimbo. Okay? Sambo then would beat Uncle Tom on a regular basis, they beat him to death. And because he fitted that image of the black that would do it his own people, and that became a Sambo. So the guy you need to worry about in history was not Uncle Tom, his Sambo. And it's called a person Uncle Tom was really called him a complimentary name, because he was a black man that stood up against white folk. And nowadays, the white folk didn't want that image of a black man standing up against white folk, so they flipped it upside down. And so if you see somebody now who's selling people out, don't pay them a compliment by calling him Uncle Tom. Call him Sambo, whatever it is. Sharecropping system started in 1862. 1862, they started sharecropping. They moved from low wage, from no wage to low wage on black folks. 1863, they signed the proclamation. It was enacted, got out by 64. In 13 to 14, 15, the amendment came, were enacted. In 1865, they gave blacks civil rights. 13th Amendment freedom, 14 gave them due process, and 15 gave them the right to vote. Those things came into effect in 1865. By 1867, so they were taken away from them. Because black folks, see, what black folks fail to understand is that those things had no power to them. They had no power. They had no influence. So, and worst of all, is that you were the only person that needed this. See, if civil rights had power, black folks would be the most powerful people in this country. And since we've enacted the 13th, 14th, 15th Amendment revenue, we have enacted 11 other civil rights laws. And black folks still doing it. And black folks right now, just for Jackson's group, they still don't feel some sense of embarrassment that every 8 to 10 years you have to go downtown and get your civil rights renewed, like the damn driver's license. And they don't feel embarrassed doing it. I tell black folks, quit chasing civil rights. You know, if you don't see the Indians chasing it, no Asians chasing it, and Big B, why are you chasing civil rights? Go get yourself some money and power. But I still find out my folks, well, we got to have these civil rights. And what I'm saying is, if you're going to chase civil rights and you're going to do wrong, at least do wrong right. If you're going to talk about civil rights, talk about it like the other groups talk about it. Veterans talk about veterans' rights, handicapped about handicapped rights, women about women's rights, Asian about Asian rights, Hispanic about Hispanic rights, gay about gay rights. Why do black folk talk about civil rights? What happened to black rights? If you're going to talk about civil rights, what black person don't name civil? Talk about black rights. But even more important than that, talk about economic rights. And because of this thing, you chase the wrong thing. So by the turn of the century, black folks have been locked in again to a labor class. Now they were known as sharecroppers. Their labor was again needed, so the North sold them out into sharecropping. Okay, sold them out, the blacks got locked in again, but whites still need their labor. By the turn of the century, by the turn of the century, black folk then brought in their own organizations, the NAACP and Urban League. And unlike the Jews who come into the country, they started their own organizations. Their Jewish organizations were looking for economic power and money. Blacks started their organizations, the Urban League and the NAACP. They were looking for equal employment opportunities and jobs. You see the difference? Again, they called into their public policy about blacks going to be labor for the personal wealth building and comfort of white society. So again, they've been looking for jobs. Jobs don't create anything for you in the capitalistic society. You get 6 to 9 times more wealth by owning a business than you will working a job. The only thing a job does for you is keep you one payday or 1 week away from a paycheck, unemployment line, or starvation. You're always expendable. But the NAACP never really locked us into the labor class. So by 1920s, for instance, right after World War I, what we found shortly after World War I was that 90% of all the black people in the United States were still doing the same thing their parents were doing 300 years before. You were still working in the cotton fields of the South, and in the fields of the South for the white man. That's only 70 years ago. Nothing had changed for black folk. And a few black folk tried to get slick, say, well, I'm going to start to be competitive with white folks and violate that public policy about black folk being labored on my own land. And after World War I, white folks would go out to black farms. They would poison the animals, set their fields on fire, pour kerosene and gasoline on that cotton. So then black people after World War I, by 1920, started rushing north. They started running up to Washington, D.C., Detroit, New York, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, trying to get out of the South. Because you see what had happened also was technology got the black folk. Average black person in the 1920s could pick 20 pounds of cotton an hour. White men invented a machine that could pick 1,000 pounds of cotton an hour. So black folk were made obsolete. They ran out of the South. They started the Harlem Renaissance, came into Harlem, set up Harlem men, running from the South, trying to find, because technology was right behind them. Black folk were now being chased by technology, becoming obsolete. So they ran into the North. Throughout the 30s and 40s, we had the greatest number of people moving in this country, in the history of the country. Blacks moved out of the South in massive numbers up north. They moved into those factories, automobile factories, steel plants, meat packing companies. Then by the mid-1950s and 60s, by 1960s, something else happened again. All of a sudden, technology caught them, nailed them to the wall in the corner. And all of a sudden, black folks said, you got me again. And Martin Luther King was running around the country saying, free at last, thank God we're free at last. He was not talking about black folk. He was talking about white folk. For the first time in the history of this nation, white folk became free of the need for black folks' labor. This is where we're going to start talking about our issues very quickly. Because at one time, black folk became obsolete. You became obsolete, not necessarily paying in the posterior. And white folks said, now we've got to change that public policy because we no longer need these people. Thank God for Martin Luther King. We're free. And black folks never knew this when all the sandbagging and the handshakes start changing. And we bought wooden horses again, dogs that won't hunt. Yes, ma'am. Very clearly. And to a great degree, I have to give credit to W.E.B, Garvey, Woodson, and Du Bois. They all did the best they could in a small context. All of them had something that was good. And, but as a whole, all of them had something that was bad. W.E.B had some good ideas about rebuild your own, build your own people, train your own people, take care of your own community, drop your buckets where you are. But he did some other things. He got caught in the meritorious manumission, selling his people out. That's what he did the other day in 1895. He gave that speech in Atlanta. Yes, I do. Yeah.
And he was a leader.
He was a leader.
He was a manipulator. He understood the situation. Yeah. He was a Republican of the North. He was a Democrat down south. He tried to save the system.
Yeah.
At that time.
Yeah.
At the period of time, all these people were just doing for that period. And they forgot to make it into a question.
Yes, it did. See, all of them. See, that's why I say I have to give them all credit. Because if I'd have been in that circumstance, I might have done the same thing. I'm not saying it's hard for me to second guess what I would have done in a similar situation and condemn them. I don't want to do that. Because if I was wearing those shoes at that period of time, I'm not sure what I would have done. And so I can't condemn Booker T. Washington. I think he maybe did the best he could with the circumstances he had. And even though some others condemned him, like Carter and Du Bois and others. Right. Yeah. Right, and I said at the same time, I give Du Bois credit because Du Bois was stressing something else. But we need, see what the bottom line is, we need all those pieces. See, we need all those pieces. And that's why I don't want people condemning my people without having lived through it. And what I would ideally want to do in our institute is that we line up all the things that Claude was talking about, and Bois was talking about, and Browder was talking about, and Wilson was talking about, or all of it, and just take the best off the top. And what we try to do in the institute that we started in Washington, just take the best of what we got from all our people, all their sayings, all of these contributions. I can't think of it, except the Americans, Manumitted Blacks, I can't think of everybody's made contributions. And I hate, I'm not trying to avoid the question, I just want to get caught and criticize the black person. Yeah.
It was priced like made him yo-yo. And then they looked for me because I was still a couple years ago, I was going to the Jewish scholars down in the Library of Congress who had $5 million grant to write a book out of his book.
Yeah.
The writing was more extensive than the rest, and most people in the country or the popular.
Right, and see, and you're right. See, another thing is that the thing that they used most viciously against W.E.B. Washington was the Atlanta speech. And see, and even if we were to say, okay, he made a mistake. Let's say he made a mistake the way he made the speech, because whites immediately jumped on it like flies and honey, and they said, "Oh, we got what we need," and the whole thing about the fingers. So they used that against him, and even Booker T, before he died in about 1990, he went back and wrote in one little thing. He admitted, he said, "Well, I think I made a mistake. I thought the white people would do better by my people." And he admitted that maybe he shouldn't have said that, but that doesn't make Booker T. Washington bad, because he's a human being. And he says what he thinks is appropriate, but sometimes the white folks take advantage of it. You can't hold him totally responsible for it. And the same thing with, there's some things that Du Bois said that later on can be twisted against black folk. But none of those individuals, I think, went out of their way to do black folk in. See, Garvey didn't do it, Woodson didn't do it, and so I try to tell black folk, quit riding the wrong horse, you know? Go get Uncle Tom. I mean, go get Sample and get off Uncle Tom's back. But we like to pick every black clean and say, why weren't they perfect? No, they weren't perfect people. They've been denied in education, denied resources. Most of them are struggling, trying to figure out which way do I go? How can I best get there? And sometimes I'm walk down the wrong road. And they did a lot of confess places. I made the wrong turn, and I hurt my people. I'm sorry. Yes, whoever.
And I think that what we have to be very aware of is that the seasoning process that was done in the Caribbean, I think there was a version of the carried over here that we call education.
Right.
And education usually means I've read all the white classics. I speak from the vocabulary of white folk. I can think on the level of white folk. And therefore, whatever the white media writes and picks out, such as the Atlanta speech, we jump on that horse also.
That's right, absolutely right.
And we wind up arguing, white folks arguing against black folks.
Right.
And we are black folks. Yeah. It's like working on these jobs, and somebody says, well, what do you think about Colin Ferguson? Hell, I understand it. That's a shame. I understand it. And we've got to be careful about what we call being intelligent.
You're right, and you're absolutely right. Because white media will pick up on anything they can use to divide black folk and use it against another black person, and they use it as a stick against your own people. That's why I try to never say anything, even though I know I'm going to do it inadvertently once in a while. I just hope my people is kindness and giving when I make mistakes. But I'm always trying to do the best I can with it. I'm sure long after I've gone, somebody says, Dr. Anderson, all this country said this and that. He was against black folk, you know? They did do a lot in cooperating. So their differences were more philosophical. One was stressing more hand-on business kind of involvement. And the biggest difference was that Du Bois wanted to stress the politics and scholarly achievement. And Du Bois was an extremely brilliant scholar. He was one of the best that we had. And consequently, all people like to focus on that which they do best. And he was a bright scholar, a brilliant man, and Du Bois was trying to carve a long-range plan for us. And what he's saying is that let's draw up a comprehensive plan and learn how to play politics with white folks and beat them. Some things we're trying to do in the Institute. And let's develop our best talent, our best skills, the best of our people, our human capital to go after. And one thing that Booker T was saying, let's build our businesses, let's develop our manual skills and take care of that. So they were just arguing about philosophical differences. Well, let me jump to this very quickly. In this country, this is what controls where you are in the society. This is what we control people along in modern day excavation. Is that they set up immigration laws in this country that they use to establish public policy on anything that goes down. And this is it, right here. Skin color, the color gradations never change. Straight up and down, white, it keeps getting darker. And coming into this country, this is the way they operate. English, Europe, Western Europe, Eastern Europe, Southern Europe, Middle East, Far East, Hispanic, and Africans, okay? And that's how your resources are distributed in the country. I told you initially there's a monopoly on the distribution of power, wealth, resources, and income. This is how it flows. It flows along the line. They they assign special preferential treatment also on religion for the good rev over here too. They also set that up for you all on which they prioritize that. And that's why the Jews down here that's why they always run and duck and dodge. But down in here they set up quotas. I just took the quota right out of this 86th Congress session of doctors. I just took all that out to show you how that operates, okay? And that's why you can't get Haitians into the country because this thing here is closed. Okay? And so you notice this, so it goes, see the difference from open to what? Closed. That's why any person coming in from England or Ireland, they can come in anytime they want. They don't have to worry about anything. Never have. And then you get it, but now what they've done to you in 1966, this is what the new slickness they got on you. Show you the new slickness you got. I want you to watch this. Again, right now through that line, you get down here between after you get past ground. So what they're doing now at this point here is that all these groups are against the last column. And now that all these individuals from here up, they're classified now, they have the option to classify themselves as whites. So if you go down and look at your 1990 census, anybody coming in from Pakistan, from the Asian countries, or Hispanics now call themselves whites. As a matter of fact, they got a new term now. So I got my good friend, I should pick on Jesse. I got a lot of people going around saying, well, you know, color people going to take over Earth, but it won't happen. And the same thing with they deal with the Indians, they have to do it with the rest of these groups. They're giving the incentives for those groups to identify with whites up. You don't have anything to offer them to go down. So don't believe it's business about it. They say, well, 3/4 people on the earth are color, so we're going to take over. No, it happened. Never happened. They got it rigged, so it never happened. It's going to go up. And the reason incentives now is that all the people from the ground up identifying, they got a new term now. You might hear what's called white Hispanics. Y'all heard that term now? How many people heard that term? Raise your hand. See all those hands up? That's what that means. That's this new slick code. Okay? Yes, sir.
Even down to my numbers, 5. 6 is a black man. 5 is brown, not too dark, but in between. 4, and then go to 1 is white.
Hey, that's the man who's keeping up with it. That's a new scheme. So you hear somehow people talking this hogwash, about, well, we all colored, no, forget that. It's going to be us against all the rest. Okay? And any Arab comes to this country, like one in Detroit, Michigan, it's blacks against Arabs and Chaldeans. I go into California, it's blacks against Vietnamese and North Koreans. I go into Miami, it's going to be blacks against Cubans and some other group. I know I should have given you all the rest of some of you young. I should have given you a break on this thing. But all around the country, it's going to be blacks against some groups, okay? Because all those groups are going to identify with these groups. They're going to accept their values. They're going to become conservative. They're going to vote the same way. And don't depend on any support for them for anything. As a matter of fact, I don't know if there's support from them. They won't even hire you. None of them going to hire you in that job. Okay? If any of these groups in here have employment opportunities, for instance, I go to I go to Benny Hunter's, or let's say a Chinese restaurant. You're not going to find any black folks who quit looking for it. They're going to hire their own people, use their own culture. You're going to a Mexican restaurant, it'll be all Mexicans. The only people right now that hire blacks in this country is this group up here. Whites. Whites will hire blacks. The rest are not going to hire you. They're in competition with you. They plan on tearing you up. Okay?
And their understanding of us comes from.
That's right. They've learned to figure how to treat you. They know how to treat you. They're taking over. I go to Detroit, Michigan. I go down there and find this group, for instance, here. They're going to take over all the 7-Elevens, the black neighborhoods. They're going to take over the grocery stores and the gas stations. I don't know about New York. That's what they're going after. Okay? These groups up here, this group, the Jews in here, they're going to go after the garment districts, the banking industry, and the professions. This group in here, they went after the Irish, they would go after the liquor establishment, the bars, the distilleries, and the police departments. The Italians came over here, they went after the fire departments, the shipping yards, and the unions. Everybody went after something to exercise control of their culture, their employment, their money, except black people. Because you're at the bottom, they let you take over anything. The only thing we had a chance to take over was sports and entertainment, and we blew that. And even though we got all these blacks right now running around the country, 85% of the basketball players are black, 75% of the professional boxers are black, 63% of the football players are black, and 54% of the baseball players are black, and blacks don't own nothing. They're labor. They're still labor. I can believe that and say, who owns the teams? Who owns the concessions? Who owns the stadiums? Now I go right now. I did not mention one black athlete. I did not mention one Asian athlete. When I go watch who's manufacturing the equipment and all the uniforms, it's coming out of Taiwan, Korea, Formosa, Hong Kong, the Philippines. And I got a black man running around not advertising Nike shoes. Say it, bro. Say it. Actually, black kids pay $150 a pair for them so they can go into Taiwan, Korea, Formosa. And what I'm saying to you, you got to stop it. Time is running out, and you got to tell Mike Jordan, no, you ain't taking no more money out of the black community and giving it to the other groups. When we was out there struggling at the bottom, with not in the power, in power, the same way we were in 1830, and you're going to ask the black folk to play the game and lose. No power, no wealth, own nothing, no business, no stores, buying everything from the rest of these groups. And what I'm saying today, we started talking about economic development, you've got to stop spending your money out of your community. 95% of every dollar a black person spends goes outside of the community to these groups. We have an annual disposable income of approximately $120 billion annually. That makes us the 9th richest nation on earth. We are richer than Sweden, Australia, Pakistan, India, Canada, foremost, and all the black African countries put together. And we're the poorest people on earth. Out of 163 nations, we are richer than all of them but 9. And we own absolutely nothing. I go into those countries, they own armies, factories, radio stations, TV stations. Look what Canada owns. Look what Pakistan owns as a nation. We got more money than them, we own nothing. Because we spend 95% of our money outside of our communities. We keep 5% inside the black community. Out of 5% we keep in our communities, 3% of that goes to these groups that hate our guts. 3% goes to them. We are left with less than 2%. And out of the 2% we left with, we put it in the white bank, they won't give you a loan. And so now you're bankrupt. You're the only people on earth that go bankrupt every 24 hours. You go bankrupt as regular as a clock. Nobody on earth going to take you serious when they know you'll go bankrupt 24 hours later. You should be ashamed of yourself as a people. And why are white folks kicking our brains out? Because they're living off of dual incomes. They're living off of 100% of their money and 95% of ours. And we are struggling off of 2% running around saying, why do black folks look poor in New York? Why don't people perspective. In American capitalism, I told you back in the beginning of this presentation, in the 1400s, that you define value. Capitalism defines value off of what you own, what you are worth. When you go into a bank, the first thing it asks you is to fill out a personal net worth statement. He said, fill out a personal net worth statement. What are you worth personally? When you use the expression, John F. Kennedy is worth, Henry Ford is worth, Ross Perot is worth. You see what I'm doing? Then when it's black people and my people, if you don't have less than 2%, that's why a white redneck say you ain't worth 2 cents. Because that's all you own. What you own is how you define. If you don't own anything, you aren't worth anything in capitalism. And that's why you're obsolete, you're expendable. That's why I leave here and go down and cry when I go by the metro stop, the Amtrak station, see black folks sleeping on the street, drugged out, whined out, doped out, living in cardboard boxes. You aren't worth anything because you don't own anything. You should go home every night and cry with your people. And every time you spend your money, you put a gun in there and blow your own brains out. Leave here today, I want you to look in your wallet and do me a favor. And say, before Dr. Anderson, I'm going to look at my wallet. I'm going to take out every dollar I have, put a check mark on it. Because there's a basic premise that says, never let your money lose your hands or leave your community without having passed through another black hand at least 8 to 12 times. It must bounce 8 to 12 times. Black money does not bounce one time. As soon as a black person gets paid, he runs straight to a white store and a white suburb and a white mall and blows his own brains out right in the middle of the mall. Okay.
Religion, without a doubt, has been dampened, particularly the Christian faith. You just emphatically said something that we experience every day, and that is, we are whatever we are worth. That's right. Now, King James says, a man's life consists in knowledge, the abundance of things which he possesses. Right? Personally, as Johnny knows, I am very willing to believe that King James tampered with that. Ain't got no problem. But you see, if I stood in my pulpit and preached that, I got folk who would swear I'm on my way to hell. All right? Or that I am walking the gospel. You understand?
Yes,
but
I
at the same time, if furthermore, when I listen to that and feel it out in my own spirit and gut, I understand why the church, just like ordinary life, as a conglomerate, is only 24 hours away from bankrupt.
That's right.
And it's why we steal from the Lord and don't understand that in stealing from the Lord, we steal from ourselves.
You got to figure it out.
King James put that shit in the Bible.
Right.
So we could believe that shit, and here we are still waiting on pie in the sky.
That's right. Rev got it right. And see, Rev just hit the nail on the head. That's why I respect the man. I just met him yesterday. And I heard wonderful things about it. Because he also knows some things they missed in the Bible. He knows from his experience with the Bible scriptures that, for instance, throughout there were wealthy individuals in the Bible. Solomon had all kinds of money. And you don't see anything in the Bible saying Solomon was condemned by God.
And the promised land was terra firma.
Thank you. You don't see, as a matter of fact, I don't know whether it's Matthew or what now, you all probably much more, maybe, where it talked about the talent. You know that? And it gave you as close, and they missed that in the Bible. It told you very specifically that where different individuals were given a different amount of wealth by the master. Remember that? And he said they went out and they came back. Went to a distant land and came back. One had something like maybe 5 talents, whatever the number was. He had multiplied it. And came and said, Lord, whatever you gave me, I took it and I multiplied it. I made more money with it. Another had something like maybe 2 talents. He said, Lord, you gave me 2 talents. I went off and multiplied it. Here's this for you. One has like maybe 1 talent. And this fool took his fool and said, well, you didn't give me anything. I don't play. I just been buried mine. Why should I do anything? Because I know that you don't like people making wealth, reading and stuff.
That's the point. No, all that other stuff you said was all right. To that point, when you said, he said to the man who gave you the talent, you don't like people making wealth. And there are those of us who feel that poverty is a virtue.
Oh, God. Well, I think you really believe that?
Poor people are going to heaven, and rich folk are going to hell.
That's sad. You know why? Because that comes from the Jewish religion, and every Jew I know, I got Jewish partners in my business, they spend all that time trying to get money. Now, if they're that close, they're the chosen people, why would they be? No, see, somebody ain't thinking right. See, Rev knows more about this than I do, obviously. But somebody's not thinking right. They're telling Rev that stuff. They know in his heart, as devoted as the man is, that poor people cannot help poor people. Let me tell you, if I put you in a hole in life, and I'm as poor and as incapable as competent as you are, and I'm in that same hole I can do to make you feel good. And if I'm in a hole in life, don't make me feel good. Get me the hell out. And if you get out, you got to go get something and bring your posterior back. And help me. And I'm sick and tired of black folk seeing people in holes, trying to make them feel good in poverty. Trying to comfort them in poverty. Go get something and feed my people. And clothes. You know they got to have clothes in their back. They get hungry, tired, and cold. Go get something. Quit trying to make them feel good. Say, well, you get yours in the by and by. No, let them have some of it here and get some of the by and by too. The Bible does not say that you got to be poor. Now, what the white slave masters told us is that you teach black folk that they'll get theirs. Now, don't be bothered white folks and people with white folks. I'm sorry, Bill.
Yeah, no, don't be sorry. No, I'm happy that you're here to say it. The folk need to hear it from another voice. And plus, I need it. I'm not just talking about people, but I need it. But there are 2 things, and I'm being helpful because my own way of seeing the scriptures for now. Heaven is a wonderful place, I'm pretty sure, but I ain't been there yet. And, every now and then you ask a question about whether I'm going because of the mother. But in terms of pragmatic, one of the things that always fascinates me is some of the stuff in the Bible that we don't read. Oh, thank you. All right. Some of the stuff in the Bible that we don't read. I'm always fascinated by Abraham, who's the father of the faithful, who tricked 2 kings out of some money, lying about his wife. And all of this, it said he was directed by God in all of this. And when the kings found out he was lying, he left and didn't give nothing back. And then later on, we run into Abraham in the book of Luke, in the Gospel of Luke. And Abraham got a poor man named Lazarus in his bosom. And Abraham's bosom was said to be heaven. Oh, see? And then the other thing I'm sitting here thinking about is a key that Jesus gave us on how to deal with this whole business. Is he said, wherever a man's treasure is where his heart is. And therefore, I know you're going to this now, but I'm ready.
You don't talk, I'm
yeah, but I'm ready for the answer now. You gave us all that stuff this morning. I'm ready for the answer now. But Jesus said, wherever a man's treasure is where his heart is. And if we're going to change this thing, we got to start getting in the heart.
You're absolutely correct. And also in the Bible, one of the things that, as you know, is that there's a Lord's Prayer, which says, conclude by saying what? I will be what? Done where? On earth. Going back to Rev's point again. Also, it is known in the Bible that it says in the final day, in the Revelations, a man brought back again, that it shall be like it was in Noah's time. Noah did not inherit heaven. Noah came where? Back to the earth. When it says, I will be done on earth. What you have to be very careful about is that if you start telling our people they're going to get theirs in pie and pie in the sky, that's not what the Bible is saying. The Bible says that the final day it'll be like it was in Noah's time. And that man shall inherit the earth. You shall inherit the earth. It didn't say you were going to heaven. What it says is there's a small number. The mark of the Lamb on the forehead will go to heaven. Just like everybody gets elected to office, they go to Washington, D.C. But everybody in New York doesn't go to Washington, D.C. Masses shall inherit the earth. And when you inherit the earth, I want my black.
To expand the discussion about reparations. The reparations movement is growing around the country, and part of that is as a result of the initiative of Alderman Dorothy Tillman in Chicago, who has held public hearings, and those public hearings have begun to expand, as I said, the discussion about reparations. That's what we want to do here in New York. The oppression of black people has always been viewed from the perspective of the pain that it has caused us as a people. Reparations expands that discussion and looks instead, or looks in addition to those who prospered as a result of our oppression. The slavery, Jim Crow laws, black codes, meritorious manumission, all of that has caused us some pain. However, it has also caused many others to this day great prosperity. It is black labor, white wealth. And so we begin to have that discussion with the larger black community about the very real legacy of our oppression. It's more than just the pain that it has caused us. It is how many other people have absolutely prospered as a result of those of that racism. Racism has been prosperous for generation after generation. And so the reparations discussion is intended to expand the discussion of our oppression, and then to begin to hold people accountable, not simply for the pain that they have inflicted, although they must be held accountable for that, but also to repair the damage that the oppression has done, and to hold them accountable for how they have prospered as a result of the oppression of African people. Will be self-published. And Powernomics is the national plan to empower African Americans. What we're talking about is us first. You know, there are people who are always apologetic for being supportive of their own people. But without apology, we are concerned about black people and have a need to make that clear. Have a need to encourage black people to be courageous enough to stand for the total liberation of black people without being apologetic and trying to include that in the move on behalf of everybody. And so, are you all ready?
Come on, come on. Thank you very much. Let me say good afternoon to you again. Glad to see all of you and love all of you. And it's my see my people come together. That excites me. And I want to thank my friend Bob Hall and for inviting me here and leading me at the terminal. Found a way to get here.
Oh yeah, so I'm looking for you.
And she's still hanging strong, even though there's been a lot of threats on her life too. Y'all might know that. So when this becomes this city, y'all protect her. No, they're trying to threaten her about even pushing anything for black folks. And I also thank my friend Leonard Jeffries, and Leonard took you through a lot of history. And what I'll do is try to cut down the time, keep down the time, rather than give you a long, blown out thing. I'll just try to pick up a few points and pick up some of the things that Jeffries was talking about. Now, I heard it mentioned 2 or 3 times that, and my friend Dorothy said it, that she thought for sure that based on where we were, that we would get reparations. I'm gonna be a little more forceful than that and tell you that it's absolutely a necessity that you must get reparations. You understand what I'm saying? And what I'm gonna talk to you about right now, I'm gonna talk about 3 things. The first thing is where we are now. Secondly, what got us here, and thirdly, what we better start doing very quickly to get the hell out of it. Now, first, you must have reparations. I don't care what anybody tells you. And even when Bob said something about some black musician saying that he doesn't want reparations, if you don't get reparations in America, you're through in America. Listen to what I'm telling you all now. You are dead in this country. You haven't got a snowball's chance of being competitive people to survive in America if you don't get reparations. It ain't something that you're nice to have. You better get it. You better get it fast. We are now well on our way in becoming a permanent underclass in America. You're going down. You're going down. And see, we have been the number 2 population in America, the number 2 population now for over 460 years. You're going to get kicked out in the next 2 months. You're going to get kicked out of number 2. You're going down to number 3. The Hispanics going to pass you. The Hispanics going to kick you out of number 2. Now, that's no accident. They've been working on this since 1970 when they drew up the national plan through the National Hispanic Party to supplant blacks in America by the year 2000. They're not coming here to be your allies. I don't care what any group tells you in this country about allying with Hispanics. I hear that rhetoric all the time. They are not here to ally with you. They're here to supplant you. They're here to replace you. They're here to outcompete you. They're looking for rights, space, and privileges, and they're going to take it out of your hide to get it. The Hispanics are coming to this country to be your competitors. And they're going to take you out in about another 3 months. At that point in time, all the politics in Washington are going to shift. It's going to shift to them. And now anything you get at that point must then come through Hispanics. That's why Bush is married to a Hispanic woman. The first thing he did when he came into office was rush his first trip out of the country was down to Mexico to meet with President Fox. And what they want to do is to open up the boundaries between the United States and Mexico so that that can be a major conduit to bring up more Hispanics. And now the map in Mexico has already been expanded to include California, New Mexico, Arizona, and Texas as a part of their nation. They're playing a game called recapturing turf, going back to owning land and controlling land in the United States. The only people not playing the game are my folks. You're going down. They're going to take you out, and already in Washington, D.C., we got a few Hispanics that come into Washington, D.C. on Columbia Road. They got more businesses in a black city called Chocolate City, with the 77% black Hispanics have been here 15 years, got more businesses than black folks got. Right. And so they're playing for keeps. We're not playing. We are playing to play. They're playing to win. So that's the first thing that's going to take you out. The second thing is that the air and the age are going to take you out in about another 10 years. They're going to kick you out at number 3. You're going down to number 4. And that one time you must say to yourself, if you got absolutely nothing, after 460 years of being number 2, please use your creative imagination to figure out what the hell you're going to get when you become number 4 in this country. Those people coming here to eat your lunch. Nobody is coming to America to get along with black folks. They're coming here to get over and get ahead. And we keep sitting there helping them do it. By using your organization, your strength, your vision, your sweat, your blood, your labor, and the spirit of all your dead ancestors to raise other people up. When the civil rights movement was going on in this country, those same people were in Mexico, Puerto Rico, Peru, Bolivia, having lived a decent life while your people were suffering and dying, and now you're making an equator to your people. Don't do that. Stay away from these terms like minority, multicultural, cultural diversity, poor folks, all that other BS. You got major problems coming. Now, let me go back and tell you what your dilemma is. Bob wants me to tell you what your problem is. You now got 2 problems in America. Don't listen to the garbage. I don't care if it comes out of a white mouth or a black mouth. They tell you that black folk are progressing in America. They're lying to you. That's bull. Black folk in America are in the same identical position you were in 1860, over 140 years ago. You have not progressed not 1 hour in 140 years. What you're doing is enjoying the luxury of an illusion of progress on a comparative basis and a proportional terms. You're being lifted up above the rest of the people lifted up in society. You're in the same position. As examples, in 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, in the wealthiest nation in the world, you as black people, you had 98% in direct slavery, 2% in semi-slavery. At that time, you had 1/2 of 1% of the nation's wealth. And here you are, 140 years later, after all these wars, all these civil rights movements, all these catastrophic events, 140 years later, when you're supposedly 100% free, you still only have 1/2 of 1% of the nation's wealth. Now, to miss that, let me talk to this side and show you a little difference. You see, maybe you don't understand what I'm talking about here. If I were to take another index, or indices, let's take something like employment. In the same period, in 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, I had 99% of all the black people in America being employed by white folks, working for white people to create wealth for white people in their homes, their businesses, their neighborhoods, their communities. That was in the 1860s. You were working 98% for white. Now today, I go around and look around, I still find that 98 to 99% of all the black people in America are still working for whites, creating wealth, business opportunities, working in their communities, their businesses, and their government. You haven't moved. I missed it. Let me go and get this movie again. In 1860, on the eve of the Civil War, when black folks were supposedly enslaved in this country, 98% to them semi-slaves. I checked the major cities in America, Cincinnati, Boston, New York, Pennsylvania, Buffalo, and guess what I found? I found over 50% of all the prisoners in the United States that were in slavery were black folks in major urban areas across America. Now I look at it 120 years later. When you claim you're free, and I still find that almost 51% of all blacks in America are still enslaved in prison. That now over 51% of all American prisoners are black folks. And I look at the states, and I got 47% of all the state prisoners are black people. 57% of all the federal prisoners are black. 96% of all the prisoners in America are black men. And you talk, and if I look at the range, the most productive years for a black man in America between 18 and 35 years of age, when he's supposed to be married and raising children and fulfilling strong black communities, I find that over 40% of all the black men between 18 and 35 years of age are in prison, on parole, and on probation. You haven't got a snowball chance just on that alone. That you got to understand the nature of the problem. Now, what's created the problem is you got two problems in America that's creating these conditions. Those are symptoms. Those symptoms. You got two problems. One is the maldistribution of wealth that Leonard was talking about, and the other is inappropriate behavior that Leonard was talking about. He called it spiritual. That's inappropriate behavior. This is a maldistribution of wealth. Slavery and Jim Crowism did not happen to you by accident. It was intentionally done to do something. What you all should be asking yourself, what was the purpose of slavery and Jim Crowism? It didn't happen by accident. Don't listen to whites who tell you that slavery was just created by a few white bad boys who just didn't have anything else to do, and white folks didn't benefit. You got a lot of books going around now telling you that white folks didn't get any benefits out of slavery. Now they want you to be pretending you're stupid. They think that somehow whites fought for 400 years to maintain a condition and a system that was not benefiting them. Slavery and Jim Crowism was designed to benefit whites and to disadvantage blacks. That's what it was designed for. Now, what it did, it systematically, socially engineered black folk into the lowest level of a real-life monopoly game. You are playing real-life monopoly. You're playing a game that you cannot win because you do not own, as Leonard said, you don't own enough land, you don't have any money, you don't have any resources. You're playing and you're losing. You're going down so slowly you don't know how you're going down. Now, here's what happened. Slavery and Jim Crowism maldistributed almost 100% of all this nation's wealth, resources, privileges, businesses, controls of all levels of government into the hands of the dominant white society. I'm going to give it to you again so you understand. This slavery and Jim Crow system maldistributed almost 100% of all this nation's resources, privileges, businesses, wealth, controls of all levels of resource and government into the hands of the dominant white society. You do not have enough to be able to compete. That's the problem. Now, I'm going to show you how bad it is. Not only aren't you competitive there, but out of all the wealth that slavery maldistributed to the hands of the dominant white society, 87% is frozen. You can't even touch it. You are playing with a stacked deck. It's like going into a gambling casino where the cards are marked, the dice are loaded. 87% of all the wealth in this nation is now frozen. It is locked into the hands of the dominant white society. It's locked in their hands in terms of stocks, bonds, real estate businesses, and foundations, and insurance policies, and other kinds of things. where it cannot get to black folk. And it shows up in their communities, in their church, their family, their race, their schools, their organizations, which means that every white person has access to it. They can touch what they need any time of the day. They can touch it at will. That means that it is passed on from one generation to the next. That means that a white child, when he's born in this country, the minute he hits the earth, he has everything he needs to be successful except two things. All a white child needs is a scheme in his head to persevere, and he will run into what he needs over and over and over again every day, because it's where he lives, where he's safe, it's in his family, his place, it's in his organization, in his schools, in his churches. He can get it when he wants to, once he comes up with a scheme and goes after it. So consequently, what happens is he's like this movie Forrest Gump. That's what the movie Forrest Gump is about, which says if a white boy, even if he's mentally retarded, if he runs and keeps running in the same direction, running to what he needs to become a multimillionaire. And we do not understand that. But at the same time, a black child hits this earth with square zero. He comes up with nothing. He's competing against a white child that has 87% of what he needs, and you sit there and keep bringing black children in this world playing with zero. Because that black child doesn't inherit anything. When he comes here, he can't have an inherited thing because you don't have any wealth. You have not focused on anything that's inheritable for black children. We spend too much time focusing on welfare, food stamps, drug abuse, teenage pregnancies, public housing, and a job. And a job. You cannot inherit any of those things. You cannot inherit a job. The last thing black folk need is a job. What you need is some money. If you got money, you don't need a job. What you need to do is learn how to get wealth. You must learn how to redistribute the wealth back into your community as fast as you can. And one of the best ways to do it is reparations. We've got to get wealth, we've got to get it quickly. Because without money, without wealth, you can do nothing. It's not civil rights, it's not integration, it's not public law, it's not public policy that defines your opportunities in America. It is wealth. Wealth decides who has the opportunities in America, who's got the power. If you got no wealth, you don't have any. And in black folk, since the circumstances, when I told you we got 1/2 of 1% of the wealth, which means we are less than 2% of the wealth. That's why a white race is always saying a nigga ain't worth 2 cents, because you don't have enough wealth and power to be able to fight for yourself. We got to learn how to get wealth and power fast. You got to change that structural economic inequity. And to show you how bad it is, let's take it on comparative terms. Out of all the wealth I just mentioned to you, we're talking about $13 trillion. Out of $13 trillion you see floating around this country, as an instance. Then I got two white men. I got Larry Ellison and Bill Gates. Those two individuals alone got more money than all 36 million black folk in America put together. As a matter of fact, if I were to go to Wall Street and see what Larry Ellison and what Bill Gates got invested in Wall Street here in New York, they got 6 times more wealth than all the blacks got invested in the United States. If I were to take the average white person in America and lay them outside a black person on the table and say, what's the comparative difference? The white person has 3,500 times more wealth than the black person. How are you going to talk about equal opportunity? You cannot be done. Let me tell you, for those who missed it over here, I'm going to go over here. They're talking now about women, for instance. I always hear women running around talking about, well, I'm different. The issues of gender is nothing to do with race. That's BS. If I were to take a black woman and put her beside a white woman, a female-headed household, I'll find that for every dollar that the white woman has, the black woman has 3 cents. How in the hell are you going to compete and make yourself equal to a white woman who has $1 and you got 3 cents? You understand my point? Mr. Over here then. Yes, over here. Over here. If I were to take it like Hispanics, I got all these blacks that want to always have a rainbow coalition to work with everybody their own people. If I were to let me tell you about that. If I take Hispanics come to this country, keep in mind now that of all the Hispanics and Asians in America, and all the Arabs, that 90% have been in the United States less than 20 years. 90% have been in the United States less than 20 years. And yet they all got more wealth and power and resources than blacks in 20 years. Now, if I were to go take Hispanics and compare a Hispanic who just ran across the border last night, can't even speak English, and I could take him and put him beside a black person. A Hispanic making $3,000 a year in the United States now can live where a black person making $40,000 to $50,000 a year can live. If I were to take a white person and take that $40,000 a year bracket, I'll take a $40,000, which is called middle income in the United States, a $40,000 to $50,000 income, look at whites and blacks in there. I find out if I put those two together, that the white person has 5 times in the middle income bracket, has 5 times the wealth that the black person has. Which means, again, if I go to a black person who calls himself middle class and ask him for $5, he's got to figure out what bills he's going to pay next week. Wow.
So you got a major wealth inequity in the country. Now those inequities are now linked to what we call monopolies. If I go across the spectrum, I'll see it across everything. If I want to go look at media, I go take a look at media. I look at newspapers. I'll tell you right now, there are 1,500 daily newspapers in the United States. And out of that is 100% owned by whites. And those are the people that control what you see, read, and learn and feel in the society, is the white media. All 100% of all 1,500 daily newspapers are the whites. If I were to go look at the cable system, 1,500 cable systems, and cable system in the United States, all basically owned by whites. I go look at the radio stations, 12,000 radio stations, all but something like about 80 belong to whites. I go look at the television stations, 11,800 television stations in the United States, all belong to whites. You don't own anything. You got a monopoly against you that's locked and stocked and putting you out of business. You're going down the toilet. If I were to look at the elected officials in the United States, you still got the same monopoly. Black folk, after 100 years, so-called 140 years being able to vote, white folks now still got you locked. Less than 1/2 of all elected officials in the United States are black. Less than 1/2 of 1% of black of all elected officials. You're still locked into the box. And worse than that is that even though you've increased your amount of elected representation in the last 40 years by over 9,000%. I looked at what black folk had in terms of elected officials in 1960. You had 103 elected black officials in 1960. I looked at the conditions of black folk at that time, about what the conditions of black folk in terms of housing, food stamp, welfare, imprisonment, schools, everything else. When we had 103 black elected officials. I waited 30 years, looked at it again, and now we went from 103 black elected officials over 9,000 black elected officials. And guess what happened to the quality of life of black folk? It went back. It even improved, went down. Right. Because you see that you can't find black folk in America that would do what this woman would do. They don't want to set up to be black. And there's no direct correlation between the black person in office and black folk getting the damn benefits because they want to represent everybody. Nobody on earth is that silly stupid. I'm watching a black man running for the governor down in Louisiana, talking about he wants to be the governor, but he wants to be the governor of all the people. Yeah. A black man. And I hear him go talk to Colin Powell and ask him, would you be interested in running as either president or vice president of the United States? He said, give me 3 days to talk, think about it. Came back 3 days later and said, I'll tell you what I'll do. If I do decide to go, I want the country to know I'm not there to be a poster boy for black folks. Nobody's that stupid. I've never in my life, I've been in national and international politics for 35 years. I've never ever heard a white person that's running for office and I will not represent my people should I get elected. Only black folks. So you got all these inequalities, inequities that nobody wants to confront and deal with. Now, how did they come about? Let me give you a little quick history with you and show you how they came about. Now, these inequities are killing us, and the inappropriate behavior patterns of our people are killing us. Those are the only two things you got. Inappropriate behavior patterns of black folk, and also the wealth, structural, economic inequities. Let me show you how they came about very quickly. Now, they didn't come about by accident. See, let's go back to the whole concept of what happened to black folk in Africa. When you go back to the 14th century, you find that's when it basically started, picked up. In 1488, when you had Pope Anderson that said, don't start enslaving black folk. Man, don't start enslaving Indians, or if you're going to enslave anybody, use niggers. That's right. Now, this is a Catholic Pope in 1488. At that one time, by 1500, they started to have a massive exploitation of black folk. Why? Because Europe was being devastated with poverty, crime, and diseases. Like now. So Europe didn't have anything. At that time, Africa was a mighty strong nation. They had a wealthy nation. Europe had nothing. So blacks were up here in terms of a nation, whites were in the ditch. Blacks on the mountain, remember this, blacks on the mountain in terms of a nation and wealth, power, and a communal lifestyle that was a cohesive style of living. Whites were in the ditch. Now, at that point on, by 1500s, within 13 years, they began the slave trade and picked it up. So between 1500 and 1650, that's 150 years, the first they did, the years that they picked up almost 5 million blacks and shipped them directly into Central America, which y'all call Mexico now. They shipped 5 million blacks there. Who shipped them? This time it was Spain. Spain picked it first. Spain shipped 5 million blacks there. And in that 150 years, those black folk were forced using sticks and stones in their bare hands to dig for gold and silver throughout Central America. And black folks then dug something like about 22 tons of silver and 16 tons of gold out of their bare hands that enriched Spain. And so Spain now picked up enough money to do what they call, to get involved in what we call a race. That race now was against Portugal, was another slave trading country, against the Arabs, who were slave traders, against the Dutch, who were slave traders, and then the English became slave traders. Now you got a race going on. That was a contest. Race is a contest. Race is a contest. Race is a contest. That's where it started. That's where racism came from. And I want you all to start dealing with reparations. The first thing you better understand, or stay away from me, you better understand what racism is. Don't keep sitting there thinking it's an attitude about getting along with people. Racism is a contest between groups of people and organizations for wealth, power, and resources. That's all it is. It is a competitive relationship to acquire groups and wealth, power. And so when race started, the contest started then to develop the Western world. And it was between all those nations. So then every nation picked up what Pope Anderson is saying, and every religion jumped into it. Every ethnic group jumped into the race. And the race was to use black folks to exploit them, to exploit their country, to enrich themselves and make their group powerful and rich and wealthy. And then the contest was the race was to develop the Western civilization. And now, as they did that, starting in the 1600s, I just left off, in 1609, then King James of England, who jumped into the race then said, if we're going to do this thing, since the Pope has now, in 1488, says let's use niggas to do it, let's rewrite the Bible. So we can justify doing it. So then he made major inclusions into the King James Version of the Bible. That's why the King James Version of the Bible. I got black when I was every Sunday reading the King James Version. So you know how the hell the King James get into the Bible? One around. Here's how they break the King James Version Bible. Now you should be saying, how in the world did King James get into the Hebrew Scriptures? You got to understand that. When every Bible, every preacher, well, we got to look at the King James Version Bible. He doesn't even know what the hell he's doing. Now he rewrote the Bible to justify just the race that was going on between all these different countries and where to rid themselves off of black folks. And then a lot of the scriptures were changed about teaching the black slave, you know, that he's to obey his master, and that he's a servant, and all these kind of things were stuck in there, and the teaching that he should be humble and obedient. See, they put all that stuff in there. So then between the 1600s all the way up to about 1800, they then used the Bible to be able to justify and slay the black folk. So in 1672, now I'm running a little too fast. Let me go back.
Take your time. All right.
Okay. I didn't want to talk as long to you all, but that's
No. Lay it out.
So they go back to 16 on. So by 1619, you get the first local black folks started coming into America. They were brought in off a Dutch vessel, and they were traded down in Jamestown for water and supplies. And they dropped 20 blacks there. Now, even though in reality, I need to tell you, dog, before I go any further, is that blacks had been in this country long before that. Okay, I'm not talking about the ones down in TV, South Carolina, that Leroy Bennett's talking about. I'm talking about what you all never known and never talked about, is that you already had blacks in this country called the Folsom people. The Folsom people have been in this country almost 16,000 years. The Folsom people were the people that lived around Arizona, New Mexico, and places like that. That's why you got a Folsom, Arizona. That's why you got a Folsom prison. That's why you got Folsom, California. You go look at your archaeological facts, you find a group called the Folsom people. Those were African-based people that had come to this country. That's why all those pyramids. And when the Asians came across the Bering Straits that came down, they interbred with the Folsom people. That's why the Indians were not yellow with slant eyes. They inbred with the black folk and became Indians. And so I want you to know that. But that's sort of Folsom people, the oldest people in this country. So we hear all these Indians running around all near the Native Americans, you tell them that's bull. You know, you're not native here. You walk across the Bering Straits, you're an immigrant, just like the rest of the groups that walked in here. As black folk are the only people that are immigrants, that's the basic people in this country. Let me go back to my point then about 1619. You brought in those 20 people. So they dumped those 20 people in this country. At that time, they traded them for supplies and water, and they indentured them. They became indentured servants for about 5 or 6 years. So by 1626, 1627, they were released. They were free. They were set free, and they intermingled everybody up to about 1638. Now here's what all the structural inequities began to build up that I was to tell you all about. So starting in 1638, all of a sudden whites got upset because black folk coming around now free and interbreeding and married or anything else, going to bed with white folk. So the Maryland colony, the state of Maryland, right down the road south of here, the Maryland colony put out a public edict called the Doctrine of Exclusion. The Doctrine of Exclusion was the first brick that this country laid to be able to do in black folk. That Doctrine of Exclusion said in public policy says this, that black people shall never be permitted to enjoy the fruits of white society. That was called an exclusion policy, to exclude blacks from any and everything that's a benefit. Now remember these points now when we start talking about reparations. It's called an exclusion policy. That was the first public policy to always exclude black folks. That was put in effect in 1638. Now between 1638 and about 1660, the European colonies were raising holy hell with the whites over here, and probably the number of whites at that time wouldn't work more than what's sitting in this room right now. You only had less than 200 or 300 whites in the country at that time. Now they were getting on them about why don't they do what they were sent here for? They did not come here for religious freedom. Forget that bull. They came here looking for gold and wealth and resources. Leonard was telling you about. They came here to get wealth and resources sent back to their mother country. Now, but they couldn't do anything, so they started sending letters back saying, we can't do anything in this nation because it'll take us 100 years to clear the land of the trees, the bugs, the roaches, the rats, the cows, or anything that's out there. We can't even move the damn rocks and snakes. They said, why not? We don't have a labor class. Then somebody got the smart idea by the early 1660s, said, yes, we do have a labor class. Remember those people we excluded under the doctrine of exclusion? Let's use them. And at that time, now we get to build another wall, build that wall a little higher on between whites and blacks in structural economic nexus. So by 1665, let me get back one more point. In 1662, they passed the Navigation Act. The Navigation Act had already told the colonies that anything they produced in terms of resources they were sitting here for had to be sent back on British ships. Now, so by 1665, they now passed something called the enslavement laws. The enslavement laws said now we got a population can do the work. Since whites won't do it, so they don't want to work for anyone white, and Indians refuse to do it, let's use black folks. So they took the enslavement laws, they took that doctrine of exclusion, which is called, and said this, that not only shall black folks be an excluded group, but you should also be in a subordinated group, non-compensated group, non-competitive group for the personal wealth building and comfort of white society. That was called enslavement code. Let me get that to you again, because do not mess around with reparations if you don't understand that. That again, the doctrine of exclusion was expanded. And into a enslavement code which says that black folks are now being excluded, subordinated, non-compensated, non-competitive workforce for the personal comfort and wealth building of white society. That was the enslavement code. Now, when that went into effect, everybody in pounced on it. Now let me go back to you how racism came out of that. I told you that you were in a race. You're still in the race. You're in a race of contest to get wealth and power. So everybody was competing, they're going to use black folks to get the wealth and power, to build their own power system. Now, as they begin to use black folks, the wealth begins to accumulate. And now whites who have been in the ditch earlier over here, as blacks were up, the whites begin to move up incrementally. They then, in the next 300 years, the 1600s, they then, from the 1500s, they shift in. They shift every somewhere about 26, they vary, 20 million to 26 million black folks. Now, out of every one they shipped in, everybody coming across the Atlantic, 6 out of 7 were black. 6 out of 7 people coming across the Atlantic were black folks. Those are the people that were shipped into this country. They were black folks. They were not white, they were not Hispanic, they were black people coming across the Atlantic. Now, at that point in time, black folks began to start producing to fill out this race. And black folks then became the engines that were driving civilization, not only in America, but in all these other countries. They were importing blacks also to Europe, into the Middle East. They also importing black folks into Latin America, Central America, North America. They were using blacks to generate wealth. Blacks then began to produce about 98% of all the world now. I'm not talking about tobacco, indigo, rice. They also timber, kerosene, gasoline, tobacco, and everything else. Sugar cane. Black folk became the economic engines of the world. Everybody was using black labor to enrich themselves. Now, I want to get this point out of the way so I can go on. Now, when the race gets going, as white folks began to build up in wealth and power, that's what race means. Now, when whites got all the wealth and power they got, if you look in the dictionary and see the word ISM. That's a suffix, which means once you stick that onto a word, that means to maintain the prevailing conditions of anything. ISM added to any word means to maintain the conditions. So as white folks then got began to push black folk into the ditch, they put themselves on the mountain. Once they got that established, then that became racism. They said, now make sure that black folk lost the race, we got the wealth and power, put ism on it. Ism means that do not approve of anything, support anything that would change the ratio between black and white. That's racism. It has nothing in the world to do with these other things we've been talking about. Now, I told you a few minutes ago that whites tried to justify it by moving to religion to justify what they were doing to black folk. Religion was used from the 1600s up until the 1800s. Now, during that course of time, we have a lot of little pseudo-white scientists that kept playing around with a thing called genus and species, linking them, going from the superior to the inferior. They were trying to find out, is a tree higher in the ranking order than moss or microbes? Is a cow higher in order than a mouse? They started playing these kind of games and linking things from the top to the bottom in a vertical order. And they did that. One guy picked it up. Name was Charles Darwin. And so by 1859, on the eve of the Civil War, he came out with a whole concept called the origin of the species, or the survival of the fittest, the survival of the strongest. And what he did, he looked in and saw that because of the race that we were in to develop wealth and power, that black folk had been put into a ditch and white folk on the top of the mountain. He said, aha! Since black folk on the bottom and white folk on the top, so therefore black folk must be inferior and white folk must be superior. And then he came up with a whole concept and switched the whole thing over from religion now that King James has set up. It now switched to biology and said now there must be a biological race. And I still see a lot of our foolish black professors all around America keep talking about debating whether or not there's a damn black race or white. Who cares? That ain't the issue. It has nothing to do with whether or not there's a black race or a white race. It has to do with economic inequalities that have been structurally built. And now when we took off from Charles Darwin, then from 1859 until 1960, everybody kept talking about it in terms of a biological race. Blacks are a biological race, biological race. And then during the civil rights movement, it switched from a biological race, it switched to an attitude. To where now racism is an attitude, whether or not you like people, whether or not you hate people, what is hatred, what is bigotry, what is discrimination, what is bias, what is prejudice, all that stuff is totally immaterial again. It has nothing to do with getting black folk out of a hole. Everybody is prejudiced. You got a right to be prejudiced. All prejudice means you got a preconceived value that you place on something. You have to be prejudiced to be able to live in this society. Discrimination means you got now based on that prejudice, you're gonna make a choice. Do you want chocolate ice cream or do you want vanilla? Do you want to turn right, do you want to turn left? That's discrimination. You make a choice. That has nothing to do with racism. Racism is a structural economic inequity between groups of people for power and wealth. And now what has happened now is that that's why we can't correct it. And that's why you never ever see a white racist as long as you live. Because now it's an attitude. As long as they convince black folk that getting along, they don't hate black folk and they don't have anything against black folk, but there's no more racism. That's not the issue. You got to go back to the original concept of racism, which was to build a structural economic inequity between whites and blacks. And that's what happened. So they built this structural economic thing between blacks and whites, and here's how they did it. I go back now and pick up in 1672. In 1672, after they passed the thing about religion, then they said that no black person could be baptized to make sure that there's no way he can even hook up with any religion. So religions then made sure black folk couldn't get out of the box. So they passed a law saying a slave could not be baptized. Then I go up to about 1705. 1705, then they said, well, look, we got all this, this is a good thing we got going. We got all these Negroes we bring into the country. So they started putting out advertisements all over Europe saying, don't worry about the labor anymore. We got all the free labor you need. And that's what Jeffrey is talking about, labor. We got all the free labor. We got all the free land. And so starting about 1704, 1705, they had literature going all over Europe saying anybody who wants to get rich, go to America. We guarantee you, we'll give you free land and free labor. You got to be an idiot not to come here and not get rich. And so everything that was white began to pour into America. They weren't coming looking for no damn religious freedom. They were coming looking for free land and free labor. And so what they did at that point, they created in 1705 what's called the slave code. The slave code then said, look, this is a good thing. But now we got to learn how to control it. We got to build in some external controls so we can maintain these relationships. If we're going to put blacks in the ditch and whites now for the first time in about 500-600 years going to be on the mountain, we must structure some kind of a concept that will keep whites on the mountain, blacks in the ditch. They enacted what's called a slave code in 1705. The slave code defined in very specific terms how black folk were to act. How black folk could not, and under no circumstances, compete with or challenge whites for power and wealth. Y'all understand what I'm saying? Yeah. That you must stay subordinate, that you must stay according to the slavery law, you must stay subordinate, you must stay non-competitive, you must stay excluded, you must be don't look for compensation, don't look for any money, anything else. And you cannot raise your hand. If you get whipped, you cannot strike a white person. You can't carry a weapon. You can't carry a tool. You cannot try to escape. All this stuff is put into the slave code, defining that black folk will stay on the bottom. Now, at the same time, that slave code also wrote what created that inequality Bob wants me to tell you about. It was told how white folks were to act, that they were always to act superior, that no white person was authorized to ever lift a black man up to make him equal to a white person, so they violating those laws of making black folk equal. That the white person was not to let a black folk speak to him without being spoken to. He must get off the sidewalk. He must not speak to a white person with his hat on. He must always look down when a white person speaks to him. He cannot address a white woman. Cannot be in their proximity without a white man being, and all these kind of things. That was called a slave code. In addition, and that began to lock in those structures between black people being in the ditch and whites on the mountain. So they said, what else can we do to make sure blacks, that structural economic inequity stays between whites and blacks? Then right along with slave codes in 1705, they passed what's called a Diversity Act of 1705. Now, the Diversity Act of 1705 was a safeguard as an external means of control to regulate to make sure blacks stayed in the ditch and whites stayed in the top of the mountain. And the Diversity Act says this: for every 5 black slaves that you have in this country, you must have at least 1 white person to supervise and come in between and watch and monitor what they're up to. And so at that point in time, they'd gotten most of the whites out of Europe. They didn't have any more, so they started cleaning out the prisons and insane asylums in Europe and sending them to the United States. And they set up Georgia. Georgia became a filter there. Georgia became a filter where they started shipping them all into Georgia. All the insane, crazy-ass white folks were brought out of Georgia. And they were put there specifically because South Carolina was as far as they went south, and to protect them because Florida was a Spanish territory, and you had all those runaway slaves down in there. And those blacks were raising holy hell fighting, trying to go back and bring their own people to Florida. And that's what created those, later on in the 18th century, created all those 3 Seminole Wars. It was not Indians, it was black folk. So that's the word Seminole means runaway slaves. But that's what created those Seminole Wars. And so they put all these crazy-ass white folks right in Georgia to be a buffer to protect the southern, the rest of those colonies. And they said that for every 5 black slaves must have 1 white person. Now that was called the Diversity Act of 1705. Today you all call it multicultural and cultural diversity. You haven't learned a darn thing in 300 years. You're still playing the same game. Running around trying to let people monitor, watch, and bring them in. We need to get together. That's the same thing that whites came up with in 1705. Now we go a little past it. Now in 1710, they said, now we got them externally controlled. As we acquire the wealth and power, we got an external control to make sure black folks stay in the ditch. And they said that what we'll do now is that we were trying to as physical control. We want to physically control black folks, as physical control on blacks. By 1710, they said, the thing got to be so good, they said, now wouldn't it be nice if we had some external control so as we build this wealth and power, the niggas will stay in the ditch, the whites stay on the mountain? And somebody said, yes. They said, what's this? And they said, come over to Virginia. So Virginia then got together a legislature, came up with a thing called meritorious manumission. Meritorious manumission says if we set up a system where we'd train blacks to be able to see everything through the eyes of the dominant white society, so that they would think through whiteness, see whiteness, and act as if they were a white person. And they said if we does that, what we'll do 4 things. If he then can see things through the eyes of whites, and then he can learn how to protect the white person's property, protect the save a white person's life, protect the white person's life, invent something a white person can make money off of, or would squeal on and inform on his own people anytime he tried to plan a slave revolt, we would give him meritorious manumission, which means he earned his freedom. And that way we'll set him free and give him a few dollars. And so the first one to do that was called, in Virginia, was called the name of Nigger Willis. They set him free then and set him up as a model, and set him free and gave him a little land, a little bit of money. And see, nowadays, they still doing the same thing. You got all these Sanborn blacks, all conservatives, and everything else. What you want to do with black folks, you always got 3 or 4 they're going to bring out of the bushes. They got a list, all of America. I don't care what black folks want to do. They got all these meritorious manumission blacks. There's the Sambos who sitting there waiting to be rewarded and recognized and compensated for going out and blocking the things blacks want to do. If you all right now start talking about reparations, they look down the list and pull 20 of them out just like that. Yeah. And they do that because we don't have an accountability system, but we're going to stop that shortly. Because we're going to start nailing them. Okay? But the point is that was meritorious manumission. By 1712, here comes the guy you all call Willie Lynch. Now, I know you all love to talk about Willie Lynch. Now, we have not been able to factuate and document whether or not Willie Lynch actually exists, but I did find a little bit of reference here and there. And what Willie Lynch was then was a white man who had a big plantation in Jamaica. He had a seasoning place, breaking blacks in. And he then heard about meritorious manumission in Virginia, in Jamestown. He then called a boat, and 2 years later he arrived up here in Virginia and met with the colonists and said, let me be a consultant, let me go around the country and show y'all how to treat these niggas, break them in and seize them. And I guarantee you I can separate them so they never come together again. But what he's saying I'm going to do, he said, not only since you already have conditioned them to see everything through the eyes of white society, I'm now going to teach you how to divide them up so they never come together by teaching them to go against each other. Whenever an issue breaks, have the black women talk about gender issues rather than stay on the black issues. You know, to have black gays talk about gay issues rather than stay on the black issues. They have others talking about, talking about it was a class issue and who run over mixing with other groups. That's what divides you up. And or place religion before your skin color. So that's the whole point of Willie Lynchism. That held effect, and that then was the cement. That's building internal control, again, to keep the distance. Whites on the mountain, blacks in the ditch. So wealth began to accumulate based on that basis. More and more wealth began to pour in. By 1847, we had one white man named J.P. Morgan. In 1847, J.P. Morgan had almost 20% of the total wealth of this nation. The first J.P. Morgan in 1847 had almost 20% of the total wealth of this nation had accumulated. Now, he had all kinds of involvement in slavery all around. We had shoe industry, cotton industry, textile industry. He was making all kinds of money. At that point in time, in this nation, the whites had invested over $8 billion just in black slavery. That was the biggest budget in the entire United States. Whites had invested more money in black slaves by the 1840s than they had in total amount of money in all levels of government and all the businesses in the entire United States. That's where your wealth was accumulating. The wealth was accumulating so fast that a white person in the United States who had had 2 slaves in the South had the total equivalent wealth of an average white person north by his house, his animals, his tools, and his money. As a matter of fact, a white man with 2 slaves had a walking express card. He didn't have to work. All he did was get up in the morning and send them out and lease slaves. As a matter of fact, if you ever call a gang system where you had 100 slaves in the South, that 100 slaves then, a gang system, that made that wealth, that white person so wealthy, he had over 400 times the wealth of any white person living in the North. So all your wealth was locked into the South. And that's really the basis of the Civil War. The whites were fighting to redistribute the wealth. They wanted the wealth redistributed. The war was not fought over black folk. Nobody gave a damn about black folk. As a matter of fact, one survey was conducted in 1860 on what people felt about slavery, because the slavery issue was pretty hot. They found that less than 1/2 or 1% of any white person in the United States wanted slaves free. So when you start talking about reparations, you're going to hear white folks run this game on you about, we went out and fought to get the free blacks in the Civil War. The survey shows that less than 1/2 of all the white people in the United States were for freeing black folk. Remember that. They were not interested in freeing black folk. The issue was over the wealth and power. What had happened is that the whites in the South had all the wealth, had the wealth power, they had the political power. Because they came up with that thing about 3/5 of a human being were black slaves. That 3/5 of a human being was not necessarily to evaluate black folk. It was to give white folks in the South an advantage in politics. They were counting those blacks in the voting system and saying, I'm representing those blacks, and the North would not give them full credit. The North said, well, we're going to give you full credit for representing those slaves, we'll give you 3/5 credit for those blacks. And so the South then allowed whites to build a structural, political, economic inequity by counting blacks as 3/5 of a human being for political reasons, so they can take over and control Congress. And what the whites in the North want to do was to break that. They want to break the political structure that whites had over politics. They want to break the wealth that whites had coming out of black labor. Those whites were enjoying all the money coming out of the South was in the South. And so the Civil War was over, breaking the economic and political hold that whites had on the South, over the structure of this country. Now that held true up to the writing of the 13th Amendment and the 14th Amendment. When the 14th Amendment came on about, understand this, the 14th Amendment, that it was not necessarily about freeing blacks. It was what it was about, giving them civil rights. It was not about giving them civil rights. Not about giving them political opportunity. It wasn't about giving them an education. The first Civil Rights Act came out in 1865. It was about giving black folk economic rights. But when you had Congressman Charles Sutton, Thaddeus Stevens, and Bingham, what they were saying is that black folk in America are going to be one of 2 things. Either you're going to be slaves, you're going to be free. Until you give black folk and redistribute the wealth to black folk, they will always be slaves. Right. And what they recommended in the 1865 law was that black folks should minimally have 40 acres, a mule, and $100. And they said if you don't give them that, they'll always be slaves. And Andrew Johnson vetoed that bill. And it came back again in 1866 law, which is still on the book. I haven't seen one black use it yet. That's what that law was about. It was about giving black folk economic reparations. And nobody wanted to give it to them, but those liberal congressmen was trying to do it. And they were doing it primarily because they had black misters. But anyhow, they passed that law to give black folk wealth and power. And they were saying that if you don't give redistribution of wealth and power, black folk will always be slaves. Now, since you've never gotten into reparations, how in the world can you say that you're no longer slaves? Now, I know you all like to use the word post-slavery. You're not into the post-slavery. You never got out of slavery. You didn't get
That's right. True.
Now, that one time, the reparations issue jumped up. The first person to bring it up was Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln was the first person to bring up reparations. But he wasn't bringing it up for black folk. He brought it up for white folk. What he said is that I'll be willing to give reparations to all white plantation owners, all white slaveholders, if they turn their black slaves loose so that the country would not be split. He didn't care about black folk. He was trying to save the Union. He says, if you're willing to turn those slaves loose, we'll give you reparations. He sent a bill over to the Congress, to the legislature, and the congressmen vetoed it. I mean, when they approved it, they said basically that we don't have enough money. We don't have $8 billion to pay off all the slaves in the country. But some whites did get reparations. The whites got reparations in Washington, D.C. They paid them $375 for every slave they turned loose in Washington, D.C. So whites got reparations. Also, between 1865 and 1900, we had something like about 26 million European whites that came in this country. They got reparations. What did they get? They got almost 1 billion acres of land in the Homesteading Act of 1862 and the Land Right Act. They got almost 1 billion acres of land. But at the same time they turned loose those black slaves, they would not let them get in the land. Why? Because again, they were trying to create that structural economic inequity. So black folk were denied the right to get land by the last Homesteading Act of 1862, which did not expire until 1900. Black slaves coming out of slavery should have gotten that. Blacks should be raised in holy hell by that law when the Attorney General of the United States says niggas are entitled to get that land, even though the law was on the books and anybody could get it. Even when black folk were free, any citizens could have gotten that land between 1862 and 1900, and black folks didn't get an acre. But 26 million white Europeans came in and got it to build a wall between blacks and whites higher in terms of wealth and equity. And so they got the wealth and power and got it. At the same time also, as this wealth was beginning to build, we had black folk at that time who didn't understand this and don't understand today, that the 14th Amendment, you're going to go for reparations, go back to that 14th Amendment. And I don't care what any white person tells you in the United States, you can now sue for reparations using the 14th Amendment. Listen to me. You can sue using the 14th Amendment. I have not heard one black scholar make that issue. Go back to the 14th Amendment. You cannot sit there and give all those white Europeans come in 26 million, give them reparations. You gave all those whites reparations. You've been giving Indians reparations now for over 300 years. You gave the Japanese reparations. You gave Japanese reparations 3 times. You gave the German reparations on the Marshall Plan. You gave Japan reparations 13 billion under the .4 Plan. You cannot keep giving everybody reparations and not give it to black folks. That is a violation of the 14th Amendment. Now, what does the 14th Amendment say? The 14th Amendment says this, that black folk ought to be treated similar to white folks under similar circumstances. That's called due process and equal protection. So all you got to do now is you don't have to spend all your time trying to get laws passed on the book. All you got to do is go back to the 14th Amendment. It says that since you've given reparations to every other ass coming to the country, you need to give it to black folks. And don't waste your time by passing all those bills and go back and say that start jamming the courts with 14th Amendment suits. Y'all understand what I'm saying? You start jamming suits. Now, another thing they try to trick you on is that in 1860, because in 1857, we had the Dred Scott decision. At that time, there was no 14th Amendment. And white folk got all their rights out of what we call the 5th Amendment. The 5th Amendment gave white folks their rights. That's how they shut Dred Scott down. See, Dred Scott was fighting for his independence and his right to be free. But white folks then used the 5th Amendment and said that you don't have the right to support our rights. Whites had the 5th Amendment as their right. And that's how they shut it down in 1857. Now, after the 14th Amendment came in 1867, now what white folks are doing is going back and laying claim trying to take the 14th Amendment from you all. They take the 14th Amendment and claim it is for everybody. The 14th Amendment was not written for everybody. It was written strictly and solely for black folk. You must go back and take all that enabling legislation and all those issues and say it was written strictly for black folk. It was not written for Mexicans, Hispanics, Arabs, indigenous, humpbacks, lesbians, nobody but black folk. You go back and take it and use it for yourself. If you let them keep the 14th Amendment, you'll never get out of the hole. Because everything you do, they're going to claim there's reverse discrimination by using your weapon against you. And you must go back now and start making legal cases in this country that the 14th Amendment was written for black folk and black folk only. And don't let all these other groups use it. That's how they got you trapped. What they did, they pulled the car into the garage too far, and like in forward discrimination, and now the minute you want to pull it out, pull it back, they say, no, you got to put it in neutral. That's reverse discrimination. There is no such thing as reverse discrimination. And the mere fact that whites will mention the word reverse discrimination automatically implies that there must have been some forward discrimination. And what you must say is that we don't want to hear that stuff. But I'm going to sit down because I'm hot now, you're hot now, I've talked a long time. But let me say, give it 2, 3 points and then I'm going to conclude. One, be wary of all these objections they're going to bring to reparations. One, they're going to tell you that white folks have no obligation to you. You go back and use all the data that's in black labor white wealth, and you'll be able to show in all terms how whites got their wealth. Okay? And I'm not going to molest you and tell us to give you a lot of redundant information, but all that's in that book to show you everything, how Wall Street was regulated off of black slaves in this country. You go find all that data. They're going to tell you that you can prove, and beyond any doubt, that whites built the entire world, we built the entire world's economic structure off of black labor. That's in there. It's documented for you. Now, the second thing they're going to tell you is that, well, my daddy, my people never owned a slave, and my people weren't even in the country. And that's fine. When they tell you that, you say, that's good, that you weren't in the country. Now you own double benefits. Double obligations. Anybody who's not in this country, that's come to the country since slavery, have an even greater obligation than the ones that were here. Because they came in and got a free ride off the black folks. And see, if black folk had not built this country to where it was an acceptable, attractive place for them to come to, they wouldn't have been able to come here in the first place. That's right. So they owe you for making the country so nice and so attractive they came here in the first place. So they owe you twice. So you jump on them and say, no. So they jump up and open their mouths, nail them, use that against them. They say, well, my parents weren't here and I came here, I'm a recent immigrant. You said, then you're going to pay double taxes. You tax them twice, and that way they quit saying that. Thirdly, they tell you stuff about, well, white man, we fought the Civil War to free black folk. Remember that. So you didn't fight the war to free black folk. You fought to try to redistribute the wealth and resources out of the South to the North so you can take over the government and control it. So you can use that money well and then go and develop the West. Okay? So don't listen to that lie. And lastly, I'm going to tell you something about, it won't help black folks give them the money. No, it won't. But here's what you need to do. Tell them we don't want necessarily direct money to give an individual. We must be very creative. You must get your money in reparations in a lot of forms. One, there can be some direct compensation for those people who show a direct relationship. We'll take that money. Two, we want a lot of money put into economic development banks around this country where we can go borrow it to build businesses. Three, I want black folks to also be able to get everything the Indians got. I want to start tracking the Indians in the United States. Track the Indians. Now, Indians, don't worry about the Japanese, don't worry about the Jews in terms of reparations. Follow the Indians. Only Indians and blacks are spelled out in the Constitution. And Indians got benefits that we didn't get. Indians are now in a protected class. Indians in a protected class. And what means that they are getting privileges and benefits that black folks should have gotten. Now, nobody's ever done anything to Indians, and yet you hear white folks say, well, slavery ended 140 years ago, we don't own black folk anything. If slavery ended 140 years ago, and you don't own blacks anything, why in the world are you still taking care of Indians? Indians have never done anything of significance. They didn't own the land in the first place. The land was out there available free. Now, why are you still compensating Indians? Every state has an Indian commission. We have a federal Indian bureau that puts in money every year, $27,000 for every American Indian. We got the Indian Bureau giving $170 million every year to the Cherokee and only $155,000 of them. Now they get money. They got 237 reservations and 257 gambling casinos. And then those gambling casinos make more money than all the black businesses in the United States put together. Indians are in a protected class. Now how they get in that protected class? I want my people in the same protected class. I was in there once. And I don't care if any of you don't want to be in the protected class, you go about your business. I want to be in the protected class, okay? Now here's how they got into a protected class. Indians said, look, they said, we are defenseless, powerless people because you beat the hell out of us. And they said, yes, we did. Listen, then we got an obligation to protect you. And so they put the Indians in that category. Exactly, Indians say, now you took our land, so we now lay what we call natural rights claims against the land, so that way you're owing indebtedness to us. Black folks should do the same thing. Instead of natural rights against the land, you should be laying a claim against natural, what we call natural law. Natural law means that any place on earth, all laws are based on the fact you cannot dutifully deprive a group of people of the fruits of their labor. You cannot. That's the whole basis of all law, is that you cannot take away the fruits of a person's labor. Blacks should lay a claim based on natural law, and then go out and say, we want to be in that same position. Next thing the Indians did, Indians turned around then and said, what we're going to do then, we're going to set up a council for ourselves, or call ourselves a civilized tribe. Blacks do say the same thing, that we are also independent people in this country, that since we are a nation within a nation, right now, almost 97% of all the black people in America still as segregated as they were in 1960. You're still segregated. Declare yourself a nation like the Indians declare themselves to be a nation. Nobody ever declared Indians being a foreign nation. They started using that word, we are a foreign nation. You all use the term that we are also a foreign nation, just like the Indians. Thirdly, what Indians did, Indians also turned around then and said that unlike anybody else, we don't want to be integrated. We want to have our separate land and be a separate people. Black folks foolishly said we want to be integrated with everybody and be with them. We want to be with you all. And what that told white folks was this, is that when you didn't get your reparations and you want to be with white folks, what you said to them is that we don't care how poor we are, just as long as we with y'all. And all them little bands in there, y'all understand? And so that's about as foolish as you can get. Indians said, no, we're going to stay by ourselves. So what Indians got then, I want y'all to get, they got tax exempt status. I want y'all to look for tax exempt status. Said, we don't want to pay the damn taxes. Now, and this Civil Rights Act failed to be repassed in the next 2 or 3 years, you all go against it. Say, no, we don't want no more voting rights. We don't want it. Say, you all can keep your voting rights. You know why? Because if you don't have the voting rights, guess what? No disrespect you, but I don't like that. Well, if you don't have voting rights, you don't pay any taxes. I can get more wealth, I can redistribute more wealth for blacks not paying taxes, keeping in our own community than what we're getting for politics. They ain't putting any money into the black community. If you kept your money in your community by saying, go ahead and kill the Voting Rights Act. I wouldn't get the champion voter like that. No, go ahead. I'm not paying no more damn taxes. I got 36 million black people. We can keep our money in our own community. Go ahead and kill it. Do not beg white folks to pass the Voting Rights Act again. They're going to come up with consideration next 2 weeks. Let them kill it. Let them kill it. And then wait to tell them fine. In this country, no taxation. I mean, no representation, no taxation. We won't pay our taxes, take our money, and rebuild our community. Next thing you do, I want y'all to go after licensures. Every license they got in this country for electric companies, utility companies, radio stations, TV stations, everything that has a license, we want to put that on our reparations, and we want to demand a quota. We want to demand something like 15% of all the licenses of everything in this country. From utilities, electric companies, gas companies, they're across the board. And go after all the cable systems I just mentioned to you. Out of those 1,500 cable systems, black folks should have owned 15% of all of them. After licenses, tax exempt statuses, also demand money now for educational benefits. Also, like the Indians do, you want land. They got all this vacant land all over America. And the state owns some, the federal government owns some, and all these inner cities. Go claim that land and make that land tax exempt. And once you make that land tax exempt, build casinos on them just like the Indians got casinos on them. Build casinos. You build gambling casinos. And then let white folks come in every night, throw their money on the table, you keep it in the ghetto. But anyway, I know I'm a hot time, so I'll quit right there.
Don't just walk out.
I just told Bob I'm coming back another time. I'm gonna ask for agenda time.
All right.
Go ahead, Bob.
It's all right. I don't want you to walk out of breath. We're going to go in the next 10 minutes.
As you all might know right now, in the Powerhouse Enterprise Corporation, we're now listed on Wall Street. What I did, I spent $280,000 and about 14 months to try to put black folk as a race on Wall Street. We're now listed on the PEC Corporation. We're now selling stock on initial public offering. This is the first time in the history of this nation we have a chance to build industries and own industries. We're going to now try to take the seafood industry, which is a $104 billion industry. Black folk can now take the seafood industry. We got one factory up. We're going to build factories across America. We've been selling stock now for about 90 days. We didn't raise enough money. I just got an extension. And most of the poor blacks are buying it in the United States. We haven't got one penny out of New York. If we don't sell this stock and get enough money, in the next 29 days, I got about 4 white companies. One is the International Production Bank of Germany. They're going to take all this stuff away from you. Now, you got a chance to build your own seafood industry. Why am I saying that? Is because any fish you keep catching the sea, now got worms in it, and PCB, lead, mercury. Seafood is dying out around the world. That's the next big source of food. It's seafood. Now, and 43% of all the seafood around America, we're going to raise our own seafood in the ghettos, in factories, warehouses inside the United States. Most of our buildings will be about 5 or 6 blocks long, just like a General Motors building. I got special technology, special tanks to raise seafood. We're going to be bringing in shellfish from the island. We're going to set up black businesses across America, restaurants, sit-down restaurants, walk-in restaurants, fast food restaurants, fresh markets. We're going to control the seafood industry. Why the industry? Because we got an advantage in there. We control the top. Black folk eat 3 to 4 times more seafood than whites. We spend $9 for every $1 whites spend. If we got the top, all we got to do is go to the bottom and start producing and manufacturing. And we got the technology now. We're selling the stock. And I got to figure out, I need your help to raise enough money. The stock sells for $8 a share. $8 a share. We need to buy this fast. My biggest problem right now in California, blacks are buying like crazy, and also Ohio and Michigan. But the problem is that I can't get to you all in this city. I don't know how to communicate with you. You don't have the radios anymore here. Whites will shut you down. You got to spread the word. You got to buy the stock fast. And if I don't raise enough money in the next 29 days, we got to give up that industry. That's the first time we will ever have a chance to own industry. It'll probably be the last time you ever have. Let me give you a number to call. Write down this number. Tell everybody to call this number. Call Thomas Lomax. Thomas Lomax. Call him at 215-822-1561 for the South. Again, that's Thomas Lomax. That's 215-822-1561. We're going to put blacks in the seafood business like Bob Law is going into it. We're going to own the seafood industry from the bottom to the top. That means produce it, manufacture it, wholesale it, warehouse it, distribute it, retail it, and consume it, okay? That's going to be our